Rob ate the rules of the game, and there was something interesting about this rule. If someone else came to him with an offensive nature, such as cutting with a knife or punching with a fist, he would miss and the attack would pass through him. But if others didn't use their attacking power to fight with him, they would be able to touch him. This was called the collision volume. When the burly noble patted him on the shoulder, he didn't attack, so he successfully patted Rob on the shoulder. Rob sensed that the man's palm was purposely increased a little bit. After slapping him, he pinched it hard and then lowered his voice. Young man, don't always think about taking a shortcut and think you just need to learn a few Chinese words to get the favor of the princess. Don't dream of becoming rich and powerful. Be a good man. Next time I see you approaching the princess, I will break your legs. Rob could lift the tall man and smash him to the ground with all his strength, just like he smashed the abyssal demons not long ago, and it was much easier than smashing an abyssal demon. However, he had doubts in his heart and didn't want to fight casually. At least he had to figure out what had happened first. The burly noble let go of his hand on his shoulder, and then returned to the crowd seemingly inadvertently. Rob's eyes followed that guy for a few seconds. Seeing that he was hiding in the crowd and his eyes were still fixed on the rabbit princess, he seemed to understand something and pretended to know nothing. He didn't say anything for the time being. The rabbit princess chatted with the nobility, chatted with Madeleine, and then the people from the Church of Darkness also came up and chatted with them. The whole hall was in a happy atmosphere, but the rabbit princess always glanced at the burly nobility intentionally or unintentionally, as if she was a little afraid of him. Rob didn't say anything. He just sat nearby and drank Coca-Cola quietly. It was not until the banquet was over and Madeleine asked him to leave that he walked out of the princess's temporary mansion with Madeleine, Number 2 and the Black Earth Knights. Number 2 whispered, "My lord, what do you think we should do?" Madeleine said, "It's obvious that we have to send her back to Big Tang as soon as possible. It's big trouble for this woman to stay here. Many nobles are chasing after her, and the people of the Church of Darkness have been around her. It's obvious that she has no good intentions." Number 2 nodded and said, "Then write a letter to Big Tang as soon as possible and ask their squads to pick her up." Madeleine nodded, "Yes. Hurry up." Number 2 waved his hand, and a subordinate left quickly. It seemed that he had arranged for a letter to be sent. Rob suddenly said, "Right, I have something to ask you. Who is that burly man who looks like a knight?" Number 2 said, "Oh, are you talking about that idiot? His name is Jonah Gilbert, and he is an exiled Norma knight who came here several years ago." "Norma knight?" Rob asked. "Norma from the Kingdom of Knights?" "Yes," Number 2 said, "he seems to have committed a crime in their kingdom. He offended a big shot in the Church of Light, and was framed by the Church of Light. He was expelled by King Norma. The Church of Light even sent people to chase him and kill his wife and children. After he fled to Lost City, he immediately joined the Church of Darkness. He swore that he would destroy the Church of Light. Now he is a knight of the holy city of the Church of Darkness." Rob kept this man in mind. Number 2 asked curiously, "Why did you ask about this person?" Madeleine turned around and said, "Because this man was rude to Mr. Rob just now. I saw clearly that he deliberately patted on your shoulder, pinched it and whispered in your ear. Although I didn't hear what he was saying, it was obviously rude. His expression was full of threat." Madeleine really paid close attention to Rob all the time. She could even see such small details. Rob was a little moved. Madeleine asked, "What did he say to you?" Rob shrugged his shoulders and said, "He threatened me not to get close to the rabbit princess. He also said that young people shouldn't take shortcuts and shouldn't rely on the princess to get higher positions." Madeleine laughed, "Nonsense. How could Mr. Rob rely on a princess?" Rob thought to himself, "This girl really trusts me." However, he forgot that Madeleine was also crazy. The woman next said, "You can rely on me." Pang! Rob spat out the coke. Madeleine's mind went back to a strange domain. Fortunately, number 2 was more reliable. He leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Baron, why doesn't that idiot let you get close to the princess? Why did he aim at you instead of stopping other nobles from talking to the princess?" Madeleine said, "Of course it's because Rob is very handsome. He's afraid that the handsome man will compete with him for the princess." Rob and number 2 ignored Madeleine at the same time. After this woman entered the brain mode of love, her IQ was almost 0. However, she was not good at scheming, but more good at rushing forward. Even if her brain of love did not attack, she was fine. Rob chuckled and said, "I have a bold guess. He must be afraid of me talking to the princess because he doesn't understand Chinese. When I talked to the princess, he was completely confused, which is not good for him to control her words and deeds, so he wanted to drive me away." What? Number 2's face darkened. Even Madeleine, who was in love, sensed that something was wrong. "You mean he is controlling the princess?" Rob said, "No, I'm not sure yet. It's just my bold guess. I won't be responsible for my wild guess." "Although it's a wild guess, it's worth investigating," number 2 said in a low voice. "We have already suspected the origin of this princess. If she is not a real princess, but a fake one, she might really be a puppet controlled by him. Perhaps they are plotting something. This matter is worth investigating." Madeleine said, "But how should we investigate it? We can't directly send someone to arrest him and ask the princess." "That is the last resort," Rob said with a smile. "I have a good idea." "What?" Madeleine and number 2 looked at him curiously at the same time. Rob said, "He doesn't want me to talk to her. He also said that if I get closer to her, he will break my legs, so I have to see her. I'd like to see if he will break my legs, so that I can know what role he is playing in this matter." "You are using your body as bait?" Madeleine said. "It's too dangerous. He is very powerful. If he suddenly attacks you, you may not even be able to chant out magic." Rob said, "Don't worry. My wind magic has been evaluated as good by my teacher, and he also said that I need actual combat practice now. If someone attacks me, he is helping me, isn't he?" Madeleine thought it over and thought it made sense, but she still felt worried. "Don't think too much. I'm the only one who can speak Chinese. I have to deal with it by myself. I'll visit the princess when it's dark. Something interesting will happen." The three of them discussed and decided. Number 2 led the way and led the 2 to a mansion. The mansion looked old. Madeleine pointed at the door and said, "This is where Elizabeth and I lived for 16 years. We didn't move out of here until the year of Black Dragon's flight in 1344. "Oh?" Rob looked around the mansion carefully. It seemed that when they just escaped here, they needed to keep a low profile. So of course, they had to live in a more humble house, so that no one could guess that there was a big figure living here. Number 2 said, "My lord, your room is still the same as it was 2 years ago. It has been cleaned by servants every day and can be checked in immediately." Madeleine nodded and said, "Where will Mr. Rob live?" Number 2 said, "He can live with the Black Earth Knights. No, he is an honored guest." Madeleine said, "Clean a first-class room." Number 2 obeyed and went. Rob was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. He wanted to stop her, but on second thought, he was not used to sleeping in a room with another man. It was much more comfortable to have an independent room. After a while, the room was cleaned up. Rob's room was not far from Madeleine's. They just needed to walk through a corridor and turn a corner. With his own room, it was much more convenient for him to use his avatar. Considering that the last avatar's time was almost over, Rob used the spell again. Then he let his avatar open a transmission portal and returned to Westwind town. At dusk, the sky was covered with red clouds. Lillian was teaching Suafa to cook in the kitchen, while the big Loli was practicing swordsmanship on the hillside. The several nuns were still busy with preaching in the town, and the chapel was quiet and peaceful. Only the little cat girl, Hua Hua, who had just woken up, was running around in the grass. No one knew what she was playing. Rob returned to his stone stool and began to relax. As soon as he sat down, a man came to the door of the chapel yard. He had black skin, and his wrists and ankles were full of gold ring. He was a noble from the desert kingdom, Matra. As soon as he came in, he waved at Godfather, "Good evening." "Hey, why are you here?" Rob smiled and said, "It's rare to see you here." Matra ran to the stone table and sat down. He lowered his voice and said, "I'm here to tell you something. I don't know if it's a small matter or a big one. Anyway, it's not a good thing." "Oh?" Matra said in a low voice, "My hometown on the other side of the desert sent me a message, saying that in the Kingdom of Nights to the north, something is wrong." Rob said, "Oh? Tell me in detail." "A few days ago, about the time when the video of Mandra, the Archbishop, and the demon's conspiracy was spread, a spy of the Kingdom of Nights came to the Desert Kingdom and visited the king. No one knew what they had talked about, and even his closest confidant was not qualified to listen." Rob, "Oh? A secret agreement?" "Yes," said Matra, "I don't know what the secret agreement is. It's quite unusual. The relationship between the Kingdom of Nights and the Desert Kingdom has always been bad. You know, the Kingdom of Nights is the base camp of the Church of Light, and our Desert Kingdom believes in the God of Desert. For the Kingdom of Nights, we are a kingdom of heretics, and we shouldn't coexist at all. But now the Kingdom of Nights even sent people to make a secret agreement with the King of the Desert Kingdom. It's really surprising." Rob said, "Then can you guess why they have made an appointment?" "I can't guess." Matra shook his head. "It's useless if you can't guess it." Rob said impatiently, "If you have guessed it, you can report again. I'm worried that they will do something bad to Westwind Holy City. I want to remind you to be prepared." "What do I need to prepare?" "Soldiers will block the attack, and water will drown the earth." Rob smiled and said, "Besides, if there is no evil intention in the Kingdom of Nights, we will just need to discuss with the king." Sweat trickled down his forehead. "Well, Godfather is not afraid of it." "I'm thinking too much." He said goodbye and left. Rob unfolded the map and looked at it. He said in a low voice, "I hope it's not what I am imagining." "Forget it. It has nothing to do with me anyway." Rob didn't like to get involved in politics. Unless politics came to the top of Westwind Town and slapped him in the face, he didn't want to deal with it. He'd better solve the problem of the lovely Madeleine first. He turned his mind back to Rob Smith and returned to the guest room in Lost City. As soon as he came back, he heard a knock on the door. It was very light, and it could be heard that the person who knocked on the door was a little restless. Rob could guess who was knocking at the door without thinking. When he opened the door, he saw Madeleine. Her face was a little red. "You are going to test that rabbit princess later. I'll go with you. Don't worry. I won't hinder you. I'll just hide far away and protect you secretly." Rob knew it was useless to refuse. This girl would definitely go with him, so he decisively agreed, "Okay, let's go together. I feel that the rabbit princess wants to talk to me, but because Jonah Gilbert is standing next to her, she can't say anything. Let's have a try." The two of them walked out of the door together, but Rob walked in front and Madeleine deliberately hung far behind. Rob stood in front of the temporary residence of the rabbit princess again. The guard at the door was a soldier of the Templar Knights temporarily sent by the Church of Darkness. Rob asked them to inform her that Rob Smith had something to ask for the rabbit princess help, so the soldier immediately informed her without stopping him. It seemed that there were many nobles coming to see this princess recently, and the soldier was used to it. Rob walked into the house again, but this time, the ball in the house was over. There was no longer light, alcohol, or many noble women shuttling inside. The whole building looked peaceful and quiet. The rabbit princess was sitting on a beautiful chair, and 2 guards were standing next to her. When she saw him, she immediately smiled and said in the language of the Kingdom of Gran, "Ah, Mr. Baron, you can speak Chinese again. I feel very happy to hear Chinese in this foreign place." Rob also deliberately said in the language of the Kingdom of Gran, "Yes, I'm very happy too." As he spoke, he looked around the room. In addition to the princess and 2 guards, there were also several servants standing in the corner. Rob said, "I heard that you escaped from the pirates. Then who are these guards and servants?" The rabbit princess said, "After I came to the lost city, the kind-hearted Mr. Jonah Gilbert sent them to take care of me." Rob suddenly realized that he had been monitored all the time. Then this time, his visit must have been known by him. If what he expected was right, there would be a good show to watch soon. Before then, he suddenly changed to Chinese and quickly asked, "You are not a princess?" "What?" The young rabbit princess was shocked and quickly answered in Chinese, "I'm a princess." Rob chuckled and said, "No, you are not. You can know it from my fluent Chinese. I know it very well. Your words and behaviors are not like a princess at all. What's your problem? I can help you." The expression on the princess's face changed dramatically. Fortunately, she was a rabbit, and no one could see it even if her expression changed. She stammered, I was forced. Help." As soon as the 2 of them changed into Chinese, the guards and servants standing next to them became nervous, and everyone stared fiercely at the rabbit princess. The rabbit princess was so frightened that she didn't even say the word, "help." She quickly resumed in the language of the Kingdom of Gran, "Ah, you've been to Big Tang before to travel. No wonder you can speak in some Chinese, but unfortunately, you can't speak much." Rob also returned in the language of the Kingdom of Gran and smiled, "Yes, I can't talk fluently. If you say a few more words, I can't understand it." Now it was clear that there was indeed a plot here. Someone faked a princess and came out to make trouble. Rob could have knocked down all the spies around the rabbit princess and rescued her, but Rob also knew that if he did so, the plot of the other party would immediately end. Then no one could find out what the manipulator behind it wanted to do. If the enemy cut off a few abandoned chess pieces, he would be able to hide all the other trump cards, and he would no longer find any trace of them. It seemed that he had to wait and see how big the chess game the enemy was playing before he could completely overturn the chessboard. At this moment, heavy footsteps were heard, and the burly Jonah Gilbert came in. As soon as he entered the room, he gave Rob an evil smile and said, "Hey, Rob, why are you here again? Haven't you talked enough with the princess at the ball in the daytime? Don't forget my warning to you." As soon as the rabbit princess saw Jonah, a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. She quickly said, "Mr. Rob didn't say anything to me. He just said in Chinese that he had been to the Tang Kingdom to travel and could speak 2 or 3 sentences of Chinese. That's it." "Really?" Jonah turned to Rob. Rob smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Mr. Jonah, I think you are very enthusiastic about the princess's matter." "Jonah, I was the first one to find the princess in distress on the beach. Of course I should pay more attention to her." "Oh, I see," said Rob. "It's time for you to leave," said Jonah in a serious tone. "Don't get in the way of Her Highness' rest. She is already very tired after attending the ball in the daytime, so she doesn't have time to deal with villains with ulterior motives." Okay, I'll leave now." Rob had got a lot of useful information from their Chinese conversation just now, and there was no need to continue to entangle here. He stood up and gave the rabbit princess a comforting look, telling her not to worry, but he didn't know if this rabbit could understand his human expressions. Anyway, he couldn't understand the rabbit expressions either. He left politely and walked on the streets. In the corner far away, Madeleine showed half of her face and gave him a rest-assured look. Rob was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. The beauty was so kind that she deserved it. He strode forward. It was already dark, and there were fewer and fewer people on the street. This was not Westwind Holy City, and there were no street lights all over the town. Moreover, most of the buildings here were black, so when it was dark, the whole city was completely dark. After Rob walked out of the place, two people appeared at the fork in front of him. Two people were there, both wearing black clothes, and a little leather armor was exposed at the opening of their clothes. It seemed that they were two men in leather armor and black robes. They stealthed at the fork in the road, motionless, without making any sound, and even their breathing was very slow. It was hard for ordinary people to find these two people, but Rob had seen them from a long distance. This kind of low-level stealth seemed to not exist in front of Rob. In his eyes, they were two stupid assassins who thought they had stealthed into the street. They stood in the middle of the road, waiting for him. Rob wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. He had to control himself and pretended not to see them. He walked slowly and stretched out his neck on purpose to make him easy to deal with. He also had to tell himself that he should pay attention to the moves he used when he made a move. He should not exceed the scope of wind magic, in case Madeleine, who was following behind, would be frightened. Sure enough, the moment Rob passed through the middle of the two assassins moved at the same time. One of them waved his dagger and stabbed at the key point of Rob's back, the other one covered Rob's mouth with one hand, and the other waved his dagger to touch Rob's neck. Madeleine, who was quietly following behind, was shocked by the scene. She did not have the ability to stealth. She could see two assassins lurking in the distance. Now the assassins suddenly appeared and attacked Rob. As soon as they made a move, they were close to Rob. She did not even have time to rescue him. She was so scared that she almost cried out. However, a whirlwind suddenly appeared on Rob's body, circling around his body. The two assassins who had pounced on him were sucked into the whirlwind at the same time, and the dagger in their hands immediately slipped out of their hands. They were also swept up by the whirlwind, flying up to the sky. They didn't fall until they had flown 6 or 7 yards high. At this time, Madeleine also came out. She pulled out her holy sword. The moment the two assassins fell, Madeleine waved an angry sword light. The sword light flashed all over the sky, and she used her dark sword. When the two assassins landed, they were cut into 17 or 18 pieces. Rob turned around and didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Hey, leave a living to interrogate. You've killed all of them. How can we ask them now? Madeleine screamed, oh, no. I saw them sneaking up on you, so I was so angry that I killed them as soon as I made a move. What should I do? This is not Westwind Town. I can't ask your teacher to help me revive them. Rob had no choice but to say, well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it must be Jonah who sent them here. Such a low-level assassin, a small role, is often just a small chess piece in a big plot. They must not know any secrets. It doesn't matter if we interrogate or kill them. Things were getting more and more clear. He brought a fake princess to Lost City and planned a plot. In order not to be seen through by Rob, who knew a little bit of Chinese and tried to approach the fake princess, he sent someone to kill him. It could be seen that this fellow must be plotting something. If Rob didn't know how to speak Chinese, this matter might not have occurred so soon. Rob pursed his lips and said, "What's wrong with Jonah? He kidnapped the people of Big Tang in front of me. I can't stand it. I'll take care of it." Madeleine, You seem to have something to do with the Tang kingdom. Rob said, "I once traveled to the great Tang dynasty." Didn't you grow up in the countryside? Well, Rob was embarrassed. At this time, he had no choice but to show his trump card. He held Madeleine's hand and said, "Let's have a date next time you have a long holiday. I'm so happy going out with you." Okay. Madeleine suddenly forgot what she had just said. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Rob breathed a sigh of relief. It's dangerous. Fortunately, this is Madeleine. If I accidentally revealed a flaw when talking to that woman, she would definitely not be deceived. That woman is not a love brain. Madeleine will definitely report to the Queen that I can speak Chinese later. I have to think about how to fool her. The two of them went back to their residence side by side. Madeleine was immersed in the beautiful fantasy of, there will be a date next time during the holiday, and couldn't think of anything else for a while. It was not until she returned to the mansion that she became a little sober. She pulled Rob into a quiet room and called number 2 over. Then she took out the crystal ball and dialed the number of the Queen. Soon, the phone was connected. Madeleine hurriedly said, "Elizabeth, there is progress in the investigation." "Oh? So soon?" the Queen asked. "I thought it would take a few days." Madeleine said complacently, "Because Mr. Rob can speak Chinese. He talked with that rabbit princess in Chinese, and things have progressed all of a sudden." Just as Rob had expected, the Queen's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Rob Smith, how can you speak Chinese? In our kingdom, few people can speak Chinese. Only a few preachers and pirates know a little Chinese, and most people have a dark eye on the East world. Don't tell me, you have been living in the countryside since you were a child, and have traveled to the great Tang kingdom." Fortunately, Rob had already thought of a good answer and said, "It's Godfather who taught me. He said that he had been to Big Tang, and he had also learned the immortal wind body technique there. So of course he could speak Chinese. I learned a few words from him." Madeleine, I'm sorry. I just told you that I had a trip to Big Tang. It's a bad habit of young people to boast. In fact, it's my master who has been there." Madeleine immediately said, "Oh, it doesn't matter. I often brag as well." The suspicion in the Queen's eyes did not disappear, but she believed at least half of it, because the immortal wind body technique was a fake information that Rob had released when he was dealing with the army of the Desert Kingdom. With the Queen's smartness, of course she had already obtained it. It seemed that what Rob had said made sense. She thought to herself, it seems that the man went to Big Tang when he was young. He learned Chinese, and also learned their spells there. When he taught his disciples magic, he taught some Chinese. That makes sense. The Queen brought the question back to the point. "Tell me something about the rabbit princess." Rob said, "That rabbit folk is not a princess. She's just a hostage. If I'm not wrong, it should be a rabbit folk who was caught somewhere and forced to disguise as a princess. Then, she was used to carry out some kind of plot. But we don't know much yet, and we don't know what he wants to do." "Oh? She isn't a princess," the Queen wasn't surprised, because she wasn't a person who would easily trust others. She had always been suspicious of the princess's identity, so she asked Madeleine to take charge of this matter. Now that she heard the result, it was already within her expectation. After thinking for a while, she asked, "What do you think the fake princess's arrival means?" Number 2 cut in. "At present, the rabbit princess has seen nothing but a group of idiots around her." Madeleine knew that she was not smart enough, so she didn't say anything. Rob said, "Generally speaking, the one who makes a plot will take the initiative to put forward his own request, trying to bring the people around him into his own rhythm and let things go in the direction he wants. Only in this way can he maximize the effect of his plot. As long as we think about what he has put forward, we can roughly guess what he is going to do." The Queen nodded and said, "That makes sense." Number 2, "Has the fake rabbit princess made any request?" Number 2 frowned and thought for a while. "Not yet. No, she has mentioned it." Rob suddenly chuckled. "It's just that you haven't noticed it." "When did she mention it?" Number 2 asked. Rob said, "Madeleine proposed to send a boat to send her back, but she refused Madeleine's proposal. Then she said that she would like us to write to Big Tang and ask the group of Big Tang to pick her up." "Oh, right, that's true," Madeleine suddenly remembered. Rob said, "Isn't this what she wants?" It's just that she brought it up after Madeleine proposed, so that you wouldn't notice it. The innocent and lovely Madeleine didn't think of anything, but the old foxes all narrowed their eyes at the same time and said, "Are they coming to pick up someone?" The Queen said, "It seems that this is the problem." Number 2 also said, "Maybe we should strengthen our sea defense." Rob said, "Don't panic. Your Majesty, Number 2, I don't think this person is coming for us." "Oh," the Queen asked, "then who is the target?" Rob said, "Don't forget whose base is Lost City. With all due respect, this is not the territory of West Gran, right? It's just the territory of Church of Darkness, a place like the Sanskrit Temple." "What is the Sanskrit Temple?" everyone asked. "Well, I'm sorry. It's just a place in fairy tales," Rob said. "Anyway, this is the nest of the Church of Darkness. I can't be wrong. We don't know who this conspiracy is aimed at. But we don't have to be anxious." Rob's words were actually a little harsh. Number 2 was now nominally a necromancer of the Church of Darkness, and the Queen was nominally a member of the Church of Darkness. The two of them were both dressed in black robes and held important positions in the Church of Darkness, but Rob undisguisedly distinguished the Church of Darkness from the Queen in front of them. It could be said that he was very bold. The Queen couldn't help but take a deep look at Rob. Then she said calmly, "Don't say that. We are one with the Church of Darkness." Rob didn't respond at all. Madeleine finally said, "Then what should we do now?" Rob chuckled and said, "Just observe quietly and not take any action. After figuring out the whole story, we will take the most advantageous plan for us." "Yes, you're right," the Queen said, which meant that she was sure of the next plan. With a straight face, she said, "Just do as Rob Smith said. Next, you just need to observe the progress of the matter quietly and report to me if anything happens." After saying that, she added, "Rob, you are a smart man. Not bad. Wow, you also said that Rob is a good man." Madeleine suddenly jumped out from the side and said, "You are good. Do you really think it's a good evaluation, or do you mean the same way that number 32 is good?" The Queen was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. "I really think so." Madeleine was overjoyed and said, "Now you know it, right? Huh. Rob is really good. Elizabeth, let me tell you. Just now, 2 assassins arranged by the enemy came to assassinate Rob. Guess what the result is? The whirlwind of Rob is so powerful that it instantly rolled the 2 assassins up to the sky and smashed their heads." Rob thought to himself, "You kill them." Madeleine didn't care about the truth at all. She just wanted to exaggerate. Godfather said that he was good at wind magic. It wasn't a good enough evaluation at all. It's the same as you just praised him for his good wisdom. They are all sincere. The Queen was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. Well, he is really good. Is that all right?" Madeleine said, "Look at him. He is such a good man. Shouldn't he be a prince? His strength and identity don't match. Elizabeth, can you give him a promotion? I think Duke is a very suitable position for him." Number 2 next to him immediately sweated and thought, "You want to promote your boyfriend from Baron to Duke as soon as you speak? How could you be so excessive? Sir, the title is divided into 5 levels. Yet you want to directly jump from the lowest level to the highest level. There is no such a mess as you." The Queen was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. She didn't know what to say. She shook her head and sighed, "Don't be ridiculous. When he really makes a great contribution, I will consider promoting him, but he will never be a duke. It's impossible for a baron." The Queen almost overturned the table. "Climb step by step." She couldn't stand her bestie anymore and hung up the phone immediately. Next, Madeleine and Rob would temporarily live in the Lost City, waiting to see the latest progress. Fortunately, Westwind Holy City had been very peaceful recently. Rob went back to the Holy City every once in a while to learn about the situation there. It was not a problem for him to talk with the Queen on the phone. Several days passed quickly. Jonah hadn't sent anyone to assassinate Rob since he failed to assassinate him last time. It seemed that he was afraid of alerting the enemy. In the palace of the Rabbit Princess, there was still a noble social ball every day. Rob and Madeleine would occasionally attend it, and Jonah, as if nothing had happened, talked and laughed with Rob, looking harmonious. Rob peeped at the social targets of the Rabbit Princess and found that the people of the Church of Darkness had a lot of contact with her. It turned out that the Rabbit Princess had told Church of Darkness that the people of the Church of Darkness were very welcome to go to preach and build churches. If they were willing, they didn't need to communicate more with the Church of Darkness. This proposal was, of course, very popular. The Church of Darkness was very excited. It sent many high-ranking people to contact the Rabbit Princess, and even a few of the bishops came to meet and talk with the Rabbit Princess. They were very harmonious. The two sides drew a beautiful blueprint to spread the teachings in Big Tang. The Grand Preceptors even imagined the grand scene that tens of millions of rabbits had changed their belief to the Church of Darkness in Big Tang. They were so moved that they couldn't help but shed tears. They wished they could fly to teach in person. However, Rob knew that these were all fake. Not to mention that a fake princess could not help the Church of Darkness, even a real princess couldn't. Rob knew clearly how powerful a princess was in terms of authority. What are you talking about? The king could even dismiss the princess as a civilian without any hesitation. Anyway, it depends on how you are going to play. He went shopping with Madeleine every day, went to social balls, and went fishing by the sea. He felt very comfortable. That morning, Madeleine knocked on Rob's door before dawn. Wearing a tube nightdress, Rob rubbed his eyes and opened the door. Madeleine immediately said, "Mr. Rob, come with me. I'll take you to see something good." "What's the good thing? Why are you in such a hurry to take me to see it in such an early morning?" "A warship," Madeleine said excitedly. "Our new warship is expected to be officially launched this morning. I think you will like it." "What?" Rob sobered up a little and said, "A warship? Oh, I'm a little interested in it." "Well, wait a moment. I'll be back soon after I change." He quickly changed into a noble suit and went out. Madeleine and number 2 were already ready to go out. The three of them took a group of followers out of the mansion and headed for the seaside ship factory. Although Lost City belonged to the territory of the Church of Darkness, the Queen had been lurking here for 16 years, and naturally she had cultivated a lot of things that belonged to her. The ship factory that the three of them were about to go to belonged to the Queen's ship factory. The warships produced here were all the private property of the Queen, which was her important reliance to ensure the safety of her sea. The Queen's ship factory appeared in front of Rob. The scale of this ship factory was much smaller than Rob had imagined. It was probably influenced by the thoughts of modern generations. The ship factory in Rob's mind was as huge as the one in science fiction movies. However, what he saw in front of him was a construction site by the sea. A beach filled with wood and semi-finished wooden ships. In the middle of the construction site, there was an area surrounded by canvas. Pointing at that place, Madeleine said with a smile, "That is the latest warship of our West Gran. It is built in the middle of a canvas. Doesn't that indicate its confidentiality?" Madeleine said, "That's Her Majesty's idea." When she was fighting with Godfather for the cream technology, she realized the preciousness of the confidentiality technique. One step ahead of the other, she could far surpass the enemy. Therefore, when she built this new warship, she paid great attention to confidentiality. Rob was speechless. Cream technology? Rob almost burst into laughter on the spot. "No, I can't. I need to hold back. This is a very serious thing. Don't laugh." "But there's no need to hide it now," Madeleine said proudly. "This ship is going to sail today. It's useless to keep it a secret now. Let the world see the great power of our kingdom." Rob was intrigued by her words. The workers began to lower the canvas. Then, an incomparably huge warship slowly revealed its true face. Rob had been in the era of navigation, so he had a little understanding of all kinds of Middle Ages ships. As the canvas descended, the first thing he saw was the ship's mast, 1, 2, 3. It turned out to be a sailboat with 3 sails. "It's amazing." The canvas continued to descend, and the side of the ship was exposed. Rob glanced over and saw many cannons on one side of the ship, at least 10. According to the principle of balance, there were also 10 cannons on the other side of the ship, which was very significant firepower. Well, before Rob finished his praise, the canvas was all dropped, revealing a row of paddles at the bottom. Rob was speechless. Seeing his strange expression, Madeleine couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly become stiff?" Rob said, "The bottom row of the ship's paddles is too outrageous." Madeleine said, "It is a very new design. The ship usually relies on the wind to move forward, and when it enters the state of war, the ship's paddles also starts to move. Relying on the wind and the pulling force of the liquid, its speed will be much faster than that of an ordinary ship, and it will be more mobile and flexible in a sea battle. This design has received a lot of praise from Elizabeth. The man who invented it has received a great bonus." Well, Rob now understood that this should be the version of Gallius. This kind of ship's design was very strong. Back then, it was also the overlord of the world in the Mediterranean. It was the latest invention in this era. It was very powerful. The next step was the ceremony of the ship getting into the water. The large group of sailors happily sent the ship down to the sea. The huge 3-sail sailboat raised its white sails, which looked mighty and domineering. Rob took it as a trip and happily watched the ceremony. He felt it was not bad. Just as the ceremony was over and before everyone could turn around, a soldier quickly ran over and knelt on one knee in front of Madeleine. "My lord, the latest news is that we have received a letter from the border of Big Tang. And we have also sent a letter, which says that they will immediately send an army to pick up the princess and thanked us for our help." Hearing the news, the 3 people, Rob, Madeleine and number 2, looked at each other with strange expressions. Although others didn't know, the 3 of them all knew that the princess was a fake princess. Since she was a fake princess, they should be confused when they received the letter. Why did they send someone back to thank them? And they also said that they would send an army to pick her up. Rob asked the soldier calmly, "Who sent the letter? Who answered it?" The soldier said, "The letter was written by number 2. The reply was received by Jonah Gilbert first, and he gave it to us." Rob smiled and said, "We know. You can leave now." After the soldier retreated, Rob turned his head and smiled at number 2. "The flying messengers have been bribed, and the letter has not been sent to Big Tang at all. It should have turned back halfway, and then a fake reply letter was forged by him." Number 2 nodded. Rob continued, "Now that the enemy has taken the initiative to take out the reply from Big Tang, it means that their plot is about to enter the next stage." Madeleine was not smart enough to cut in at this time, so she had to ask, "Guess what they will do?" Rob said, "The information is too little for us to guess. Who knows why they are doing this? It seems that it's time for me to ask the fake princess." Madeleine said, "It's hard to talk to the fake princess, as Jonah has been keeping an eye on her. It doesn't matter. I have an idea." Rob took out 2 small crystal balls from his pocket. These were the mobile phones he invented last time. The first batch was given to 3 adventurers, and production was still going on. He chuckled and said, "Madeleine, you take one of them to attend the social ball. You pretend to talk to the rabbit princess and take the opportunity to shake hands with her to give this crystal ball to her." Madeleine suddenly understood and said, "Ah, it can still be like this." Rob said, "Technology is what we need. The other party can't imagine that we will talk to the fake princess in this way. Madeleine and number 2 couldn't help admiring the method. It was really brilliant. Except for the people from Westwind Holy City, no one had ever touched the mobile phone. No one had expected that someone would talk to the fake princess in this way. This was called attacking the blind area. In the evening, the fake princess's mansion started a social ball again. A large group of big shots from the Church of Darkness were talking with the fake princess about pushing the dark faith into Big Tang. When they were having a good time, Madeleine, as the dark sword sage, came over and chatted with the fake princess. Taking the opportunity to shake hands with the fake princess, she stuffed a crystal ball into the fake princess's hand. The fake princess had been held and controlled for many years, so she was very vigilant and sensitive about everything. When she received the mobile phone from Madeleine, she could not see any flaws on the rabbit's face. However, even if there were any flaws on the rabbit's face, it was difficult for humans to see them. She quietly put away the phone, although she didn't know what it would be used for. After dark, Rob came to the mansion of the fake princess and hid in the darkness. This time, Madeleine didn't want to stay far away from Rob. She was afraid that there would be another assassin attack, so she followed him closely. The two of them lay on a roof in front of the fake princess's mansion and looked at the opposite room. Through the window, they could see that the ball was coming to an end, and the big shots of the Church of Darkness were saying goodbye to the fake princess. Jonah deliberately stayed. After everyone left, he winked at the guards and servants of the fake princess and then pretended to say goodbye and left the building. The large building quieted down. The fake princess stretched to show her tiredness, but the guards and servants who were responsible for monitoring her still followed her from one room to another. It was not until the fake princess came to the bathroom that they finally stopped following. The fake princess went into the bathroom alone, and then the curtain of the bathroom was closed. From the curtain, he could only see a shadow of a rabbit head swaying around. Madeleine whispered, "Hey, are you imagining her taking a shower?" Rob was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. Why should I want to imagine that? But her body is a human. Rob broke out in a sweat and said, "Hey, don't guide me to think about it. Once I think about it, I will come up with strange scenes. Catch the point. Now is the best time to call her." The fake princess was under surveillance at any time. Only when she was taking a shower could she temporarily lose their surveillance. At this time, she didn't even take off her clothes, but took the crystal ball that Madeleine gave her in her hand to study. Although she didn't know what it was, she had some knowledge about it. Crystals could be used for communication, which was well known in Fengma continent. While she was thinking about how to use it, she suddenly heard a ticking sound. She was afraid that there would be ears on the other side of the wall, so she hurriedly wanted to cover the crystal ball with her hand so that it wouldn't make any sound. However, as soon as her hand rubbed against the crystal ball, it immediately activated, and it no longer made any sound. Instead, it was Rob's voice. He said in a very low voice, "Hello, Miss Rabbit. Turn on the shower head." The familiar Chinese made the fake princess burst into tears. She immediately understood what was going on. She quickly turned on the shower head in the bathroom, making the sound of water. If someone was eavesdropping outside, only the sound of water could be heard. But as long as she put the crystal ball beside her ear, the impact of the water sound would be very small. "I'm Rob Smith, the man who talked to you last time." "Yes, I know," the fake princess said anxiously, "you are the only person who can speak Chinese here. I have a very deep impression on you. I didn't have the chance to talk to you a few times before, so I can talk to you as gently as possible now," Rob said. "I'm here to help you. Although I'm a stranger to you, all the people in this world are like family members to me. I will try my best to help you. If you have any difficulties, just tell me." Her warm words almost made the fake princess cry. No, she really cried. Her two rabbit eyes were filled with tears. "I'm the daughter of a silk merchant from Big Tang. I followed my father through the Silk Road and transported the silk to faraway Western countries, so I know the language of East and West. Not long ago, my father and I led our attendants to sell silk as usual, but we were surrounded by the troops of Kingdom of Knights. They held my father and all the attendants as hostages, and then ordered me to disguise as the Princess of Big Tang and let me be the Princess of Big Tang. I had to follow their orders, or they will kill my father and all the members of the trade group. From the Kingdom of Knights, hearing the name, Rob could not help but frown. So Norma is doing something? Do you know their specific plan? I don't know, the fake princess said, I'm just a pawn. They don't want me to know anything. They just want me to make good friends with the people of the Church of Darkness as much as possible and promise them the right to teach in Big Tang. I can't say anything else. I'm sorry, I can't help you. No, you have already helped us a lot, Rob said gently. At least you have let us know who is the manipulator and how powerful he is. We won't be caught off guard. Please save me, my father and my followers. Don't worry. I will save you. Rob said, I can rush into the mansion to save you now, but if I save you, your father and servants will be killed. We may not even be able to find your father's corpse, so we can't act rashly now. You have to wait patiently and try to cooperate with Jonah's arrangements for now, pretending that you know nothing. I will find a way. Okay, the fake princess replied. I'll tell you what I know now. Rob said, Jonah forged a reply from Big Tang, saying that he would send an army to pick you up. What do you think of this? An army, the fake princess said in a low voice, they really have an army. I was sent to the sea outside Lost City by the people of Norma. When I arrived on an island in the open sea, they sent a small boat to take me to the sea near Lost City. Then they threw me into the sea, let me swim to the shore and pretend to let Jonah pick me up. Rob said, I have roughly guessed what they are going to do. You should protect yourself first. I will save you, your father and your servants. If there is an emergency, you can hide in a place where no one is around. Touch this crystal ball, say the numbers 000088. Then you can contact me. Remember the number. Don't make a mistake. Got it. Rob hung up the phone, and Madeleine was looking at him curiously. Rob and the fake princess had been talking in Chinese just now, and Madeleine couldn't understand at all. She could only blink her big eyes and watch Rob. He held Madeleine's hand and said with a smile, let's go back to our room and call the queen. I have almost guessed what he is going to do. Have you got any important information? Madeleine asked, what did the fake princess say? Let's talk about it later. An hour later, in Rob's room, the three people, Rob, Madeleine and number 2, surrounded the crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball, the dignified image of the queen appeared. The group of people quietly listened to the information that he shared. Of course, Rob deliberately avoided saying, all the people in this world are like family to me. He didn't want to cause any trouble to himself. After Rob reported all the information in his hand, the queen and number 2 obviously thought of something, and their eyes flashed. Only Madeleine still didn't know what had happened. Perhaps this was the biggest difference between the people who only rushed forward and those who joined political struggles. Madeleine couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? You look as if you have understood everything. Tell me, what's the plan of the enemy? The queen said, let's listen to Rob first. I also want to hear what he has to say. Okay, I'll tell you. Rob chuckled and said, it's obvious that this is a military attack against the Church of Darkness launched by Kingdom of Knights. Attack? Madeleine asked, how did you get this result? Rob said, don't worry. I'll talk about it one by one. First of all, a few years ago, Norma used the battered flesh trick to drive Jonah Gilbert out of Norma, letting him escape to Lost City and enter the interior of the Church of Darkness. He became a Templar Knight and operated a spy network in Lost City. This is the first ring. The queen nodded in satisfaction. Rob said. Then, Norma arrested a silk businessman of Big Tang and asked his daughter to disguise as the princess of the Big Tang. This is the second ring. Then, the fake princess displayed her social skills in Lost City. She made friends with a large number of senior members of the Church of Darkness and promised them that she can help spread their faith in Big Tang. Rob said with a smile, for a church, the most important task is to obtain territory and expand its strength. So the proposal of the fake princess will definitely win the favor of the Church of Darkness. So, of course, the Church of Darkness will be less wary of the fake princess and even take her as a confidant. In this case, the Big Tang will welcome the fake princess to return. Then, guess what will happen? Although Madeleine didn't like conspiracies, she was not stupid. After thinking for a while, she immediately understood, when the fake princess returns, the big shots of the Church of Darkness must see her off. After all, she is a princess of a kingdom, and their respect must be very good. At least, she has to go to a lot of senior leaders. What are the senior leaders' status? They can't be humble. Exactly. Add 10 points. Rob gave a thumbs up to Madeleine and said, now it's the time for the performance of the army. According to the fake princess, the kingdom had already sent an army to hide on the small island in the outer sea. At that time, this army will disguise as the army of Big Tang and come to pick up people at the dock. Madeleine had almost understood what was going on. Big Tang never sends troops to the west, and its foreign strategy is very conservative. In addition, with their relationship with the fake princess, the Church of Darkness will think that the army of the Tang Kingdom comes with goodwill and will not be on guard. When the princess handover ceremony is going on at the dock, Rob said with a snicker, the warships on the ship will suddenly fire together, and the magic items will be shot at the same time. The important figures of the Church of Darkness on the shore would explode wildly. Then the Marine Army will begin to fight. That scene would be very wonderful. Rob's words were interesting, but the people who heard them didn't think it was interesting. The Queen, Madeleine, number 2, all had heavy expressions on their faces. Madeleine asked, why did this happen all of a sudden? Isn't that simple? The Queen said indifferently, it's obviously for the sake of Mandra. The monster army was inexplicably killed by that crazy man. The Church of Light's reputation has been completely ruined, and our kingdom's strength is flourishing. After this summer's harvest, we are likely to launch a massive attack towards Mandra's lair. By then, once Mandra and the Church of Light lose the battle, the Church of Light's power in the entire kingdom will all be lost. Speaking of this, she paused for a moment and sighed slightly. If I were the Pope of the Church of Light and the King of Norma, I would have to have an alliance with Mandra at this time. There is a desert kingdom between the two kingdoms, so it is inconvenient to come over from the Silk Road. So they have to take the sea path. Speaking of this, Rob suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Matra had come to him and reported to him that Norma had reached a secret agreement with Mandra, and he hadn't taken it to heart at that time. Now thinking about it, he believed that things were not simple. He couldn't help saying, Your Majesty, I think we'd better be on guard on the land. Yes, the Queen's expression turned heavy. Do you have any information? Rob said in a low voice, my teacher said that Norma might be discussing something unknown with the Desert Kingdom. The Queen's expression was not very good. She just nodded to show that she knew and fell into deep thought. At this time, Madeleine, as a general, began to make a tactical deduction. She murmured, their army will bombard the senior members of the Church of Darkness. They will be seriously injured or even dead, and at the same time, it will also cause panic. At that time, they'll send soldiers to land in the battle and rush into the chaotic city. Our main army is now all on Bright Road, preparing to fight against Mandra. Only a small number of troops and the Templar Knights of the Church of Darkness are in the city. By that time, the members of the Templar Knights will definitely lose their heads, because many important figures will die under the ship's guns, and the command system will be in chaos. The people of Norma will take the opportunity to come ashore, and there will be a great chance for them to capture Lost City. It would be better if she didn't make the deduction. She suddenly felt that the situation was extremely urgent. Elizabeth, although Lost City is under the control of the Church of Darkness and is not under our control, it is still a part of West Gran after all. All the people living here are the citizens of West Gran. If it is controlled by the Church of Light, I don't know how many % of the people here will survive. Can we just sit and watch? Well, I've also considered this question, said the Queen. Madeleine, what can you do? The best way is, of course, to inform the Church of Darkness immediately, Madeleine said. After they hear about it, they will definitely kill Jonah immediately. Then we will gather our forces and fight them to the death on seas. Hearing her arrangement, Rob was happy. Madeleine, this is a general's fighting method, but it must not be a queen's. The Queen glanced at Rob and snorted, you are smart enough to guess that I won't use Madeleine's method. Tell me, what will I do? Rob said in a low voice, you will pretend that you know nothing at first. Let the troops of Norma dock and kill most of the senior members of the Church of Darkness. Then you will send your army to kill all the people of Norma. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After Rob finished his words, Madeleine opened her mouth wide. She really didn't expect that she would do that. The Queen took a deep look at Rob and said calmly, Rob, you're a smart man. You think fast. Rob said, I'm flattered. I just did some trivial work. It must be far worse than your Majesty's foresight. He was only in his fake identity now, so he could only say that. If he was now in the identity of the lazy priest, he would definitely say in a strange tone, my trick is not as good as yours even by 1/10,000. You are an expert in this field. In fact, Rob didn't like to play tricks, especially this kind of political struggle between humans. He didn't want to get involved at all. If he didn't want to help Madeleine, he wouldn't even say a word. The Queen said, the man's proposal is very good, but he ignored an important point. What? Madeleine said, why should I ignore such an excellent strategy? The Queen said crossly, what that ignores is the relationship between us and the Church of Darkness. Although we are not as inseparable as it seems, we are still in a cooperative relationship at present. We need to scare the Church of Darkness, and at the same time, we need to rely on the power of the Church of Darkness, so we can't completely break up. Rob pursed his lips and wanted to say, politics is really annoying. But he managed to hold it back. The Queen continued, once the plan he put forward is used, the Church of Darkness will definitely know the plan of Norma, but deliberately did not inform them. They might even say that our plan is to bury the ambushed soldiers and wait to attack the Church of Darkness after it is seriously incapacitated. Number 2 cut in, yes, once the Church of Darkness falls out with us, there will be many disadvantages. They may mobilize all the Dark Believers to oppose us, and then West Gran will immediately fall into internal strife. Then the original expedition planned to solve the matter of Mondra will have to be delayed. Madeleine had no choice but to keep silent. Rob said, that is to say, we have to make sure Norma fails to prevent too many civilians from being hurt, and also not let the people of the Church of Darkness find out. That's too difficult. The Queen sighed, yes, it's very difficult. If she was an iron-hearted and ruthless politician, it wouldn't be difficult for her to pretend that she didn't know anything. She just needed to let the troops of Norma bombard the city, and then there would be a magnificent battle, which would make the city a decadent place. In this way, the Church of Darkness would definitely be greatly damaged, and it would never be able to affect West Gran in the future. After all, there wouldn't be many troops that would land in the city. After the city was completely destroyed, the Queen would pretend to send an emergency army to recapture the city and send army to drive the army of Mondra back to the sea. But if they did so, the people in the city would become miserable, and there was a small number of troops that belonged to the Queen. These loyal subordinates would also be sacrificed. By then, many people would die in the city. Mondra might be able to bear such a loss, but the Queen, who loved her people as much as her children, could never bear it. However, if her army reacted quickly and launched an attack immediately after the army of Norma attacked the senior members of the Church of Darkness, it would seem fake. At that time, the Church of Darkness would definitely fight her. Rob said, in other words, if you want to act as if you are in a hurry to fight, you have to win. The Queen replied, yes. Rob said, it's not easy to put on an act. Our flight messengers in Lost City have been bribed by Jonah. There must be some soldiers who have been bribed in the army here as well. If we order the soldiers to act on the spot in advance, we can't get through them in a minute. But if we don't tell the soldiers in advance how to fight this battle, they will definitely be confused by the sudden attack of the enemy and lose their morale, then they will really accept the battle in a hurry. Madeleine was a general who had led soldiers to fight for many years. She knew the situation on the battlefield best and felt it was unreliable when she heard this. The war must be under full preparation and have an absolute advantage. Only in this way can we have the confidence to win. If we accept the battle hastily, we will lose tens of soldiers. The Queen's face darkened. She had always been smart, but she couldn't do anything about this either. After thinking about it for a while, she sighed and said, well, if you can't think of a way, you'd better inform the Church of Darkness that that princess is a fake and that Jonah is a traitor. Protecting the people in the city is more important than fighting against the Church of Darkness. This was indeed a good idea, but for Rob, it was not. In this way, the mission of the fake rabbit princess would fail. Her father and the caravan would all be killed by Norma. They were from Big Tang. To Rob, they were no different from his family. How could he just watch them die? Rob said, Your Majesty, it's not impossible to win the battle in a hurry. What? The Queen, Madeleine and Number 2 looked at him curiously. Rob said, for example, when an elephant was sleeping, a dog suddenly ran to attack the elephant and bit its bottom hard. The elephant woke up in sleep and responded hastily. Do you think it can defeat the dog? The three beside him said together, Nonsense. Even if the elephant is in a hurry to fight, it won't take much effort to deal with a dog. Rob said, That's right. The troops sent by Norma to launch a surprise attack on West Gran were only transported by sea. They had to disguise as their army to welcome the princess, and the scale of their army can't be too large. I estimate that there are at most a dozen ships, and this fighting capacity is only the fighting capacity of a dog. As long as we prepare an elephant, no matter how wild it is, we can fight back in a hasty battle. The Queen said, You mean that I will transfer my army to Lost City in advance? Isn't that going to arouse the enemy's vigilance? And it will also arouse the suspicion of the Church of Darkness. No, the army will certainly arouse vigilance. What I mean is, Rob said. A decisive force doesn't need to look very powerful. It just needs to be placed in Lost City unremarkably. When Norma's army comes, it will fight the battle hastily. The Queen, Madeleine and Number 2 asked almost at the same time, What are you talking about? Rob pointed to the direction of the ship factory and said, The new warship. A new warship? Madeleine said, Do you mean the new warship that entered the water a few days ago? That warship is indeed very good, but it is only flexible in naval combat and can't deal with more than a dozen enemies at the same time. Number 2 also said, Yes. If we deliberately let the enemy's fleet enter the port, they will definitely attack all the boats in the port at the moment of the sneak attack and seize the people first. At that time, there will be a traitor making trouble, and most of the warships that can fight in the port will be lost in an instant. Even if our new warships deliberately stop far away from the first round of sneak attacks, it is still difficult to defeat more than a dozen of them. Rob said, No, I'm not talking about a low-force warship. I'm talking about something new. Hearing this, Madeleine's eyes lit up in an instant. Ah, Mr. Rob, do you have any new invention? You are good at inventing weapons. You must have something good. The Queen couldn't help but feel excited. She had personally seen the Katyusha and mines invented by Rob Smith, which were really excellent weapons. Later, Through Rob's micro-camera, she had obtained the evidence of the talks between Mandra, the Church of Light, and the Abyssal Demon. In an instant, she had won the support of the public. Therefore, the Queen was still looking forward to the invention, but she was not as blindly convinced as Madeleine. Rob said, "It can't be said to be my invention. It should be regarded as my teacher's. It's just that my teacher likes to use the invention on people's livelihood, and I'm good at using it on weapons." Hearing this, the Queen's eyes lit up. It turned out to be the invention of that crazy man, which must be useful. She couldn't help but ask with excitement, "Tell me, what's it?" Rob said seriously, "The fake letter from Big Tang has just arrived at Lost City, and the army to pick up the princess must have to wait for 1 or 2 months, because Norma is far away from here. If the army comes too fast, it won't be like this. Let's use these 1 or 2 months to make a warship made of steel, and it will become an elephant. No matter how the wild dogs launch a sneak attack, it can make the wild dogs burn with a single slap." A steel warship, the 3 people were all confused. Number 2 couldn't help but ask, "Can a ship made of steel float on the surface of the water? Won't it sink?" Madeleine also said, "How many sails does a steel warship have to have before it can run?" Rob didn't explain to the 2 of them. Instead, he turned to the crystal ball and said to the Queen, "Your Majesty, you should be familiar with the steam engine." The Queen's eyes lit up. "Using a steam engine?" "That's right," Rob said, "you've seen a water wheel before, right? It's a kind of wheel that can be used to push water and grind with one wheel. What do you think will happen if we turn it around and let the steamer with a water wheel to pull the water?" All of a sudden, the Queen seemed to understand something. The huge water wheel would keep spinning and swaying, which would bring much energy. Since the steam engine could move the train made of steel to run very fast, of course it could also drive a large ship made of steel to run very fast. A ship made of steel. All of a sudden, the Queen thought of the steam tank in Westwind town, which was a perfect combination of attack and defense. If a ship made of all steel could become the king of the sea, could those weak wooden ships fight with such a thing? Needless to say. She said decisively, "Madeleine, number 2, call the boatman to Baron Rob and make a huge steel ship as soon as possible. We need to prepare an elephant in Lost City." Unlike the Queen who often chatted with Rob, Madeleine and number 2 had a broader vision. The 2 of them hadn't realized what the Queen and Rob were going to do. However, since the Queen had given the order, there was no need to hesitate. In the evening, a group of boatmen came to Rob's room. The leader of the group was an experienced boatman in his 50s. He was a master of ship design, the best of all the boatmen. When he saw Rob, his expression was obviously a little strange. "Sir, we are the fishermen of the Queen's ship factory. Her Majesty ordered us to come to see you, saying that you have a more powerful ship design plan and to let us help you complete it." Rob had no choice but to say, "Well, I'm flattered. I don't have any systematic plan. I just have a small imagination." Only that, the old boatman's expression was obviously unhappy. It was obvious that he mistook Rob's imagination for an outsider who was blind. Rob could understand what he was thinking now. He must be thinking, where did this guy come from? Where did he come from? He wanted to give advice to experts and put forward a useless idea, which will make us suffer again. But it didn't matter. It was right to have doubts. The progress of science was to stagger forward step by step amid countless doubts. If there was no doubt, it was not good for the improvement and development of technology. Rob smiled and asked, "Do you think a ship made of steel will sink?" "Of course not," the old boatman also smiled. "That's just a wild guess of an outsider. As long as the relationship between buoyancy and gravity is calculated, it won't sink." "That's good," Rob said, "since you can say that, I'm very confident in my plan. Come on, let me show you a drawing first." Rob took out a drawing of the steam ship, which was very simple, similar to a children's sketch. The internal structure was not drawn, but the outline was drawn. However, for the experienced old boatman, one look at the appearance was enough to understand a lot of things. He saw the big water wheel in the middle of the ship at a glance. "Is this the only power source on the ship?" the old boatman said. "From this shape, it is used to pull water. If it spun fast enough, it can pull water back quickly and move the whole ship forward. However, it requires a lot of power. I don't think it can be done by dozens or even hundreds of people. After all, the whole ship is made of steel, which will be very heavy. Yes, so it needs a steam engine." "What?" The old boatman was confused. "What is a steam machine?" It turned out that the steam engine, which was well known in Westwind Town and Bright Road, hadn't spread to Lost City yet. Rob shook his hand with a smile and opened a transmission portal. "Let's go inside and go to Westwind Holy City. You are responsible for the design of the ship, and the dwarven craftsmen there will be responsible for providing power." The old boatman led the large group of people through the transmission portal. Then they found themselves in an inland city. They had never heard of building a ship in an inland city, so they were confused. Not far away, in the courtyard of the chapel, a lazy priest waved at them and said with a smile, "Welcome to Westwind Holy City. My disciple has told me that you are here to build a ship, right?" "Ah, respected priest," the old boatman came over and said, "Rob asked us to build a ship, but this is an inland city. How can we build ship boat here? Why can't an inland city build a ship?" Rob smiled and said, "We can send it to the seaside through the transmission portal after we make it." The old boatman was speechless. "The reason why we have to make it here is very simple. The first reason is that there is a complete industrial system here. There are mining caves, refining factories, a large number of craftsmen, and all kinds of parts and machines ready-made. Only in this way can we catch up with time. The second reason is that the technology is confidential," Rob said. Hearing what he said, the old boatman understood. There were many people in Lost City, and there were also spies. Last time, he had designed a row of cruise ships, and it was inconvenient to build them with canvas. But there was no need to worry too much here. How could the enemy go to an inland city to steal the ship? After a short time, Elsie came. He was ordered to take the boatman to have a simple tour of Westwind Holy City. He immediately saw the huge iron refining furnace, the big steam train, the steam bus. All kinds of things that dazzled him. After overturning his common sense, he took them to the dwarf village. The steam tank that was being processed here shocked the boatman again. Even this kind of big iron car could run, why couldn't the big iron ship run? No one knew better than the boatman that the sea could carry a huge steel object that was bigger than land. "Then let's start to work," the old boatman was excited at once. "I want to design a big ship made of steel, ha ha ha." In the following days, the ship-building work began. The boatman and the dwarven craftsmen came to Rob to get a few buffs and then started to work. There was a steam engine as the heart in the steel body, a high chimney on it, and a huge water wheel on both sides of the ship. The boatmen soon found that they seemed to only play the role of design, and the specific forging parts were all done by the dwarves. The dwarves didn't need to know the knowledge of a ship. They just needed to make parts according to the drawings and requirements. They didn't care about the design at all. Anyway, they could make whatever parts the boatman required and combine them together. In fact, the boatman didn't know much about the steam engine, the wheels, the transmission system, and even how the water wheel was rotating. His common sense of shipbuilding had been overturned. They seemed to understand that shipbuilding was no longer only the work of the boatman, but also the whole industrial system. Time flew. 2 months passed in a twinkling of an eye. It was almost summer now. It was time for the summer harvest. Rob's daily avatar and simultaneous operation in 2 places were really tiring. He wanted to end this kind of hard days as soon as possible. Of course, the biggest comfort in these days was that Madeleine played with him every day, and the cute Madeleine accompanied him. It was worth it if he worked harder. The fake rabbit princess continued to hold a social ball in Lost City and promised all kinds of privileges to the Church of Darkness, which made the senior leaders of the Church of Darkness excited inexplicably. It was hot in June. On that day, a messenger arranged by him came to Lost City and brought a piece of exciting news to everyone. The army of Big Tang will arrive in 5 days. Everyone was waiting for the news. The people of the Church of Darkness wanted to wait for the news to come and spread the teachings in the Tang Kingdom. The people of Norma were also waiting for the news and preparing to launch a surprise attack. And the people on Rob's side were a little impatient. In a valley beside Westwind Holy City, a huge steel ship had been built. The ship was 30 meters long. To be honest, it was not very big. Nowadays, the sailboats with 3 sails were often over 30 meters long. For example, the warship that had just come into the sea not long ago was 32 meters long, a little longer than this newly built steel warship. However, although the length was nearly the same, their weight was completely different. This ship was almost made of full steel, heavy, and its defensive power was not on the same level as a wooden ship. Under the command of Rob, the boatmen applied wood texture paint on the steel warship. If they didn't remove the paint, no one would know it was made of steel. There were more than 30 short cannons on the ship, which were used for physical output. In addition, they also added a lot of messy magic items to carry out magic output. The main weapon on the bow of the ship was actually Thunder's Roar of the Desert Kingdom. The making technique of this kind of magic item had been captured and imitated by the Queen's experts, and the first imitation had been installed on this latest warship as its main weapon. On both sides of the ship, besides the short cannons, there was also the Katyusha, invented by Rob Smith, and a large number of defensive magic runes were drawn on the ship. It could be said that it was the most advanced technology crystal of the land. The boatmen were also deeply touched by their own work. However, the problem now was how to bring it to Lost City. Next was the time to witness a miracle. The Queen saw through the crystal ball that Rob Smith opened a transmission portal to Westwind Holy City at the seaside of her ship-building factory in Lost City. The man lazily got up from his stone stool, walked to the ship which was more than 30 meters long, and lifted it up with one hand. Then he lifted the huge ship and walked to the transmission portal. He stuffed the large ship into the small transmission portal. Strangely enough, it was stuffed in. The Queen almost overturned her table. In the blink of an eye, the giant ship appeared in the dock of the shipbuilding factory in Lost City. It floated on the water like an ordinary wooden ship. The only difference was that there were no sails on it, and there was only a tall chimney, which made it look a little out of place with the wooden ships beside it. A ship without sails appeared in the dock of the Queen's factory. As the ship was painted with wood texture, it looked like an ordinary wooden ship. Madeleine and Number 2 didn't tell any of their subordinates the detailed information of the ship, but told them that there was a ship that encountered a storm last night and was dragged back to the ship factory. It was now waiting for maintenance. In this way, no traitor would spread the information. Madeleine didn't even transfer it to the Navy, because no one knew if there were any spies arranged by Jonah. She'll just let the huge steel ship float quietly in the dock in Lost City. That evening, it was time for Rob to talk about the fees with the Queen. Rob sat lazily on his stone stool and looked at the crystal ball. "Miss Queen, you have received the steel warship. It's time to calculate the cost with me, right?" The Queen had long known that the damned man was a man who wanted money desperately. It was impossible for him to build the warship for free, so she had already been mentally prepared. She said calmly, "Well, how much does it cost?" "I won't tell you the whole number immediately. Let's do the same calculations," Rob said with a smile. "First of all, calculate the material cost. More than 50 tons of steel, a ton is 1,000 kilograms, and a kilo is about the price of an iron ingot. You know the price of an iron ingot. You can calculate it by yourself first." The Queen was rendered speechless. Judging from the cost of the materials, the Queen sensed that something was wrong. Rob said, "Next is the cost of making the short cannons, the magic items, the steam engine, the fees of the dwarf craftsman, the chimney, the wheel, the gear, and these things have been used countless times and I have roughly calculated it for you." The Queen pounded the table and said, "You're asking too much. It's clearly black money." "Is it?" Rob said, "Or you can do the math out by yourself." The Queen turned to the secretary next to her and winked at him. After a while, the secretary finished calculating and handed the Queen the list with his trembling hands. The Queen only took a look at it and felt her whole body tremble. "Really? This weapon's cost is too much, isn't it?" Rob shrugged his shoulders and said, "With your current gross national product, it's really difficult to build such a huge steel ship. You can only make 10 or so ships by smashing the pot and selling iron to empty the national treasury. But don't be sad. As long as you develop well and improve your economy, you will be able to build more easily in the future." The Queen was rendered speechless. The court clerk next to him whispered, "Your Majesty, do you really want to give him such a large sum of money? You have just prepared so much money to rebuild the royal palace. If you give it to him, the royal palace will not be completed." The Queen shook her head and said, "Don't be silly. This giant steel ship is a national weapon. How can I give up such a powerful weapon in order to build the royal palace? I'd rather abandon the royal palace than this ship. Send someone to give him the money." The court secretary bowed and left. The Queen looked at Rob depressed. "It was not easy for me to save money, but all of it is gone now." Rob said, "But you can solve the threat from the Church of Darkness and Norma in one go. So why not? I believe that as wise as you are, you must know whether the money is worth it or not. Alas, for the long-term peace of the coastal cities, a powerful warship is necessary. This money is worth it." The Queen sighed. "However, it's not enough to just solve the threat from the sea. The enemies from the land are still here. I have sent someone to investigate the information you told me last time. Norma has indeed reached a secret agreement with the Desert Kingdom, but the content of the secret agreement can't even be realized by the best spies. I have reason to suspect that Norma may use the Desert Kingdom to attack our kingdom. Alas! My plan to break through Mondra's lair and unify the kingdom of Gran will be postponed again. Speaking of this," she sighed, "when can I revive my kingdom?" Hearing the helplessness and pain in her tone, Rob felt a little sorry for her. He shrugged and said, "It's a political matter. This is how it is. You want to kill Mondra, but Mondra tightly holds the thighs of the Church of Light, so Norma can't just stand by. You should have been mentally prepared." The Queen said, "I'm just very angry. Why do the bad guys like Mondra have people to help? I'm on the side of justice, but no one is there to help me. Not only that, there's also a damned man who has been extorting my money." "Am I extorting your money?" Rob laughed. "I have given most of the money I took from you to the craftsmen, which is the reward they deserve for making weapons, desserts, and all kinds of good things for you. If I give you these without pay, the workers will get nothing. Then, what about fairness for them?" The Queen said, "You mean, because I'm a good person and I'm just, I pay attention to fairness, so I have to pay something if I want to get something. And Mondra is a bad person. He doesn't need to pay attention to justice and fairness. He just needs to constantly plunder others. That's why he lives so easily." Rob threw up his hands and said, "So far, that seems to be the case." The Queen sneered, "Then I'll be a bad guy, okay?" "No." Rob suddenly put on a serious face, which was rare to see. "If you are a bad person, you may be able to get many slaves who will work for you for free, but you will also lose someone's help at the same time." "Whose?" "Mine." The Queen was rendered speechless. The eerie silence lasted for a few seconds. Rob had thought that the Queen would thump the table and say, "You have never helped me before. You will take my money." But in fact, the Queen didn't say anything. She thought quietly for a while. After about 30 seconds, she suddenly showed her face and smiled. This smile was extremely beautiful, making her face more beautiful. She smiled and said, "Then I'd better be a good person." "Wow. If you say one more word, I'll change my mind and be a bad guy." Rob smiled and said, "It's not that you can change it as you like. Once your 3 values are formed, it's difficult to change them." The two of them were separated by the crystal ball. They looked at each other quietly and had nothing to say for a while. After a long time, the Queen said, "I'm tired. I'm going to bed." "Well, go ahead." Rob didn't say anything strange, but comforted her in a soft voice. "There is much support for justice, but there is little support for injustice. This momentary difficulty doesn't mean anything. As long as you walk on the right path, you will definitely take the final victory." "I hope so." 5 days later, a group arrived at the outer area of the city. The size of this group was not small. There were a total of 11 warships, all of which were 3-sailed ships. On the deck of the ships stood towering buildings. 2 rows of side cannons were lined up on both sides of the ships, looking mighty and domineering. The golden dragon flag with 5 claws was hung on each ship, and on the deck of each ship stood some rabbit folk sailors. Seeing the ship, Rob wanted to say something. "This is not Big Tang's ship." Although he had never been to Big Tang in this world, judging from the overall development of this world, Big Tang should be in the Middle Ages. At that time, in East Gran, the navigation technique should be extremely backward. The techniques used at that time should be the hard sail technology. There was a lack of large coastal ships, and all of them were only coastal boats. How could there be such a unified large sailboat? This was too ridiculous. But he just acted like this. He bullied the people here because they didn't know much about the East. Rob was a little curious. Why didn't any sea merchant who have seen them before come to expose it? However, when he walked around the dock, he found that all the sea merchants were not there. He asked someone and heard that Mr. Jonah had frequently released all kinds of overseas missions in the past few months. The sea merchants and adventurers had set out happily. Norma didn't know anything about Big Tang, so they dared to use a sailboat to disguise as Big Tang's warships. These ships didn't arrive at the port at once. They separated down on the distant sea and sent out boats to negotiate. Rob saw that a small group of rabbit folk came ashore. They all had a rabbit head and wore Eastern armor. One of them looked to be the rabbit general. However, Rob had already talked to the fake princess on the phone and knew that these rabbit folk were all members of the Silk Trade Group. Like the fake princess, they were also held hostage by the members of Norma, forcing them to come out to perform. The fake rabbit general went ashore by a small boat and had a good talk with Jonah, who had been waiting on the shore for a long time. He thanked him for saving the princess, and then a large group of senior leaders of the Church of Darkness gathered around to meet and shake hands with the fake general. The two sides showed a very harmonious and friendly attitude. The rabbit general was willing to send some priests and nuns to the east to help them build a chapel and spread their teachings there, which made the senior leaders of the Church of Darkness lament that they had not received the princess in vain. Rob knew that the show was about to begin. Sure enough, after the friendly negotiation between the two sides, it was time to send the fake princess on board. The warships in the distance began to slowly move towards the shore. Rob quietly pulled Madeleine's hand, and the latter understood and quietly retreated a little. Number 2 also followed them. The 3 of them quietly left the crowd and climbed to the direction of the ship. They climbed to the steel warship and sat in the cabin, watching the scene from afar with the magic item added with detection technique. On the main pier, a large group of priests and archbishops of the Church of Darkness were waiting in line to see off the fake princess. A huge 3-sailed sailboat came over and picked up the fake princess and the rabbit general. Rob pointed at the warships behind them and said in a low voice, "Madeleine, look, the cannons of the enemy warships." Madeleine took a closer look and found that the cannons of the 11 warships were intentionally or unintentionally aimed at the important targets around. Some aimed at the dark warships nearby, some aimed at their cabins, the archbishops on the shore, some aimed at the port's gunpowder, and even the muzzle of a warship aimed at the Queen's newly built warship. Madeleine's heart tightened. Should we disperse the soldiers on the warship now? Don't. If we ask them to leave the ship in an emergency, all our hard preparations will be in vain, Number 2 said. Even if the people of Norma can't see through us, the people of the Church of Darkness will definitely know that we have prepared for it. At this point, we can only pretend that we don't know. After the enemy opens the fire, they will immediately order the soldiers to jump into the sea to escape and come to our ship. Only in this way can we show the scene that an elephant was suddenly bitten by a wild dog and fights back. But the soldiers will die. This is not Westwind Holy City. Godfather is not here, the dead will really die. I'll protect them, Rob said in a low voice. I'll go to that ship and use my magic to protect them. No way. It's too dangerous. Madeleine said anxiously, then I'll go with you. Don't make things worse. Your swordsmanship won't work in this situation, said Rob. But it's too dangerous for you to go there like this. I have to follow you. Rob put on a serious face and asked, Madeleine, are you going to be my nanny? His tone was a little harsh, which made Madeleine stiff. After a few seconds, she said with tears, thank you. You must be careful. Rob slipped down from the huge steel ship and transferred to the nearby warship. There were more than 200 crew members on the ship, and the scale was quite large. When they saw Rob get on the ship, they quickly bowed. In the past 2 months, Madeleine and Rob had been together all the time. They often went to the ship factory, dock and so on. Everyone knew who he was. Rob said, Duke Madeleine asked me to observe and learn on this ship. I am temporarily responsible for the command of this ship. The crew bowed, but Rob found that a few of them sneered. If Rob didn't know the enemy's plot in advance, he might not be able to perceive their expressions. But now, he seemed to hear them say, You're going to die soon. Why do you even want to command? Sure enough, there are spies on the ship. It's right that we didn't evacuate the crew in advance. The news almost leaked out, Rob thought to himself. He made an okay gesture to Madeleine on the huge steel ship from a distance to make her feel relieved. He knew that Madeleine would definitely be worried about him, but it didn't matter. The final result would not be dangerous for her and would not hurt her heart. Rob looked at the wharf in the distance and saw that the fake princess and the rabbit general had boarded the ship. With a polite look on his face, Jonah accompanied the fake princess and her group to the ship. When all of them boarded the ship, the enemy attack was about to start. The fuse was burning. Of course, nowadays, the cannons were hidden in the ship, so no one could see that the fuse was burning. People saw the rabbit princess waving her hand on the deck and Jonah who pretended to get off the ship after saying a few words. On the wharf, rows of big shots waved goodbye to them. A few seconds later, with a loud bang, the surprise attack began. At the same time, the 11 three-sailed big sailboats fired at the same time, and the magic items on the ships were also fired at the same time. In an instant, physical cannonballs, magic flying bombs, fireballs, ice arrows, holy explosions. All kinds of attacks were shot out of the warships at the same time, crazily sweeping towards the people waving goodbye on the dock. This time, they were really caught off guard. These big shots from the Church of Darkness had never expected that the people from Big Tang would suddenly make a move under this situation. A cannonball fell into the crowd and exploded. 2 cardinals were both blown up at the same time. Another fireball flew over at an archbishop that was still waving his hand. All of a sudden, he turned into a fireball. With broken limbs and broken arms flying all over the sky. In an instant, there were heavy casualties and rivers of blood on the dock. What was interesting was that although the big shots of the Church of Darkness suffered a great loss, ordinary civilians were not affected. It turned out that the people of the Church of Darkness had their own identities. Before sending the fake princess onto the ship, they cleaned up the dock and drove the civilians away. This was a common practice in the Middle Ages. When did the big shots and the ordinary people mingle? As a result, all the big shots took this round of attack. The commoners that were still nearby reacted and fled in all directions. The warships of Norma didn't have time to care about these commoners. This time, they only brought 11 three-sailed sailboats, but they had to attack many targets immediately, so they didn't have extra energy to deal with the commoners. The army of Norma only used 2 warship side weapons to attack the big shots on the dock. The other 9 warships also attacked the warships that were docked. Several dark warships near the area were shot at the same time, turning into huge fireballs. Some of them, who were a little far away, were also hit by the gunfire and magic attack. The sailors on the ships were so scared that they jumped into the water before they could even fight back. The armies of Norma didn't intend to miss the Queen's warship. However, the poor Queen had nothing here. There was only the new warship floating on the sea not far away. Obviously, Jonah had already informed them that this warship was the latest one and it was very powerful. They had to give it a heavy blow. The 2 warships of Norma fired at the same time. In an instant, countless cannonballs and magic roared towards the warship. Madeleine's heart almost jumped out of her chest when she saw this. At this time, Rob was standing on the deck of the ship, pretending to know nothing. Beside him, there was a large number of crew members watching the farewell ceremony. However, just before the artillery battle began, 5 of them jumped into the water at the same time. Obviously, these 5 guys were all traitors and had already been bribed. They knew that the warships of Norma was about to launch a sneak attack, so they took the perfect time to jump. The moment they fell into the water, cannonballs came. A cannonball flew over first. With a bang, a big hole was made on the side of the boat. The cannonball went into the cabin and hit a sailor who was resting in the cabin. The sailor was caught off guard and was about to be smashed into pieces by the cannonball. At this moment, a whirlwind suddenly wrapped him and pulled him to the side. The cannonball grazed the body of the sailor and flew over. It hit the partition at the back, penetrated the partition and entered the ship's belly. Then, dozens of cannonballs fell on the deck one after another. Some hit the deck, and some hit the side rails. In an instant, dozens of big holes appeared on the deck, and several crew members were almost killed by the cannonballs. But strangely, before the cannonballs hit them, there was always a whirlwind wrapping them and pulling them away horizontally. As a result, not a single crew member was injured in this round of bombardment, but the warship was smashed into pieces. The crew finally came to their senses and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Get ready to fight back! Stop it!" Rob laughed and cursed, "The ship has been destroyed. What else can we do? I order you to jump off the ship immediately to escape and withdraw to the ship of Duke Madeleine." The crew was stunned and thought, although our ship has eaten dozens of bullets, it only has dozens of big holes. We can still fight. Why should we change our ship? However, just as they thought of this, they saw the second wave of attacks coming. This round of attack was no longer just the solid shell, but a lot of messy magic. A huge flame explosion hit the side of the ship and exploded. The power of the flame instantly ignited the ship. If Rob hadn't immediately used wind magic to blow out the heat of the flame, many crew members would have been roasted in an instant. Then, ice arrows, lightning, fireballs, and a lot of magic constantly flew over, hitting the side and deck like discharged sails. The whole warship immediately had many fires, burning everywhere. Several crew members almost died. If Rob hadn't erected a wind wall in front of them in time, they would have been completely doomed. At this time, the crew also found that the reason why they could still be alive now was that they were protected by the wind magic of Rob Smith. This man had saved the lives of countless crew members by himself. Rob shouted again, jump out of the ship quickly. Go to the ship where Lord Madeleine is. This time, the crew no longer had any hesitation and decisively abandoned the ship and jumped into the sea. As soon as they jumped off the ship, another wave of gunshots came. Pieces of broken wood flew around and flames were everywhere. Rob didn't want to stay here any longer, in case that Madeleine was worried and shed tears. He pulled down a board from the deck and threw it into the water. Then he jumped down, stood on the board and steadied himself. Then a gust of wind blew from behind and pushed him forward. While sliding with one hand, Madeleine and number 2 on the other ship were stunned. They really didn't expect that Rob Smith was so powerful that he was not injured in the wave of magic attacks from the enemy. He even protected all the crew members, and finally escaped in such a handsome way. At this moment, the 5 traitors jumped out of the water and waved their daggers at Rob. The 5 traitors who suddenly jumped out were the 5 spies who had escaped from the ship at the beginning. After they jumped into the water, they happily looked at the warships of Norma attacking the warship. They wanted to see the picture of the warriors of the Kingdom of Gran suffer. They didn't expect that all the crew members of the Kingdom of Gran were protected by this wind magician. Of course, they couldn't let go of such a powerful wind magician. In the future, he would definitely become a threat to Norma. Therefore, the 5 traitors lurked in the water, waiting for Rob to jump out of the water and launch a sneak attack the moment he slid on his board. This move came all of a sudden, which was really a little unexpected. Magicians were most afraid of enemies who suddenly appear close to them. Unfortunately, they met Rob. All of a sudden, he jumped up from his board. His body spun in the air, and a beautiful cyclone leg appeared. The faces of the 5 traitors were hit by their feet at the same time, and they fell backwards. Rob spun in the middle, and he stood steadily on the board after falling down. He even pretended to snort and said, "Who gave you the illusion that I am not good at close combat? As a wind magician, I like to be direct." The 5 spies were kicked so hard that their faces and feet were in a mess. They didn't know why the magician had such great strength. After taking his attack, they felt as if their bones were broken all over their bodies and could not move at all. They didn't know that Rob had shown mercy to them, in case that he would expose his strength if he kicked them into pieces. The 5 spies slowly sank into the water, but before they drowned, the West Gran crew who had just jumped off the boat swam over and stabbed daggers into their hearts. This was a war between 2 kingdoms, and the soldiers would not show mercy at all. Since Rob was not in the position to arrest the prisoners, he had to pretend not to see them. More than 200 crew members swam from the ship to the newly built steel warship. The steel warship with wood texture looked like an ordinary wooden ship, and there was no sail, and only an incomprehensible chimney. Therefore, the enemy thought that this was a broken ship in maintenance without sails, so they did not waste their precious attacking power on this ship. After they got rid of the ship, they cheered triumphantly and turned the muzzle of their guns to the warship that the Church of Darkness rushed to use in a hurry. The cannon and the magic items were fired fiercely, and the fight was very pleasant. The rabbit men who had just stood on the deck and pretended to be innocent were all driven into the bottom of a ship and locked up in case they made trouble for themselves. The real crew of Norma appeared on the deck. These people all looked very valiant, and their style was very different from that of the people of the Kingdom of Gran. The Kingdom of Gran was also called the Magic Kingdom. There were many magicians. Norma, on the other hand, was called the Night Kingdom. There were many rough men in the kingdom, and the whole kingdom was valiant. Moreover, the Kingdom of Norma is located to the north of Fengma continent, the climate is relatively cold there, and the living environment is much harsher than that of the Kingdom of Gran, which made the people of the Kingdom of Norma have a stronger physique, and even the north wind will turn fishermen into pirates. After these people appeared on the deck, the panicking Church of Darkness finally understood what had happened. At the dock, someone shouted, "They are from the Church of Light. Damn it! It's a plot. The despicable Church of Light. Fight! Fight! Where are the Templar Knights? Transfer them here. No one is commanding. The big shots are all dead and badly injured. How many boats do we have left? The dock was in a mess. Countless people in black robes were running back and forth, and then they were shot into the sky by the firecrackers on the warships. Some magicians began to fight back in a hurry, throwing several fireball and ice archery skills towards the warships on the sea. However, this kind of disorganized counterattack was unable to shake the well-prepared enemies. The magicians on the warships used defensive magic to easily block these counterattacks. At this time, Rob had already arrived at the steel warship. Along with him, there were the 200 crew members. They swam to the steel warship awkwardly, and their faces were full of panic. They were not mentally prepared for this sudden attack, and it was normal for them to be stunned. Moreover, their new warship had been burned to ashes just now. It was hard to imagine how low their morale was now. The only thing on the crew's mind was to run away as soon as possible. Seeing that Rob had returned safely, Madeleine breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she was also very happy about the strength he had shown just now. But now, it was not the right time to be around Rob. No matter how much she loved him, she was still the commander and shouldered the heavy responsibility the Queen had given her. Madeleine said loudly, "Everyone, listen to my order, immediately enter this warship and get ready to fight back with it." "What?" the crew sweat. Use this ship to counterattack? Duke, didn't this ship get damaged and need repair? Yes, it doesn't even have a sail. How can it sail? Rob said, "I'll teach you how right away. You can learn and use it now." The crew were speechless on the spot. What should they do now? The captain stood out and said, "Sir, with all due respect, can we fight with our current level? This is a war, not a joke. If we go to the battlefield with our current level, there is only a dead end waiting for us. Rather than forcefully going up to die like this, it's better for the soldiers to escape, keeping behind their own strength. Why can't you learn and use it now?" Rob said. What? What is it? I can't explain it clearly to you, Rob said. Anyway, as soon as a rookie gets on a mobile weapon, he can beat the enemy as much as he wants. Don't tell me that you can't do it. Use your perseverance to overcome it. It's time for you to be the protagonists. The crew were rendered speechless. There was no reason to argue with such a crazy man. Anyway, the biggest order had to be followed. The crew were still soldiers after all. Even if they knew there was a trap ahead, they had to follow orders. At this point, they had to bite the bullet. Rob said, "All the people on board who were in charge of paddling before, go to help the gunner with the cannons and the magic items, sailors should go into the power room to coal the boiler, and the helmsman should continue to take charge of the rudder." Under the command of Rob, the crew moved everywhere. It was a completely strange warship. They were not familiar with everything on it and thought it would be difficult to understand it, but soon they found that many places on the ship were the same as the earlier warships. Because the two ships were made by the same craftsman. The design ideas were the same. Except for the most crucial power system and the sails of the spar, the other parts were similar. The design of the corridor, cabin, helm and so on were similar. It didn't take them much time to find their position. However, the sailors who had been transferred by Rob to work on the steam engine were at a loss. Rob handed them an iron shovel and said, "Lift the coal nearby and pour it into the furnace." Do you understand? In fact, the furnace had already been heated up secretly, because the steel warship had already been secretly prepared to set out, but it didn't run with all its strength before. A few sailors added some coal into it, and Rob also secretly threw a fire wall to control the power inside. In a flash, the power of the steam engine was full. Woo, woo, woo. The whistle was loud. A large cloud of thick smoke spurted out from the tall chimney. Well, look at the fire in the furnace. When it's almost gone, just add more coal. Do you understand? Rob said to the other sailors. That's all? Yes, that's it. just control the fire." Rob came out and ran to the deck. At this time, the situation at the dock was very serious. The several warships sent out by the Church of Darkness to fight in a hurry were all flattened. There was no longer anything on the sea that could contend against Norma's fleet. There were only a lot of messy broken boats and fishing boats trembling in the distance. The army of Norma began to dock and sent troops to land. The sailboat they were driving was very similar to the Spanish sailboat of his original world. A ship could carry at most 300 or 400 sailors, 100 of whom were necessary to drive the sailboat, and the rest were soldiers for landing on the battleship. There were more than 200 soldiers on each ship, and with 11 warships, added up to 3,000. Under the cover of the gunfire of the warships, these 3,000 troops rushed into Lost City. Perhaps they could occupy the city. This city was located in the southwest corner of the continent. It was difficult for the army of West Grand to get this city back in such a short time. Then the Church of Light might open up a branch here, and the following squads would continuously transport soldiers to the two sides of Mondra. West Grand would be attacked from the back and front. Just as they were about to land, a strange warship came out of the Queen's ship factory. The commander of the raid on the warship of Norma couldn't help but look over. What he saw, it was a strange ship without a spar or a sail. It was rowing against the water wheels on both sides of the ship, blowing black smoke as it came towards them from afar. The commander was suddenly shocked. He pointed at the strange ship and asked, "What kind of strange ship is that?" Jonah Gilbert walked out of the room and looked at them. He said, "That was a broken ship pulled back by the warship a few days ago. It was said that there was an accident, so its sails and spars were broken. It was parked in the Queen's ship factory and was waiting for maintenance. Why did it come out all of a sudden? It's strange. How did it move without a spar or a sail? The water wheels? What's that strange thing? How could it move? Don't worry about such a trifle. Just sink it," said Jonah, laughing. "Aim at that strange ship and sink it." As soon as he finished speaking, boom, the strange ship was the first to shoot. A huge lightning as thick as a bathtub shot out from the bow of the ship. "Firk, is that thunder's roar from the Desert Kingdom?" The huge thunder light hit precisely on a warship of Norma. The huge three-sailed warship was not defenseless. There were many magic arrays drawn on it, and some magicians used defensive magic on it. However, the power of Thor's roar was not something ordinary magic array and defensive magic could withstand. With a loud sound, the defenses of the ship was cut through, and the magic defensive arrays were all broken. A huge hole was opened on the side of the ship, and several side cannons were destroyed. The rest of the artillery soldiers were burned black and were down on the ground. The ship shook violently, and dozens of soldiers on the deck accidentally fell into the sea. Damn it! It turns out that West Grand has mastered Thunder's roar. Fight back! Fight back! The crew of the several warships roared. The commander's face darkened. They actually have such a ship. However, Jonah said, "Don't worry. It's just a warship. We have 11 warships. Even if one of them is slightly damaged, it won't affect our overall fighting capacity. Just send a few more ships to attack it randomly, and soon we can deal with that broken ship." The commander thought it over and agreed. He didn't need to worry about a broken ship. He asked the adjutant to wave the flag, and 2-3 ships came up to the strange ship, while the other ships continued to approach the shore, preparing to make a forced landing. At this time, Rob had already stood at the head of the huge steel ship. He had just taught the crew a few words casually. As for the other positions, they could explore by themselves. There was no need to teach them everything all the time. All he needed to do was to let the two groups of people who were in charge of the steam machine and water turbines learn how to use them. He decided to climb to the bow of the ship. The view here was broad and it was convenient for him to watch the battle. The only regret was that he needed a beautiful woman to play with him. At this time, Madeleine came out of the cabin and shouted, "Mr. Rob, come to the cabin. Your position is too dangerous." Rob smiled and said, "Oh, it's just the right time. Come and help me with my pose." "What pose?" Madeleine was confused. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, the short cannons on the opposite warship fired. Dozens of solid iron cannonballs roared towards their warship. Madeleine was shocked. She took out a shield from the cabin and pounced on Rob. The short cannons didn't have a high probability of hitting. Although it was carefully made by the dwarves and was one of the most advanced technology in this era, its accuracy was still very low. It could hardly be used to attack people, but could only be used to attack huge warships. As for where they would hit, it all depended on luck. Of course, Madeleine was very clear about this, but she was worried that Rob was unlucky. What if a cannonball fell on him? Therefore, she pulled out a shield and darted to Rob. She pulled him behind her and set up a shield in the direction of the enemy ship. If he was unlucky and the cannonball really flew over, she could block it with this shield. Seeing that she was so nervous about his safety, Rob was a little moved. He pulled her behind him and smiled, "Don't worry. Let's watch the show." In a twinkling of an eye, the cannonball had arrived at Westwind's ship. Dozens of solid iron cannonballs hit the deck and side of the Westwind ship one after another, but none of them hit Rob and Madeleine. The ones who shot it on the other side thought that they would see the beautiful scene of flying wood, but the result was beyond their expectations. The cannonball hit the side of the ship, but it didn't break. Instead, it bounced back with a loud bang and fell into the sea dejectedly. The cannonball that fell on the deck was more interesting. It fell on the deck with a bang, but it did not pierce the deck into the belly. Instead, it bounced 2 times on the deck, rolled a few circles, and then stopped. Dozens of cannonballs hit the ship, but not even a single hole was made. Only a few small holes were left on the surface of the ship. The soldiers of Norma were stunned. "That's impossible. What happened? What happened to that ship? Why couldn't the cannonball break through it? The deck and sides are all unharmed. What kind of magic array is it? How can it defend against long-range physical attacks? No, there is no magic array that can resist cannonballs. Cannonballs contain so much power. Look, several parts of the ship opposite have changed color." It turned out that the steel ship was not unharmed when the cannonballs hit the body of the ship. The huge impact and friction made a layer of wood texture paint outside the ship disappear, revealing the black steel inside. The soldiers of Norma couldn't help but shout, "My God! It's a ship made of steel. What the hell? That's impossible. How could it be made of steel? How heavy is it? Won't it sink? How can it move?" While they were discussing, Westwind's ship didn't idle away. In a hurry, the crew in fighting position finally filled the short cannons with cannonballs. They shouted, "Sorry, we were too slow. We were beaten by the enemy for a while before we are finally ready." The officer in charge of commanding the artillery soldiers shouted from behind, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and fight back." The short cannons on both sides of Westwind's ship fired at the same time. However, these short cannons were no different from the ones of Norma. They were all ordinary physical cannons, and the big solid iron balls flew over hundreds of miles and hit the warship of the other side. The same scene, but the result was different. The wooden body of the warships couldn't withstand the powerful iron balls. A big hole would be shot out after a single blow, and the cannonballs would penetrate into the ship's bellies, causing pieces of wood to fly into the air. The unlucky soldiers were smashed to death on the spot, and those who were lucky enough not to be hit by the cannonballs immediately fell to the ground, muttering, "God of light, please bless me." The battle between the two sides was fierce. The soldiers of Norma roared, "We can't keep doing this. Magic! Try magic if the cannonball can't damage them." From a distance, Rob saw a bunch of magic items on the deck of the other party. Most of the magic items were in the shape of a box or a cylinder, which was just a very simple magic container with magic. It seemed that the people of Norma's imagination was not enough, so they hadn't made such a magic item with many conditions. The soldiers lit the triggers, and a lot of fireballs, ice arrows and other things flew towards Westwind's ship. However, the ship was not defenseless. When the magic hit the ship, a magic ripple immediately appeared on the ship. The defensive magic array was effective. These defensive magic arrays were not made by Rob. Although he promised to help the Queen build the ship, he did not personally participate in the drawing of the magic arrays, in case his incredible array would cause the power imbalance in this world. Therefore, the magic defensive arrays on the ship were all created by the elven magicians. The magic power of the elven magicians was far inferior to that of Rob, but they were also outstanding enough to make the magic defensive power of this warship far better than that of an ordinary warship. However, they wouldn't distort the laws of the world like what Rob would have created. The magic attacks of Norma was blocked on the spot when it hit these magic arrays. "Let's fight back," Madeleine ordered loudly. "Take out the Katyusha and let the people of Norma see the new magic items of our magic kingdom." On the side of the warship, there were several small windows. The craftsmen in Westwind Holy City had long had the experience of hanging magic items in the outer shell of the steam tank, and it was much easier to hang magic items outside such a huge warship. The small window opened, revealing a bee nest item. The crew of Norma had never seen this before, so they didn't know what it was. But the next moment, they understood. With a series of bangs, the Katyushas began to fire. In an instant, countless fireballs flew towards the warships of Norma. The number of fireballs spewed out at that moment was totally against the common sense of Norma. The first fireball flew to the side of a warship, and a magic defensive array was activated. With a bang, the fireball was neutralized by the magic defensive array, but then the second, the third, the fireball constantly hit and caused ripples on the magic defensive array. The magic power of the magic array was not infinite. It was limited by the magic power of the magicians of Norma and the materials used to draw the magic array. It was not a good idea to draw the magic array on wood, so the endurance of the magic array was also quite limited. After several fireballs were neutralized, the magic defensive cover formed by the magic array exploded and dissipated in the air. Then, dozens of fireballs hit the ships continuously. Norma sent 2 warships to deal with Westwind's ship, but the result was that the 2 warships turned into huge fireballs at the same time. The crew on the ship screamed crazily and jumped off the ships. Then, a group of rabbit men who were not taken care of also climbed out of the cabin and jumped into the sea. Seeing the drowning soldiers of Norma, Rob wanted help, but he is Rob Smith now, he'd better not be too kind to the people of Norma. But when he saw the rabbit men jump into the water, he couldn't calm down. They are merchants. They were forced to join the battle. They are also victims. They shouldn't have suffered the pain of war, so he has to save them. Most importantly, these rabbit men couldn't swim. They were not sea merchants, but merchants from the east through the Silk Road. It was normal that they couldn't swim. As soon as they fell into the water, they struggled miserably. Some of them were weak or injured. They didn't even have the strength to struggle and sank straight into the water. Rob knew that he couldn't get them out of the water at this time, so he quietly waved his hand and threw buffs on the rabbit men one by one. Water breathing, this was a special skill of a great druid in Dark Blade. With this buff, the rabbits could breathe in the water, so that they wouldn't drown. At first, those drowning rabbit men thought they were dead. They held their breath and didn't dare to let the water enter their mouths. But when they couldn't hold it anymore, they opened their mouths to drink water. When they did so, they found that they could breathe in the water. What? Strange. How could I breathe in water? Never mind. Thank God I could survive. The rabbit men wisely sank and hid under the sea. They quietly took breaths under the water, looking at the battle on the water with their pair of red eyes, waiting for the end of the battle. The commander of the army of Norma was a little confused, so was the man standing next to him. The two of them looked at each other and said in shock, "That's impossible." The two warships were destroyed, but their opponents were completely unharmed. They couldn't accept such a fact. The commander was a little confused. A ship made of steel. There is no such thing in your intelligence. Jonah said awkwardly, "I didn't know they had such a monster. Even the spies I sent out didn't know it. This is a new warship that has just arrived. Damn it. What the hell is this?" Jonah thought it over carefully and then gritted his teeth. There is only one possibility. This thing should be from Westwind town. Only that strange town is specialized in producing and making such strange things. It's not the time to trace back where it comes from, the commander said. It's coming. It's rushing towards us. We must stop the landing operation immediately and deal with it first. Otherwise, if he sends out another fireball rain attack on us like the one just now, our troops will be instantly annihilated. Jonah said, "Surround with our remaining 9 ships and fight it together." The commander accepted the suggestion. This was the only thing he could do now. He had to deal with the ship first before he could land. "Surround them and fight," the commander said in flag. "As soon as the artillery stops, we will jump to the side and jump in. Kill all the enemies on it and take the ship." The remaining 9 warships had been landing on the shore, but now they didn't dare to do so. They turned around and rushed towards Westwind's ship. "They are coming. They are coming," Rob said with a smile. "After discovering that my ship is a steel warship, the 9 ships rushed together. This is the correct choice." Madeleine said with concern, "You'd better go back to the cabin. It's too dangerous to stand on the deck." Okay. In order not to make the girl worry, Rob stood at the bow of the ship and pretended to be the leader. He took Madeleine's hand and went back to the command room of the ship. Number 2 and the captain of the warship were all here. The captain of the ship gave a little command to the ones on artillery just now, but when he found that the enemy's warship couldn't even break through with cannonballs, he felt that it didn't matter what he was commanding. He just let the ordinary crew members perform by themselves. Now seeing Rob and Madeleine come back, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Duke, Baron, this warship is so powerful. It's made of pure steel. I didn't know it was so powerful before." "Oh, is it fun?" Rob said, "9 more are coming." The captain of the ship looked at the other 9 warships rushing towards them and was a little nervous. "If I'm not wrong, they will disperse and attack us from several directions. At the same time, there will be several full-sail warships rushing towards us, trying to fight against us." Madeleine nodded and said, "Yes, they will definitely take such a strategy. After all, it is the warship of the Kingdom of Knights, and they are not afraid of close combat. Whether it is the quality of the generals or the soldiers, they prefer the close combat style. And the general and soldiers of our magic kingdom are better at long-range operations." The captain of the ship said, "Once the enemies succeed in catching the rail and the crew come to our ship, we will have no chance of winning." Rob chuckled in his heart, "Why would you be afraid? As long as I'm here, they have no chance to win." But he couldn't say it out loud. He couldn't expose that he was Godfather. He turned to the captain of the ship and said, "Don't worry. There is no possibility that we will be taken over by the enemy. Take the small speaker in your hand and order the whole ship to start mobile operations. Next, add coal and power to the ship. Keep a distance at full speed and fight against the enemy continuously." The captain of the ship was a little in disbelief. "Sir, this ship is made of all steel. It's already difficult for it to float on water, right? How fast can it even be at full speed? I think we can't win against the wooden sailboats." "Hey, can't win? Why don't you try and say it again?" The captain thought for a while and agreed. It was not a matter of whether he could win or not, but even if he couldn't win, he had to do so. Anyway, he should try first. He grabbed the small speaker and shouted, "Power group, add more coal and speed up the ship. We going to start a mobile battle." 9 warships surrounded them. The commander of Norma was looking at Westwind's ship seriously. Jonah stood beside him and said in a low voice, "Commander, don't worry. We still have 9 ships. There are nearly 3,000 soldiers on the ships. As long as we get close, the sailors will swarm it. There is no way for us to lose. I'm afraid that they will run away," the commander said. He also believed that there was no reason for nearly 3,000 people to rush onto the ship and attack randomly, but this experienced commander also understood that if he fell into a situation of 1 against 9, he would not be stupid to let the other side catch their rails. He would definitely run at full speed, taking advantage of the strong defense of his large iron ship. Jonah said, "Run away? Commander, the enemy is made of steel. How can it run fast? Look at it. It was slow just now and staggered over from the ship factory. Its speed is as slow as a tortoise. How can it run faster than our big sailboats?" His words made sense. The commander breathed a sigh of relief. Although the big steel ship was amazing in fight just now, it was moving slowly like a snail. If his sailboat couldn't catch up with them, he might as well jump into the sea and commit suicide. What he needed to do now was to be careful of the gunfire of the enemy ship on the way to their side. The commander gave a series of orders to the warships to be careful of the gunfire and get onto the enemy ship. But what they didn't know was that in the previous round of gunfire, the reason why Westwind's ship ran very slowly, like a snail, was that the crew on power of the ship were all new recruits. It was just a group of sailors who were temporarily made to be the power group. They had carefully tested how to play with the steam machine, but they didn't fully activate its power, or in other words, they didn't even display 1/3 of its speed. However, after the series of crooked sailing just now, the sailors had slightly understood what the power system was. This was not a very complicated machine, unlike computer equipment that required a long time of learning to use. After a short period of study, anyone could use it quickly. As soon as the sailors got familiar with the steam engine, they heard the order from the captain of the ship, "Speed up. We're going to start a mobile battle." "Okay. It's a good chance to see what this ship can do." The sailors were very excited. They cheered up, cheered, go. The steam engine was running crazily, and the huge power was transmitted to the big water wheels on both sides of the ship through the rotating shaft. The 2 huge water wheels suddenly spun crazily. The helmsman on the ship didn't have time to follow the reaction of the power for a moment, and the ship rushed forward with a brush of the ground. Unexpectedly, it rushed straight towards the enemy ship, and he was shocked. At this time, even a fool knew to avoid a fight to the side, and the helmsman of course knew this, so he quickly tried his best to steer away. When Norma's warships on the opposite side saw Westwind's ship rushing towards them, it thought that the enemy's brain was blocked. When they were about to be overjoyed, they suddenly saw Westwind's ship swerve. Its speed was so fast that it was simply inconceivable. It turned out that there was no tall building on the deck of the ship, but a very short one. The design concept was completely different from the current large 3-sailed sailboats. Although the 3 major sailboats of Norma were also equipped with cannons, their design was more inclined to the fortress on the sea. The main way was to collide with the enemy warship, board, and then let the crew jump in to fight. There were tall buildings on these ships, so it was convenient for the soldiers to attack the enemy warships from a high position. The building of the ship was tall, and with the tall spar and sails, the steering was certainly not flexible enough. It was easy to turn over the ship in a hurry. However, Westwind's ship was a short ship. The ship building was very short, without any sails or spars. There was only a chimney, so it could turn flexibly, far surpassing the 3-sailed sailboat. Once Westwind's ship turned around, it would face the army of Norma. This was the most advantageous position in a modern sea battle. Without the order of Rob and Madeleine, the artillery men on the ship caught this rare opportunity. Fire! Fire! One side of Westwind's ship fully activated. In an instant, more than a dozen cannonballs and several katyusha fired at the same time. Physical cannonballs and magic fireballs flew out, which was a very spectacular scene. Norma's troops rushed to the first warship. Instantly, they were hit by several physical cannonballs, and pieces of wood flew in the air. After eating a lot of fireballs, the magic defensive array flashed beautiful ripples, and then it gave up. It exploded into a magic light all over the sky, and then fireballs hit the ship hard, causing a big fire. A magician used the water magic to put out the fire, but a pile of flying bombs hit him continuously. The poor magician screamed and fell on the deck. The fire couldn't be extinguished. The crew on the ship had no choice but to jump out of the ship to escape. The rabbit merchants who were locked in the bottom cabin also quickly jumped into the sea. As soon as they jumped, they were given buffs by Rob to be able to breathe underwater and hit obediently. Rob saw from a distance that a rabbit folk who was jumping into the sea was holding a dead companion in his arms. It seemed that the attack just now accidentally killed a rabbit man. He looked around, but no one noticed him. He secretly threw a shaman's resurrection technique at the dead rabbit man. The resurrection technique of a shaman was different from that of the Church of Light and Darkness. It didn't bring an angel in the sky. Its animated effect was simple, and it ended with a flash of green light. In the fierce battle, he noticed that a rabbit flashed a green light. The dead rabbit man suddenly opened his eyes and made the companion who was holding him jump into the sea yell, but he just let out a cry and fell into the water, unable to scream even if he wanted to. Shoot! Fire! The artillery soldiers of both sides were shouting hysterically, and the cannonballs kept flying back and forth. After the short cannons fired at the same time, the short cannons needed to be refilled again, and the magic items had been emptied, so they needed to replace the magic containers. A short gap with no counterattack. The warships of Norma couldn't let it go. In an instant, the remaining 8 warships fired at the same time, and a large number of cannonballs flew over and hit the steel boat. The magic items also fired wildly, and countless fireballs and ice arrows shot at them at the same time. When the physical cannonballs hit the ship, it was like it was just tickled. After a sound of collision, they were all bounced away by the steel body of the ship, and the ship was completely unharmed. The magic created by the magic items was a little more threatening, but Westwind's ship also had a powerful magic defense array, which was drawn with the support of metal materials and had stronger resistance. Several magic barriers were activated. The fireball and the ice arrows collided with the barriers, constantly impacting the defense array. Fortunately, the magic items of Norma were not their specialty, especially without the powerful magic items like the powerful katyusha. Therefore, their magic attacks were not enough to beat them, and the magic array could hold on for a while. If these arrays were drawn by Rob, he would not care at all. However, these magic defensive arrays were drawn by elven magicians. Rob knew that they could not hold on for too long, so he quickly grabbed a small speaker and shouted, "You can't stay getting attacked like this. Speed up and pass through all of them. Try to avoid the magicians of the enemy to reduce the pressure on the magic defensive arrays." The crew had witnessed the powerful power of the ship when they accelerated and steered sharply just now. Now they were full of confidence. As soon as Rob's order came, the crew immediately began to operate with all their strength. The speed of the 2 big water wheels had risen to the limit. The bow of the boat rose through the waves and rushed out. In fact, the second round of fireballs launched by the enemy ship was a little more advanced. However, the ship suddenly accelerated, and the speed exceeded the opponent's expectations. More than a dozen fireballs missed and hit the sea behind the stern. Damn it! The ship suddenly sped up. The commander of Norma couldn't help cursing. Jonah was also startled. With some doubt, he said, how could a ship made of steel run so fast all of a sudden? It's abnormal. Maybe it's magic, the commander said. After all, it's a warship of the Magic Kingdom. The Magic Kingdom likes to do some strange magic the most. Jonah agreed with his conjecture and said, but it takes a lot of magic to push such a large ship to run so fast all of a sudden with magic. How long does it take to fill up with magic before it can suddenly increase its speed like that? I don't believe that they can keep such a speed for too long. In fact, the commander had the same thought in his mind. Magic power was human force after all, and sometimes manpower was poor. No matter how powerful a magician was, there was no infinite magic power that could be used. Pushing such a huge steel warship and running at such a fast speed on the sea, the magic power consumed must be a lot. It was impossible for the Kingdom of Gran to keep the warship running at such a high speed all the time. Go after him. Go all out, the commander ordered loudly. Go after him. The 8 warships also ran with full power and chased after them desperately. However, no matter how fully sped up these warships were, they were only sailboats. Their speed was not comparable to a steamship at full power. As soon as they chased, the two sides were already quite far away. Then, Westwind's ship suddenly made a horizontal turn in front of them. By this time, Westwind's ship had already readied their second wave of attacks. The main gun of the warship rotated its barrel and fired towards Norma's warships that were chasing after them. Thor's roar spurted out in an incomparably thick lightning. The terrifying Valiant tore the sky and accurately hit Norma's warship that was chasing in the front. In order not to hurt the rabbit folk who were kept in the bottom cabin, they intentionally raised its shooting speed and passed through the tall ship building on the ship. How could the magic defensive array on the ship resist Thor's roar? In an instant, the magic defensive array was penetrated, and a huge hole was made on the ship building, which could be seen through from the side. Then, the cannons and magic items on the side also fired, and the solid cannonballs and the magic fire attacks came together. The magic defense array on the ship had been broken by Thor's roar, so there was no magic array to resist the second wave of attacks. In an instant, the whole ship was on fire. Damn it! Damn it, the commander was so angry that he jumped his feet. We can't win with attacks. Jonah said awkwardly, it seems so. We still have to get aboard their ship. But how did their ship run so fast? Their magic can't last long. We can catch up if we wait a little longer. The people of Norma could do nothing but comfort themselves. They cheered themselves up and shouted that they could catch up with them soon. Then they chased after them as hard as they could. The remaining 7 ships continued to chase after Westwind's ship and fired fiercely. Cannonballs and magic continued to strike at Westwind's ship. However, it was not easy to hit the warship which was hundreds of miles away. In addition, Westwind was a short ship. The ship building was very small and its speed was fast. It was not easy to hit with cannonballs and magic. And even after being hit, the cannonballs bounce away from the steel plate, and the magic was counteracted by the defense magic array. There was really nothing to do against it. The two sides chased after each other and attacked each other repeatedly. Norma wanted to strike Lost City, but they couldn't fight at all, and even in artillery, they were not a match at all. After a while, the commander suddenly found that something was wrong. Why were there only 4 ships left? The other ships were either on fire or had lost their fighting capacity because of the attacks of their opponents. Now they could only help rescue the drowning crew of the ships. Something is wrong. We have to retreat now, the commander suddenly woke up. Looking at the situation, Jonah couldn't help sweating. Commander, if we retreat now, all my years of undercover work in Lost City will be in vain. Our kingdom has prepared for many years. Of course, the commander also knew that this action had been brewing since a few years ago, pretending to say that he had committed a crime, pretending to kill his family, exiling him from the kingdom, letting him come to Lost City, and then using the power of countless spies to help him get his identity and position in the city and sneak into the Church of Darkness. Norma and the Church of Light had done a lot in this great plot. But now, it has been messed up like this by a mere ship. They were really unwilling, very unwilling to let it go like this. However, what could they do? Retreat, retreat, the commander had no choice but to give the order to retreat. As for the many other crew members in the water that hadn't been rescued, he had no time to care. Anyway, most of the soldiers here were civilian or slave soldiers. He didn't feel sorry for losing them. They had to keep their lives. The remaining 4 warships and 2 damaged but still able to travel turned around and fled to the sea. The captain of the ship picked up the small speaker and wanted to order Westwind's ship to continue to chase. However, the 3 people, Rob, Madeleine and number 2, said almost at the same time, "Don't order to chase. That's it. Our army has won a complete victory. How can we not chase them now?" the captain said. "Isn't it better to take advantage of our fast speed to catch up and destroy them one by one?" Madeleine said, "We can't chase them anymore. There are still many soldiers of Norma in the water. After these people swim to the shore, there will be a fierce battle. If we chase the warship of Norma, the situation here will be difficult to imagine." The captain thought it over and agreed. He put down the little speaker. At this time, Rob said, "Madeleine, you and number 2 fight and stay here to deal with the aftermath. I want to borrow a manticore to follow their fleet." "What are you going to do?" Rob said, "The fake rabbit princess is still on Norma's ship. On the 4 ships, many merchants of the Rabbit Kingdom were taken hostage, and they need rescue. Besides, the fake rabbit princess's father is also taken hostage by the people of Norma. I don't know where he is, but I have to take care of this matter." Madeleine couldn't help but praise, "Mr. Rob, you are so kind. You also want to save these irrelevant people." How could she call someone irrelevant? Rob thought to himself, "I'm afraid you don't know the details of my hometown. It's the tradition of us Chinese people to support a person in foreign countries. If he just sat there and watched his hometown being destroyed and couldn't do anything, he really couldn't live up to his conscience. Don't you think it's better for me to be kind?" Rob said with a smile. "Did you think I'm a bad person?" Of course, Madeleine didn't want her favorite person to be a bad guy. She had to say, "But you can't save her even if you ride a manticore alone. I'll go and find out if there's a chance to save her. If not, forget it," Rob lied casually. Madeleine didn't doubt him at all. On second thought, it was obvious that Rob didn't bring the Air Force with him this time. If there was, the Air Force would have been sent out just now. So it would be safer for him to follow them on a manticore. She said, "Then you must be very careful. It doesn't matter if you can't save them. Don't get yourself involved. Just look carefully from the sky and try to escape if the situation is not right." Rob, "Okay, I see. Right, there should be some rabbit merchants climbing up from the water later. You gather the rabbit folk and take care of them. I will talk to them when I come back." Madeleine replied obediently. The warship of Norma had escaped far away. The crew that had just jumped out of the warships that had just been sank swam desperately to the shore. They fought with the Templar Knights of the Church of Darkness. Then, Westwind's ship came to a shore. Rob jumped off the ship. Madeleine then ordered someone to bring a manticore to Rob. Rob rode on the manticore, flew into the sky and chased in the direction of the disappearance of the warships of Norma. The manticore's speed was extremely fast. In a twinkling of an eye, he caught up with the fleet of Norma. Looking down from the sky, he could see that there were only 4 intact warships left in the fleet. He activated his detection skill with a distance of 5,000 yards. Even in the sky, he could clearly see everything on the deck, and even the depressed expressions of the crew members. Unfortunately, he could not hear them. After making sure that there was no one following them, the fleet slowed down. Then, a large group of soldiers gathered on the deck of the flag. Rob saw the commander, 2 people, and several generals. These people seemed to be talking about something on the deck. As he spoke, he threw the hat on the ground and stepped hard on it. Although he couldn't hear the content, he could guess that it was just a self-criticism of his loss. In other words, he should be scolding his steel warship. He had plotted for years, but all his schemes were ruined. Moreover, he had lost 5 warships. It was impossible for him not to be sad. After he cursed angrily for a while, Rob saw a soldier coming out of the cabin, followed by the fake rabbit princess. Seeing this scene, Rob thought to himself, the hostages are useless now. Are they going to kill them and throw their corpses into the sea? But on second thought, Rob felt that they might not kill or throw their corpses away. This was not a group of terrorists, but a kingdom's formal army in the name of the Night Kingdom. The formal army used a strategy to launch a surprise attack that would not harm their reputation. It was called deception. Detaining the merchants of another kingdom to help them. It could also be said to be a national strategy, and it was barely reasonable. However, after the other party worked hard for them, killing the hostages would probably be difficult. People who thought themselves as knights might not be able to do such a thing. Of course, a garbage noble with low moral quality and without the dignity of a knight might still be able to do such a thing. At this time, it all depended on the other party's personality. Rob saw an officer pulling out his sword and pretending to be about to chop off the fake rabbit princess head, but the commander scolded him. The officer put down his sword, and then the fake rabbit princess was pushed in front of the commander and Jonah. The fake princess lowered her head and seemed to say nothing. The commander was talking to her. After a while, Jonah waved his hand and the officer took the fake princess away. Rob thought to himself, well done. Your kindness saved your life. If you really killed her, I would have had to kill you, because people without integrity are not qualified to live in this world. He continued to follow in the sky. The warships of Norma had been sailing on the sea for a long time and arrived at a small island. There was a camp, a small army and a few transportation ships on the island. It seemed that this was a stronghold of Norma that had been operating for a long time and used to attack the sea stations of the Kingdom of Gran. The warships came ashore, and the soldiers got off the ships dejectedly. The rabbit folk on the ships were taken out, and then a group of soldiers in the camp on the island escorted the group of rabbit folk out. The rabbit folk held their hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes, speechless. The rabbit folk didn't know that Rob had used a water-breathing spell to save some rabbit folks that had fallen into the sea. For them, those rabbits were the typical, those who died after being involved in the war. The fake rabbit princess held a rabbit's hand and cried sadly for a while. It seemed that the rabbit folk was her father, but Rob couldn't tell whether it was a male or female from its head or its age. He could only guess that it was a middle-aged rabbit. The commander of Norma ordered the rabbit folk to get on a transportation ship and then transport them to the direction of the northeast of the island. When they arrived at the shore, he left all the rabbit folk ashore. Then he left and went straight back to the island, leaving the rabbit folk standing on the shore in dismay. They didn't even know where they were. The rabbit folk were embarrassed for a while. The fake princess took out a crystal ball from her arms, said something to the other rabbits, and then dialed Rob's number. The next moment, Rob fell from the sky and landed in front of the rabbits. The manticore startled the rabbits, but when she saw Rob riding on it, the fake princess couldn't help but say happily, "Ah, you're here. I just wanted to contact you." She spoke Chinese. The rabbits next to them saw a Western man with black hair descending from the sky. He was wearing nobliac clothes. They wondered who he was. All of a sudden, they heard the fake princess speak Chinese to him, which made them a little confused. One of the rabbits couldn't help saying, "Miss, this is a foreigner. I think we should speak Western with him." The fake princess said, "Although he is a Western-styled man, he can speak Chinese, and his Chinese is very good." It sounds like his accent is mixed with some words of the Shandong territory. Rob couldn't help laughing. He bowed to the rabbits and said with a smile, "Nice to meet you. My name is Rob Smith. I'm a man from the Kingdom of Gran." His words was very standard and made the rabbits feel warm. The rabbits immediately felt that Rob was a good person. The middle-aged rabbit, who was suspected to be the father of the fake princess, immediately made a salute to Rob and said, "Mr. Rob, nice to meet you. I didn't expect to meet someone who can speak Chinese here. It's really surprising. I'm the leader of this trade team. My name is Shang Yang, and the woman next to me is my daughter, Shang Hui." It made Rob very happy to hear the man call him Rob, in Chinese. He hadn't heard anyone call him Rob for a long time. He almost forgot his name. Now that he heard the familiar address and spoke his familiar Chinese, he was really in a good mood. "Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. and Miss Shang," said Rob. "Although you have introduced yourselves in such a detailed way, with all due respect, I can't see any difference in your faces. If you wear the same clothes, I can't even tell which you are, let alone who you are." Well, people in the West always say that we look exactly the same. Well, we are used to it. Shang Hui, why don't you put a wild flower on your head? In case Rob mistook you for a man. Then she squatted down, picked a flower and put it on her rabbit head. Well, there was a flower on a rabbit head. It looked like that there was really no word to describe it. Rob hurriedly turned his head and said, "I heard about your story. It's really a pity. I really feel sorry for you." A tinge of pain flashed across the face of Shang Yang, but Rob couldn't understand the expression on his rabbit face, so he couldn't understand his grief either. Alas! We have been prepared for a narrow escape from death since we came to the western region for business. We can only blame ourselves for such a thing. However, I don't know where we are now, and I don't know how to go home. Rob said, "Your current position is at the southwest corner of Fenghua Continent, the seaside in the north of Lost City. This is the territory of West Gran, and also under the influence of the Church of Darkness." "Hey, did we get here?" He was a merchant who traveled all the way to the south and had a certain understanding of the world's geographical distribution. He had read the big map and immediately understood where he was. He said depressingly, "We were captured by Norma's people in the north of the continent. I didn't expect that they would actually transport us to the southwest corner. How can we get back now?" "Rob, don't panic. It's not difficult to get back. I can get you back at any time, as long as you have a transmission scroll. However, you still have some companions who have jumped into the water from the warships in Lost City. You'd better go back to Lost City first and meet them before you go back." "Are they all right?" said Shang Yang. "I heard from my daughter that their ships were hit by attacks and they all fell into the sea. We are all land merchants, not sea merchants. We can't swim. After they fall into the water, there is only a dead end." Rob smiled and said, "Don't worry. They are all fine. My people have secretly protected them and saved them. At present, they should all be staying in Lost City." When Shang Hui heard that she was going back to the Lost City, she was taken aback. "I was pretending to be a princess there and tricked a lot of people. I don't dare to go back now." "Is that so?" Rob thought about it carefully. This woman was right. The Church of Darkness must hate the rabbit folk very much. It shouldn't be a big problem for Madeleine, however, it was not good for the fake princess to go back to Lost City. "How about this? I'll send you to a safer place. You wait there first, and then I'll bring your companions there. After they arrive, you can go back together." That's really troublesome for you," said Shang Yang. "We met by chance, but you are willing to help us like this. I don't think I need to say anything about your great kindness, so I won't say anything polite. But if you need my help next time, just say it. My family will go through fire and water to do it no matter what happens." That sounded great. Rob liked to hear these Eastern words. He took out a transmission scroll from his pocket and opened the transmission portal to Westwind Town. He smiled and said, "Come in. Welcome to Westwind Holy City." The rabbit folk looked at the transmission portal with doubt. They didn't dare to enter, but the situation they were in before was worse. They closed their eyes and went inside. Maybe the person in front of them really wanted to help them. Soon, the rabbit folk stood on the hillside beside the cemetery of Westwind Holy City. The amiable young man did not follow them, but on the stone stool in the chapel yard, a golden-haired priest waved at them and smiled in standard Chinese, "Friends from Big Tang, welcome to Westwind Town." Ah, another one who can speak Chinese. The rabbit folk were overjoyed and quickly surrounded Rob. Rob began to work hard with simultaneous operations again, but it was not bad. He talked with the rabbit folk and arranged accommodations for them with Elsie. Then he could temporarily relax the operation of the avatar of Godfather and shift his attention back to Rob Smith. When he returned to Lost City, he found that the work here was almost over. Many of the crew of Norma that jumped off the 6 warships that had been hit had been killed by the Madeleine Church of Darkness. The rest of them had surrendered, or had been taken to the Church of Darkness for interrogation, or had been detained by the people of Madeleine. As for the rabbit merchants who had fallen into the water, they hid under the water for a while. It was not until the people of the Church of Darkness finished did they quietly climb ashore from the seaside in the distance. As soon as they went ashore, they found that Madeleine was waiting for them on the shore. Then, the group of rabbit folk were taken to the West Grand military camp outside Lost City. When Rob came back, Madeleine ran to him immediately as if she was asking for credit. "Mr. Rob, I have protected the rabbit folk as you asked. I brought them to the military camp outside the north of the city and didn't tell the Church of Darkness, fearing that they would hurt the rabbit folk." Rob smiled and patted Madeleine on the shoulder. "Thank you so much. You are such a good girl." Madeleine was overjoyed. "I was praised. She was praised. She was praised." However, she was a little curious and asked, "I don't know what's going on with these rabbits. They could actually breathe under the water. I asked them how they did it, but they couldn't say anything. They just knew that they could breathe all of a sudden." There was a rabbit muttering something called, "Blessed by our ancestors." I don't understand what they meant. Blessed by our ancestors? It was me who blessed you. If you force me to be your ancestor, I would be embarrassed. At most, I can only accept it reluctantly. He followed Madeleine to the military camp. This military camp was located outside the city and was in a very remote position. The reason was that the Church of Darkness held the power of the city, and the subordinates of the Queen were basically excluded there. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, even the military camp was built outside the city. There were only 500 soldiers stationed here. At this time, in the middle of this small military camp, a group of rabbit folk were looking forward to their companion's arrival, because Madeleine had already comforted them that someone had gone to rescue their leader. Some of the rabbits were dressed in scaled armor, pretending to be generals, and some were in sailors' clothes, pretending to be rabbit sailors. However, in fact, they were only a group of 5 strong caravan followers. As soon as Rob came, the group of rabbit folk looked at him together. Seeing that he was not followed by the trade group, the rabbit folk were very disappointed. Rob switched to Chinese and said with a smile, "Hello." Ah, a Western person who can speak Chinese. The rabbit folk were excited and quickly surrounded him. Rob smiled and said, "The leader of your trade group, Shang Yang, and his daughter, Shang Hui, have all returned safely. The people of Norma didn't make things difficult for them. They have been released." The rabbit folk breathed a sigh of relief. Many of them whispered, "I was really worried that the people of Norma will burn the bridge after crossing it and kill our people to keep their mouths shut. Fortunately, it seems that they are still people of the kingdom, not a group of bandits." Rob shook his head. Rob said, "The father and daughter, and the other surviving rabbit folk, have gone to a safe place. I'll take you there right now. He knew that Madeleine beside him couldn't understand, so he turned around and said to Madeleine, I'll send these people to Westwind Holy City for refuge. Madeleine blinked and said, I think you are very good to these rabbits. Rob said, my teacher had traveled to the east before. It is said that he had received a lot of help from them, so when he saw that they were in trouble, he wanted to help them. Madeleine said, is there anyone who can even help your teacher? He is so powerful that he can do anything. How could the rabbit folk help him? Is it him who helped the rabbits? Shaking his head, he thought to himself, no matter how strong a person is, there is a process of growing stronger. Who gave birth to me now? That was, of course, a country in another parallel world. No matter which world he was in, he couldn't forget it. Unfortunately, he couldn't explain these things to Madeleine, so he had to say, maybe my teacher has learned a lot of delicious food from the East. For example, sweet and sour fish, soy sauce, soy milk and so on. He might have learned them from the East. Madeleine smiled and said, oh, I see. Your teacher doesn't seem to care much about other things, but he is very particular about food. The rabbit folk taught him delicious food, so he came to extort Elizabeth for money. Huh, that's so bad. Rob couldn't help but smile, that's not a lie. It's just that those things should be worth a lot of money according to their current rarity. After they are produced in a large quantity and become popular, they will naturally be worthless. The Queen knows this very well, so she accepted it silently while complaining to my teacher. She doesn't really blame my teacher for extorting her money. Rob took out a transmission portal scroll. Madeleine couldn't help but sigh, the people who come out of Westwind Holy City really don't take the strategic transmission portal scroll as a treasure. You guys just use it randomly. Rob said, well, that's because of my teacher's willfulness. But he also said that it's not normal to use the transmission portal scroll he made all the time to move fast. It's just a kind of right and interest strategy. When the railway line becomes more and more popular, he will slowly reduce the supply of the transmission portal scroll and let everyone return to the normal way of moving. After making everything clear with Madeleine, Rob opened the transmission portal. The rabbit folk entered the transmission portal one by one, and then saw their compatriots waiting on the other side of the transmission portal. The group of rabbits jumped up happily and hugged each other. A few days later, Rob and Madeleine were ready to leave the city. In this city under the control of the Church of Darkness, there was never any room for West Grand to interfere. The huge loss of the Church of Darkness made them begin to consider how to retaliate. They temporarily let go of their resentment against the new Church of Light, and had no intention of dealing with Westwind Holy City for now. Now they were desperately thinking about how to defeat the Kingdom of Norma. The Pope personally wrote a letter to the Queen, asking her to send troops to attack the capital of Saints as soon as possible, destroy the stronghold of the Church of Light in the Kingdom of Gran, and unify the whole kingdom as soon as possible. And then consider whether to march north directly to the Kingdom of Norma. Of course, the Queen wouldn't agree to such a request casually. Such an important plan was not allowed to be acted on rashly just because of a letter from the Pope. At this time, in Rob's room, Rob, Madeleine and number 2 were sitting around the table, looking at the crystal ball on it. This was the last time they had contacted the Queen before they left Lost City. The Queen said in a regretful tone, Madeleine, your vacation seems to have been completely ruined. After the incident in Lost City is solved, we must start to guard against the secret agreement between the Desert Kingdom and the Night Kingdom. God knows that the Night Kingdom will not suddenly pass through the desert and give us a hard blow. Therefore, I need you to go to Crystal Canyon at the northern border and pay close attention to the movements of the Desert Kingdom, and be ready to face the enemy at any time. Madeleine wasn't a woman who didn't know what to do. At this time, of course, she couldn't fight her best friend. She just replied in a low voice, okay, without saying anything. The Queen said, Rob Smith. Your responsibility of accompanying her will be temporarily put to an end. The Crystal Canyon is just on the alert, and it's not necessarily to fight. It's meaningless for you to go there. Moreover, this time Madeleine is going to take charge of the army, not investigating any fake princess. It's a serious thing to take charge of the army, and you can't bring a man with you. Anyway, your territory is in Stone Canyon. Crystal Canyon is not far from there. If something really happens, I'll give you an order to let you go and support them. Madeleine nodded and agreed. Of course, Rob was willing to accept such an arrangement. Simultaneous operations were exhausting. Now he just wanted to return to Westwind Town as soon as possible, lie on his stone stool, comfortably and lazily. Besides, the Queen suddenly became serious. Rob Smith, you have made a great contribution in the battle in Lost City. I don't want to repeat what you have done. In a word, according to your performance in this event, whether in the aspect of wind magic or wisdom, you have shown extraordinary quality. I think you have made enough contribution and ability to obtain a higher honor, so now I formally grant you the title of Viscount. Hearing these two words, Rob almost cried out, "Wow!" Fortunately, he managed to hold it back before these two words came out, otherwise he would have exposed it. Well, you don't seem to be happy at all, the Queen squinted. No. I'm very happy. Rob quickly pretended to be happy and said, "Wow, I'm so happy to be promoted to a Viscount. It's great." Madeleine and number 2 beside her couldn't help sweating. How could that be happy? It's obvious that you are pretending to be happy. Madeleine hurried out to help Elizabeth. Elizabeth, look at him. He has made such a great contribution, but you just promoted him from a baron to a Viscount. It's inevitable that he will be unhappy. Look, let's raise the reward a little bit and mention the Duke reluctantly. Bang, the Queen pounded on the table and said, "Don't treat the title of the royal position of our kingdom as cabbage without bargaining." In fact, for Rob, even if he became a duke, he would not be happy, because it was meaningless. The title was just a nominal name, like a cloud. What was the use of him getting it? If he really wanted a higher status, wouldn't it be better to be the king of Westwind Holy City? But it was really useless. Madeleine whispered beside him, "Mr. Rob, I think it's good for you to be a Viscount at your age. You should be happy." Well, since Madeleine had tried persuading Rob to be happy. Although he didn't have any reason to be happy, he still showed hapines. Thinking of this, he became happy. With a smile on his face, he said, "Well, I see. A Viscount is really a good position. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." Seeing his sincere smile, the Queen was not angry anymore. Well, let's call it a day. After hanging up the phone, the crystal ball returned to its original state. Madeleine grabbed the crystal ball and put it back into her pocket. Then she turned to Rob and said with a little regret, "It seems that we are going to be separated soon." "Not too far," Rob said with a smile. "You're only going to Crystal Canyon, and I'm in Stone Canyon and Westwind Holy City. There's only a short distance between them." Madeleine thought it over and found it was true. Well, as a hero, there are not so many sad stories about parting. Whether Madeleine or Rob, they are not the protagonists in romantic novels. They don't need to be so sad when parting. Rob hugged Madeleine gently and patted her on the back 2 times. Madeleine gave Rob a big hug and patted him on the shoulder. This was very ordinary Western etiquette. There was no need to be shy. Then, the two of them each got a manticore and flew into the sky. A group of Black Earth Knights flew behind them. They flew through the 2 forests and arrived above Westwind Holy City. Then, the two of them waved goodbye to each other in midair. Madeleine and the Black Earth Knights flew to Stone Canyon in the north, while Rob slowly landed in his chapel, pretending to go back to his room to rest. In fact, he immediately ended the tedious simultaneous operations, washed off his disguise, and returned to his daily life of a lazy priest, paralyzed on his stone stool. In the evening of that day, Rob, who was finally able to enjoy the night wind on the stone stool, received a call from the Queen. The moment the phone was connected, the Queen said calmly, "I'm going to build a new harbor city, which will be built on the seaside in the southwest of Bright Road. Please help me." "Build a new harbor?" asked Rob. "How did you think about this all of a sudden?" "I can't leave the Westwind ship you sold to me in Lost City," the Queen said seriously. "This warship is too powerful. If it is taken away by the people of the Church of Darkness, the consequences will be very serious. I have to put it by my side. Moreover, my only harbor is at Lost City, which is also very bad. I have to have my own harbor to build a real fleet." "Yes, it makes sense." Rob said, "It's better to build a new harbor, build a new ship factory, and place all the new warships in this place. But I just want to ask. Do you have money?" The Queen was rendered speechless. She was very angry. However, the Queen had already guessed what the man would say, so she had already been prepared. After squinting at Rob for a while, she suddenly said calmly, "No money. You want me to help you while you don't have money?" Rob snorted and said, "As you know, I attach great importance to the interests of workers. If I don't have money, my workers won't even do a minute's work." "But since you have money, you can lend it to me," the Queen said seriously. "I will borrow money from you in the name of the kingdom. After that, I promise to pay you back with 5% of the interest every year, including the principal and interest." "Wow!" Rob exclaimed, "Wow! My cutie, you know national debt." National debt, the Queen was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, she suddenly realized, national debt is a good word. Indeed, I am really getting national debt. Then the next question is, are you willing to lend me this national debt? This was a very interesting thing. Their speed of thinking was completely comparable to the speed of economic and technology progress. "You know, I don't have much money. Although I have many ways to make money, I don't use them. I have given all kinds of industries to others, so the money that really belongs to me has never been much." The Queen knew that Rob had come up with a new concept. He usually only earned a small amount of money at the beginning, and then threw it away to other people. For example, the candy-making business had now completely become the business of Llewellyn. The stockings business was now slowly handed over to the Corton family. The football match, it to the Corton family. As for the railway system, it was left to the Queen, the Corton family, and the big merchant, Pobo. He did all the business at once and only did the initial invention and creation without eating the later profits. This was really inconceivable. Rob said, "To put it simply, the money I have now is only enough for one person or a group of people to live happily. But it's far from enough to build a city. Even if I want to lend you money, I can't do it." The Queen was rendered speechless. Rob said, "But, speaking of national debt, I'll give you a little trick. Don't just loan money from me. You should broaden your horizon and put it on the public. In your West Gran, there are a lot of nobles who hold a large amount of money. They are afraid of losing money when they want to invest, so they want to find a stable and basic appreciation method. You'd better ask them to lend you money so that you can develop the kingdom rather than let their money rot at home." The Queen sighed, "You don't know how selfish and short-sighted these nobles are. They would rather keep their money at home than lend it to the national treasury." Rob said, "Don't blame them for this. You can only blame your lack of protection mechanism." The Queen asked, "Oh? What do you mean?" Rob said, "If they lend their money to the national treasury, God knows if they can take it back. What if you turn against them?" The Queen said, "How can the Queen clan's reputation be a game? There is absolutely no reason for us to turn against each other. Reputation is the last thing you can rely on in the world. How is it possible to give a large amount of money because of reputation? Of course, you have to establish an effective system. Therefore, I advise you to make something called a bond." "Bond?" Yes, it's bonds representing the national debt. Rob said, if a bond is made of copper or iron, engrave its value on it. For example, a copper bond token is worth 1,200 gold. Engrave the time when the bond is borrowed, the time when the state recovers these bond, and how much interest it has. All of these are written clearly. How do I prevent it from being forged? The Queen asked directly. Rob smiled and said, just use magic. Don't you have many powerful magicians and strange magic in your royal family? Use magic to imprint the royal family's insignia on the bond, which can't be copied by others. The Queen listened carefully. Rob said, print this bond into many kinds of face value, large or small, and let the nobles buy it. The small face value can even be released to the civilians, so that the ordinary rich families can also buy it. Of course, most of the families won't buy it, but there will always be a group of people who have free money and hope that their free money can slowly increase. They will try to buy the bond. You can receive a large amount of money through these bonds. Hearing this, the Queen completely understood. Great idea. How about I issue the bonds now and sell them for the first 10 years? Hey, 10 years? Who would dare to buy it? Rob said crossly, when it is invented, it's a new product for everyone. No one would dare to buy it casually. If you start on it for 10 years from the very beginning, I promise you won't be able to sell it at all. How long should it be? 1 month. Rob said very seriously, the first batch of debt will be redeemed in only 1 month, and the interest will be paid at the rate of 5% per year. In this way, we can use this short-term debt to raise the interest, so that they can try to accept the debt. The Queen frowned. A month is not enough to lay a foundation for the new city. If I can make such a large amount of money in a month, why should I borrow it from someone? Are you a fool? Rob said, the first batch of bonds won't expire yet, so you can sell the second batch of bonds. The second batch of bonds will be returned in 2 months, and the money sold out of the second batch of bonds will be used to buy back the first batch of bonds. Then, when the 2 batch of bonds are about to expire, you can issue the third batch of bonds, and buy back the second batch with the money sold out of the third batch. The Queen understood immediately. In other words, I will never need to pay back the first batch of debt. I only need to pay interest for this batch of money, and the interest is only 5% a year. I can afford it completely. After the nobility and the public trust the royal family's ability to pay their debt, I can have more. Bingo! Rob gave her a thumbs up and said, my Queen, you are not stupid. You understood immediately. After using this method, you only need to pay interest every year, and the money of the nobility and the rich families are increased by 5% every year. Everyone is happy. Although the Queen was praised in a strange way, she still admired Rob's excellent plan with bonds. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh secretly, this guy is so cruel. He even wants to use the second batch of money earned to pay back the first batch of money. This operation is the same as the idea of the tap water last time, which provides a year's water fee in advance to pay for the first batch of money. It is simply crazy and evil, but there is nothing wrong with it. His proposal was unique in that everyone could be happy from top to bottom. Why were there so many strange things in his mind? This was the limitation of her time. She thought if she got too much, others would get less. However, Rob's thought was ahead of others. He had learned from another world and had passed the test of time. It was an advanced idea that could make everyone rich together. Of course, it was completely different. Although there was a total amount of money, as long as the money was circulated, not stored at home, then the same amount of money could do more things. Got it. I'm going to prepare for the distribution of the bonds, the Queen said. You can help prepare all kinds of craftsmen. The craftsmen produced by your Westwind Technical School are now famous for their bright futures. Although I don't want to admit, I have to admit that your craftsmen are more efficient. It turned out that in the past 2 years, Westwind Technical School had been busy training all kinds of talents. Blacksmith, masons, chefs, tailors, farmers, alchemists, magicians, mathematicians, literature majors, magic item specialists. As Rob got more and more professional people, more and more subjects were opened in Westwind Technical School. Up to now, it was no longer the technical school it used to be. In terms of the number of students, it was far more than the Royal Magic Academy, and in terms of the subjects taught in it, it also had a variety of subjects, far more than the Royal Magic Academy. Most importantly, the tuition here was not expensive. At first, the fees of the first batch of craftsmen sent by the Queen were rather expensive, but later, the local people began to become teachers, and the tuition became lower and lower. Of course, the salary of the first batch of teachers did not decrease, because they had all been promoted to senior professors. They had brought various novel core technology and were worth such a high salary. The low-level teachers taught the elementary classes at a low price, so that the poor people in Westwind Holy City could also go to the technical school, where they could learn some skills and support their families. There were more and more craftsmen coming out of Westwind Holy City, and they were getting more and more famous. Now, many factories on Bright Road would also come to Westwind Holy City to invite a few senior masters to go back to the town to take some of their workers as disciples. A large-scale technology production had begun here. The Queen wanted to build an advanced city from scratch. It was almost impossible for her not to hire craftsmen in Westwind Holy City. There were always some key points that she could not avoid Westwind Town in all walks of life. Unless she didn't want to build the most beautiful new city, but an old city. Rob smiled and said, "Of course I'm willing to do that. As long as I can find some work for the people in Westwind Town, I'm willing to do it. I'll send a lot of craftsmen to participate in your new city. Don't worry." The Queen had a question. "I'm quite surprised. You have trained so many senior craftsmen, but generously let them leave Westwind, run out to Bright Road, or work in other cities. Many of them have already settled in new places, and may never return to Westwind Town. I'm sure that many of the craftsmen you sent to work in my new harbor city will stay in the new city forever, which will lose you talents. If I were you, I wouldn't have let these skilled craftsmen leave. Everyone has their own ambitions. If they want to go far away, I'll just let them go. The world is so big that there are always some people who want to go out to have a look. If I don't let them go, won't it be inhuman of me?" Rob said, "As long as I can cultivate new talents as fast as the speed of the old talents leaving, there is no problem." The Queen listened to him silently. She neither agreed nor opposed. "I see." He hung up the phone. It was tiring to talk to the Queen. Rob crossed his legs. At this moment, a Chinese voice came from behind. "Priest, nice to meet you." Rob looked back and found that it was the leader of the rabbit trade team, Shang Yang, and his rabbit daughter, Shang Hui. Of course, Rob could not recognize them at all only by looking at their faces. The rabbit heads could not be distinguished between male and female. He could only recognize that they were all dressed differently from other rabbits. Shang Yang wore the most luxurious clothes, while his daughter wore women's clothes. Of course, she didn't wear a hanfu, but a Western dress. Her Eastern dress had been changed when the people of Norma asked her to disguise as a princess. Now she was wearing a noble long dress that she got when she swaggered around Lost City. Rob greeted with a smile, "Good evening. Thank you for taking us in, priest. We have been treated well these days. We have finally recovered." Rob said, "It's not a big deal. It's pleasant to have friends from afar. You don't have to be so polite." Shang Yang sighed, "It's amazing. In Westwind Holy City these days, we drank the long-lost soybean milk, tofu, and bean sprouts. We felt as if we had returned to our hometown. It's really a great joy." Rob said, "I like these too." Then he went straight to the point. Perhaps this was the cultural difference between Eastern and Western kingdoms. The Queen had always been straightforward when she called Rob, so when she greeted Rob, she would always talk about food first. Although it was long-winded, Rob liked this very much. "We have recovered, and the fright we have suffered has almost been healed. We can't keep bothering you. I'm here to say goodbye and intend to return to our hometown." "Oh," Rob said with a smile. "Come, I'll give you a transmission portal scroll. You can just open the portal to go back." He put a transmission scroll in the hand of Xiangyang. Holding the transmission portal scroll in his hand, he looked left and right, and then quickly shook his head and said, "I don't dare to admit it. Although I have never used it before, I often come back and forth between Norma and Big Tang. I've heard of it in the border city. This is the strategic transmission portal scroll that the Western countries often use when they transport troops for a long distance. It's so precious, and I dare not accept it." "Well, don't be so formal with me," Rob said. "Do you think I don't know the rules of the East? In the East, when I meet people who are congenial to me, it's natural for them to offer me gold and silver when they go on a long journey." Rob said it casually. He didn't expect that people of Big Tang in this world did have such a normal operation. Rob told him the rules of the use of the transmission portal scroll. Xiangyang quickly bowed to him and said, "You're so kind. So, if I don't go in myself, the portal won't disappear, right? Then I'll ask my daughter to take her servants home first and let them buy some gold and silver jewelry for the priest to repay for saving my life." Rob smiled and shook his head. "No, thanks. Do I look like someone who lacks gold and silver jewelry?" "Well," Xiangyang said, "then what do you want? Our clan will find anything from the East for you." "Well, something I really want," Rob touched his chin and chuckled, "I want Longjing tea." "Huh, Longjing tea? The priest has indeed been to Big Tang to visit. He even knows about the special product of slender West Lake of Yangzhou City, Longjing." The rabbit man made a long bow and said, "This thing is in my house. I can bring it to you as soon as I open the transmission portal. In the future, you can ask for as much as you want. I'm sure you can drink enough." Slender West Lake of Yangzhou? Hearing this place, Rob was stunned for a moment. Did I say the wrong name? Oh, it seems that there is a great difference between Big Tang of this world and the map of my original world. Longjing tea is not enough to repay your kindness. What else do you want? Oh, then I won't be so polite. Rob began to report: candied fruit, sweet-scented osmanthus cake, mung bean cake, 8 treasures congee, glutinous rice rolls with sweet bean sauce, crisp cake. As soon as he said that, his saliva began to flow down. Everything was fine, but after having not eaten these traditional snacks for so long, he had long been crazy about it. Xiangyang was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. "Priest, you are really a gourmet," Rob said. "Don't just talk nonsense. Open the transmission portal quickly and bring these to me." Xiangyang nodded, "Okay." According to Rob, if someone uses a transmission portal scroll, a strange menu would appear in his mind. The menu was displayed with the sketch of cities. It was about the major cities he had been to, such as Lost City, Westwind Holy City, and other famous cities of Norma. But strangely, however, none of the cities in Big Tang were on the list. He was stunned for a moment and said, "Mr. Priest, this transmission scroll is not right. After I used it, my home didn't appear in the menu. I didn't even find a city in Big Tang." Rob asked, "Is that true?" "Yes," Xiangyang said. "There are a lot of cities in the West. They are all cities of Norma and the Kingdom of Gran, but there are none in the East." Rob was speechless. This was a bit unreasonable. Rob patted his forehead, and then suddenly understood that the city that the teleportation scroll could teleport to should first have its waypoint activated. And this waypoint in Dark Blade could only be at the cemetery behind the churches. A city without a church cemetery could not have its waypoint activated, so he could only fly over there. Obviously, there was no church cemetery in Big Tang, so it was impossible to activate its waypoint. It was impossible for him to use the transmission portal to go to Big Tang. It was so embarrassing. Although there were some classes of the East, the background of the game was in the West. There was no eastern city in the map, and the game designer had never thought of this. That's all. Then you can't be sent back home directly. Maybe you can be sent to the border city of Norma first, and then go back through the Silk Road, said Rob awkwardly. Xiangyang shook his head. We don't want to step into the territory of Norma anymore. Rob asked, then what should we do? After thinking for a while, he took out a map from his pocket and put it on the table in front of Rob. We can't go on the Silk Road. The only way we can do now is to follow the ancient T-Horse Road. Ancient T-Horse Road? What the hell? Rob asked. I've only heard of the Silk Road, but I've never heard of the ancient T-Horse Road. The Silk Road is a road from the north to the west, and the ancient T-Horse Road is a road from the south to the west. When merchants of our kingdom are in business with Norma, they usually take the Silk Road, and when they are in business with the kingdom of Gran, they usually take the ancient T-Horse Road. Rob was in high spirits and said, tell me in detail. Please look at the map. The ancient T-Horse Road was set out from Yangzhou City, Slender West Lake, the sacred tea-making place of the Big Tang. It passed through Lijiang, Longyin Town, Chibi and Baidi City, and then passed through ancient Yangtze River Road and Dongwang City. Most of them were extremely difficult to go through. Rob only took a look at the map and felt it was difficult. Although it's difficult, it's the only way for us to go home now, said the merchant. But there's nothing to be afraid of. We can even overcome the desert on the Silk Road, so there's nothing we can't walk on this mountain road. Anyway, we're going to do business in Norma again in the future. So why don't we go through the ancient T-Horse Road and do business with the kingdom in the future as well? Of course, Rob was in favor of the trade group to do business with the kingdom of Gran. He could bring all the food he wanted. However, the second question came out. The original place of the ancient T-Horse Road was the eastern city. This city was located in the territory of East Gran. Now East Gran was their enemy, and there was a fierce fight between Bright Road and the capital of Saints. Even if they could swagger along Bright Road, they might not be able to do the same in East Gran, and they would be blocked by the people of Mandra. How could they go there? It seems that we have no choice but to go this way, said Xiangyang, pointing at the map. Let's go north from Westwind Holy City, first to Stone Canyon, then along the foot of the Black Pine Mountain, to the capital of Saints, and then we go to Dongwang, and we can find the Big Tang merchants on the ancient T-Horse Road. We can go along the ancient T-Horse Road with the other merchants by then. Once we get familiar with this road, we don't have to be afraid anymore. Rob couldn't help but sigh. 108,000 miles. Xiangyang, well, in fact, it's not 108,000 miles. We can go back and forth in a few months. Rob said, that's just a description. Xiangyang, Mr. Priest, I'm afraid that my daughter is only a weak woman. I'm afraid that if she'll go through the mountains and rivers with us and explore the unfamiliar commercial path, it's very likely that something will happen. I want to keep her here. I'll leave a few more servants to take care of her. We'll pick her up after we walk through the ancient T-Horse Road. Rob thought to himself, why do you want to leave a female rabbit here? If your daughter is a beautiful girl in a Hanfu, I will be very happy to see her stay, but I don't think it's a good idea to leave your rabbit-head daughter here. Of course, even so, as a native, it was necessary to help. Rob smiled and said, okay. Your daughter will stay in Westwind Town. It's in good order here and she won't be in danger. Besides, I will help take care of her and won't let anything happen to her. You can just go through the ancient T-Horse Road at ease. He then packed up and prepared his equipment. After they fell into the hands of Norma, they lost all the things they brought with them. Now they had to rely on Rob's help to prepare these things. This time, Rob had helped them a lot. In the heart of Xiangyang, he and Rob Smith had saved his life. He had to repay them generously in the future, but he didn't know how to repay them. Soon, the caravan of the Shangyang set out. Although the rabbits of Big Tang were animals that ate grass, they had strong willpower. They were able to overcome difficulties, and Rob also believed that they could overcome them. No one was more confident in the East than him. That race was an invincible race, and even if they were dispirited for a while, they would definitely revive in the future. Next, Rob had to face the female rabbit that temporarily stayed in Westwind town. Then she walked up to Rob. Unfortunately, Rob couldn't understand the rabbit folk's generosity. She didn't pretend to be a princess anymore, and her behavior had returned to the temperament of a lady from an Eastern family, but her posture was still gentle. "Priest, I have to stay in Westwind Holy City for the time being, but according to my observation in the past few days, there is no idle person in Westwind Holy City. Everyone is working hard. I think I may be able to do something within my ability." Rob asked curiously, "What can you do?" Shang Hui smiled mysteriously, but she found that Rob couldn't understand her expression, so she gave up pretending to be mysterious and said directly, "I know how to make paper." Damn! Rob almost got up from his stone stool. "Really?" "Really?" Seeing Rob's expression, Shang Hui was a little surprised. She had thought that no one in the West knew what paper was, but when she saw Rob's expression, he knew clearly what it was and how much value it contained. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so surprised. Rob was overjoyed and said, "You really know how to make paper." "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to know this." This time, he was really happy. After Rob came to this world, he had never seen any real paper. It's always been made of parchment. As for the cost of the parchment, everyone knew that it was too expensive to be used casually. He had long wanted to learn how to make paper, but the production skill of Dark Blade couldn't make paper, and he didn't know anything about it at all. He had no choice but to give up. He didn't expect to find a person who could make paper now. He couldn't help but ask, "You are a daughter of a merchant. How did you learn it?" "Because there is a paper shop in my house," said the merchant. "My entire family owns the shop. My father is only ranked third in the shop. My uncle is in charge of all the fields in the family, and my second uncle is in charge of the paper shop. My father is in charge of business. My fourth uncle is in charge of making silk, and my fifth uncle is in charge of the tea shop." She said seriously, "When I was a child, I often played in my second uncle's paper workshop. I know the process of making paper, and the several servants left by my father also know this." It was really a treasure. Rob said, "Then what are you waiting for? If you want money, I'll pay. If you want people, I'll give you some. I need the paper workshop to start as soon as possible, right now." Seeing the excited look on his face, she couldn't help asking, "Priest, why are you so eager for paper? Why even ask?" Rob took it for granted, "Manhua. It's boring without it. Parchment is too expensive. I can't use it to draw them. If you can make some paper, I can make a lot of manhua. Ha ha ha. I'll copy it first. Ah. I'll draw a manhua first to start the trend, and then someone will draw them as well. Then I can watch other people's manhuas to spend the day, ha ha ha." "What is a manhua?" Rob chuckled and said, "Well, only when you see it with your own eyes will you know." Then, the construction of the Westwind Paper Workshop began. It was a new factory which was invested by Rob and owned by Shang Hui. The factory was made of cement and all the paper tools were made by the best craftsmen according to the requirements of Shang Hui. Due to Rob's willfulness, when the factory was built, the workers were all equipped with several buffs, and their efficiency was terrifying. Within a few days, the paper factory stood beside Westwind Channel. A few days later, in the morning, Rob had just been lazy on his stone stool, eating bread and drinking sweet soybean milk when he saw Marion Corton come over angrily and sit on another stone stool opposite the stone table. She took out her abacus and began to beat it. Seeing her strange look, Rob couldn't help but ask, "Marion, what's wrong with you? Why are you angry so the early morning?" Marion didn't want to talk to Rob. She rolled her eyes at Rob and continued to calculate. It was fun. Although Rob was not a man with a steel heart, he was a little emotionally intelligent. However, no matter how intelligent he was, he couldn't figure out what the woman was thinking. He just didn't say anything and waited for Marion to tell him by herself. Anyway, a woman would definitely tell him why she was angry after being angry for a while. Sure enough, after a long time, Marion finally spoke. She said pitifully, "Godfather, are you going to abandon our family?" "What?" Rob asked, "How did you come up with this idea?" Marion said, "After that female rabbit came, you'll choose her over us. You don't like me anymore. I'm also a daughter of a businessman. Originally, you only taught me how to calculate by myself, but I didn't expect that you also taught that female rabbit how to calculate. Rob, how can I teach her to use calculations?" "You did though." Marion said pitifully, "When I saw her calculating the construction cost of the paper workshop and paying the workers, she took out an abacus and used it. It was faster than mine." Rob had no choice but to shrug and said, "Hey, don't think too much. I didn't teach her. She is good at calculating. Every merchant in the East knows how to calculate. In fact, the calculations I taught you were learned from the East." "What?" Marion was shocked. "Did you learn it from the rabbit folk?" That's right. After figuring out the reason why Marion was unhappy, Rob said happily, "In fact, every Eastern merchant is proficient in calculating. I'm not a merchant or secretary, and I don't have any professional knowledge in calculations. I only know a little about it. I'm sure that Shang Hui's calculation is better than mine, so it's impossible for me to teach her. She's good at it." Marion was overjoyed, but soon she pouted and said, "But you cooperated with that rabbit when you are opening a new workshop. You don't cooperate with me anymore." "Rob, can you make paper?" Marion, "Well, I know how to make parchment. Let's set up a parchment factory together." Rob was speechless. This made no sense. Rob didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. He said, "Go, don't mess around here. Parchment is not a permanent solution. It has seriously affected cultural development. Only the cheaper paper can be used to spread knowledge and culture." Marion asked curiously, "Isn't the paper workshop you are building with her going to use parchment? Then what will it use?" Rob smiled, "Bark, rags, bamboo, sandalwood skin." Rob said a lot of messy things. Hearing that, Marion was in a bad mood. "Can these things be used to make paper? Why can't they?" Rob smiled and said, "Paper is a kind of fiber." Obviously, Marion didn't know what fiber was. She was confused. Seeing her expression, Rob knew that she was not a person he could communicate to about this technology. He didn't want to continue. He just smiled and said, "You don't need to know the principle. You just need to know the result." Just as the two of them were talking, an old man suddenly ran down the hill. He was white-haired and more than 900 years old, but now he ran very fast. He looked like a child who was going to an amusement park. He ran along the hillside quickly. The two smart archers behind him were shocked and shouted anxiously, "Elder, slow down. Don't fall." Seeing this scene, Rob couldn't help but laugh. The elf elder ran to Rob and wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he found that his breath was uneven and he couldn't speak at all. He had to take a few deep breaths. The elf archers who followed him quickly patted his back. After a long time, the elf elder returned to normal, then he turned to Rob and said, "Great Druid, I heard that you have established a new paper workshop in the south of the town in a joint venture with a rabbit folk. You want to make Eastern paper." "Wow," Rob laughed. The news came so slow. People in the city have already known it long ago. why didn't you hear it until now? I've been buried in writing movie scripts in the tree house on the mountain recently, so I didn't notice anything new in the city, the old man explained. Then he quickly turned to the main topic. I heard that the rabbit folk are in the city. They said that Eastern paper is very cheap, not as expensive as parchment. Even ordinary people can afford it. Is that true? Rob smiled and said, of course it's true. I invested in the construction of the paper workshop. The rabbits are just technology shareholders. Do you think what I'm involved are traps? That's true. The word Godfather was a golden signboard in Westwind town. Godfather was widely acknowledged as he never extorted money from the townsmen, but only brought them all kinds of convenience to them. It had been a long time since the elf elder came to Westwind town. He had already known this point, so of course he had no doubt about him. If there is really a piece of paper at a low price, it will be the blessing of literature. The elf elder was overjoyed. This will make novels and poems spread more widely. Everyone can afford to buy books. This is the blessing of literature. The old man was so happy that his whole body was trembling. Rob hurriedly helped him to prevent him from falling down because of excitement. It would be bad if his bones were broken. You are quite insightful in this respect. The appearance of low-price paper can indeed push the development of the cultural industry. Of course, literature is one of them. I'm looking forward to seeing them. The elf elder was as happy as a child. I want to visit the paper workshop, can I? Well. In fact, it was very important to keep the secret of the technology. Letting others visit the paper workshop was equivalent to letting the technology flow out. Rob hesitated for a moment, but on second thought, he didn't care about it anymore. He would just let the technology flow out. Anyway, this technology had already been spread in the East. It was meaningless to keep it a secret. Moreover, the spread of this technology was good for the whole world, so it didn't matter if he didn't make money in this respect. Rob took elf elder to the paper workshop beside the Westwind Canal. Marion pouted and followed them. The paper workshop was a cement building. Recently, all the new buildings in Westwind town had been built with cement, and there was no need to build houses with wood. Of course, it was limited to the cost and the output of cement. Some houses were not made of all cement, but built with bricks first, and then applied a layer of cement on the outside of the bricks. Rob also knew that this was a compromise under the control of the output of cement. Even in the later generations, many rural houses would be built in this way. In this era, it was a dream to completely change to use cement to build all houses. This method was adopted in the paper workshop. Bricks were built and walls were brushed with cement. The roof was directly made of cement with a pool, which was waterproof. In this way, the roof became a reservoir, which could provide water to the workshop and reduce the pressure on the water supply of the big water tower of Westwind town. Due to the rapid expansion of Westwind town, the big water tower built by the mayor of Westwind town had long been unable to keep up with development. Now Westwind town had begun to be divided into different regions, with multiple water towers built and different water towers serving different regions. It was indistinctly like a big city. Before entering the workshop, the elf elder saw a huge pool near Westwind Canal. The waste water from the paper workshop entered the pool, and then several elf magicians stood beside the pool and constantly used purifying magic on the waste water. He asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Rob said, "You don't know that the matter of making paper has a great impact on the environment. If the dirty water enters Westwind Canal, it will affect the ecology of the river, destroy the fish-raising industry of the cat folk, and even turn the beautiful Westwind Canal into a stinky ditch. I know that the elves love nature most, so I spent money to hire these elves to purify the water. They love nature and are willing to do it. It's good to clean up the wastewater and make money at the same time. So that's how it is." The elf elder glanced at the several elf magicians and said, "The people of our elf clan came here to do this, but no one told me. Do you still regard me as an elder?" The two elf archers behind him, sweating, said, "Elder, we have informed you that it was the great druid who invited our clan's magicians to purify the wastewater and asked for your opinion. When you were writing the script, you didn't even raise your head, but still replied, "Okay, go ahead." Then you ignored us again. The elf elder was speechless. Marion was speechless. The elf elder turned his head and said, "You are laughing at me." Marion shook her head and said, "No, no. I respect the elderly very much. How can I laugh? Unless I really can't help. Ha ha ha." The elf elder had no choice but to shake his head. "Alas, I'm old and have a bad memory. I was laughed at by young people." Rob continued, "It won't take long for humans to be able to deal with wastewater. I'm asking the alchemists to study the problem of using alchemy to deal with the wastewater. In the future, the alchemists will invent a kind of tonic, which can neutralize wastewater into clean water after being poured." The elf elder said, "You are so considerate. When you develop the city, you don't forget to protect the environment. The people, the goddess of forest, sincerely thank you." Rob smiled and said, "Whether you are a believer of the goddess of forest or not, as long as you live in this world, you have the responsibility to protect the environment. After all, this is closely related to everyone's life. Why do you thank me?" As they were talking, they arrived at the gate of the paper workshop. Someone had already entered and reported to Shang Hui. Soon, she came out to welcome them. Now she was not wearing a long dress anymore. When she was in Westwind Holy City, she bought some cloth and made a long Eastern dress. He finally had the taste of a little girl in a hanfu. The only regret was that this little girl in hanfu was not that interesting. Rob said to her, "I brought these friends to visit the paper workshop." "Visit?" Shang Hui was stunned for a while. Then she said in Chinese, "Priest, I'm afraid. I'm afraid it's not good if we do that. Our technology should not be passed on to outsiders." Rob said with a smile, "And you don't pass it on to girls, right?" Embarrassed, she said, "There is indeed such a rule. But my father only has one child, so it's impossible for him to give it to a son, unless he has a son-in-law." Rob burst into laughter. "I know there are some rules in the East, but to be honest, these rules are a little unreasonable. Many skills and knowledge can only be passed down from mouth to mouth because they are not passed down to girls. It's really a pity it's almost impossible for them to spread it out. Even if they don't allow people to visit, sooner or later, some workers will leak the technology out." Hearing that, Shang Hui had nothing else to say. "Okay, let's go inside and have a look." After they entered the workshop, they looked around the production line. To be honest, it was the first time that Rob had visited a paper workshop. In the past, he had only invested a sum of money to add buffs to the people who built the factory. Sitting on a stone stool, he had a remote understanding of the specific process of paper production. It was a good opportunity to learn about the traditional and old technology of the Chinese people. They looked at the direction of the process line step by step and saw a row of big pots at the beginning. All kinds of raw materials were steaming in the pots, and then they were removed and disintegrated into fiber. Then the workers began to make them into a pulp, cutting and hammering the fibers. Next, they picked it up with a bamboo map, so that it would form a thin sheet on the bamboo mat. Then they would dry it under the sun. Finally, they would take off the dried thing, which is a thin piece of paper. The elf elder held a piece of paper that had just been removed, his face full of excitement. He gently touched the strange paper, and his white beard was trembling. He said happily, "Good. You can make such good paper with such cheap materials. My literature. My literature is about to fly. Ha ha ha. Literature is going to fly." Literature was about to fly, but before it would take off, there was one thing that was destined to take off first, and that was Rob's manhuas. Rob grabbed the paper from the hand of the elf elder and said with a smile, "Don't worry. This kind of paper is rice paper, not suitable for writing with a goose feather pen. It's only suitable for writing and drawing with traditional Chinese brushes. It's still early for you to create your literature on it. Now, this thing is only suitable for me to play." The old man had just taken a piece of paper and felt that the tip of the goose feather pen could easily pierce through it, so he had nothing to say. He had to say, "It doesn't matter. I've already understood. As long as you add alum or wax in this kind of paper, you can improve the strength of this kind of paper. At that time, the goose feather pen can also write on it, but the cost will be a little higher. Our race can provide the best elf alchemists to help solve this problem. We guarantee that we won't charge you a penny. For the sake of literature, our race will help at all costs." Rob smiled and said, "That's a later story. Let's see how I play first." He reached out his hand and said to Shang Hui, "Give me a pen." With a smile, she turned around and left. Soon she brought them. Of course, these things were temporarily made. The pen was made of wolf hair, and it was quite high-end. As for where the wolf hair came from, it was even easier. A few days ago, White Moon came to Westwind Holy City to see the big lowly, but before he could say a few words, Rob grabbed and plucked a handful of wolf hair from him. The werewolf general, of course, was very angry, but there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't defeat Rob, so he had to endure it. As for the ink, it was very simple. Rob picked up the wolf hair pen and dipped it in some ink. Then he picked up the pen and hovered it on the paper. Everyone's eyes widened, waiting for his performance. But now, Rob was stunned. He knew his own Chinese painting skill, which was trash. To put it bluntly, it was difficult for him to draw a round line with a brush. He remembered the beautiful manhuas in his mind. He remembered the plots and even some important parts of the drawings, but it was impossible to draw them according to the way they looked before. He was not good at drawing. What should he do? Damn it! It was impossible for him to draw Naruto, One Piece or Death Note. All of a sudden, a ray of spiritual light came down from the top of his skull and patted him on the forehead. Right. His drawings may be terrible, but there was only one manhwa in the world. A copy of One Punch Man. Bald Saitama, let me borrow your story. Rob finished a few strokes. The elf elder next to him only looked at the few strokes and let out a scream, "What are you drawing? What kind of children's drawing is this?" Even Marian and Shang Hui, who didn't know much about art, couldn't help sweating when they saw the first painting drawn by Rob. What the hell was this? So crazy. Regardless of their complaints, Rob continued to paint. He added an agility buff to himself. The speed of his hand holding the brush was as fast as that of someone that was single for 300,000 years. The workers brought the paper that had been dried one by one. Rob used his super fast speed to draw on them one after another. The elf elder next to him kept screaming, "Ah, another children's painting. Ah, another children's painting. It's not art at all. It's a waste of paper." Sweat trickled down Marian's forehead. "Godfather. Although you are incredibly strong in other aspects, such as singing, your painting and other artistic cultivation are simply not good." Even the newcomer, Shang Hui, couldn't help but shake her head. Hearing their complaints, Rob didn't stop drawing. He was quite familiar with the painting of One Punch Man, and the story was like a stream that came to his mind. Of course, he couldn't remember the specific divisions of the story, but he didn't care if the frame of the story was exactly the same, and it didn't matter if the division was a little different. For example, The Lord of the Rings he shot before was different from the original one, but the audience could only see one story after he finished it. Why does it have to be the same as the original? Soon, a thick stack of paper was finished. Rob turned around and said to the audience, "You think I'm a bad painter, don't you?" Shang Hui, "It's rotten." Marian, "It's very bad." Elf Elder, "They are all bad. It's so rotten that it's beyond common sense." Rob laughed and said, "Yes, when I first saw this manhwa, I felt the same, but why don't you look at it together? In other words, the audience would rather die than watch it again. But now, it was Rob, Godfather, they were talking about, the great druid, the uncrowned king of Westwind Town, the spiritual symbol of Westwind Town. What he said and what he did, everyone was willing to know in detail. Marion picked up the rice paper and read it one by one. At first, she didn't find anything special, but after reading more than 10 pages in a row, her expression changed. Although the painting is ugly, the story is very interesting. Really? Shang Hui also came over and took the page number that Marion had read from the beginning. After a while, she said, "This story is really interesting. It's a story about a heroes beating monsters." Huh, heroes are so cute. The two girls turned to Elf Elder and said, "Sir, come and have a look." No, the Elf Elder turned his head and said, "My artistic soul will tremble if I see this kind of children's painting. Just take a look. It's really interesting." "Humph, I will never look at it." The Elf Elder shook his head left and right, unwilling to look at it. Unexpectedly, after a while, the two elf archers behind him shouted together, "This story is very interesting. It's beautiful. I really want to know what will happen afterwards." The Elf Elder was furious. "Don't you know art? You are simply in vain as a member of our elf clan. Let me tell you, the most proud thing of our elf clan is not magic, nor alchemy, nor that useless archery. Those are only alternatives, and they are not presentable rubbish skills. Only literature, painting, music, and all kinds of elegant works of art are the soul of our elf clan. Do you understand?" He snorted, "Even if I have to die, I won't look at this kind of kindergarten painting even if I have to jump off a cliff. Archers, let's go back and immediately study paper suitable for goose feather pens to write and draw on, and then we will make real works of art." The Elf Elder was not joking. For the sake of literature and art, the old man could sacrifice everything. So far, none of the money he earned from shooting the movies had fallen into his pocket, and all had been distributed to the elves. No one would doubt his noble temperament. Soon, several senior alchemists came to the paper workshops. They studied how to make harder paper through the methods of adding wax and other stuff to do it so that they could write on it. Of course, this research would take a certain amount of time, and it was impossible to achieve it overnight. Just as the Elf Elder was studying how to make hard paper desperately, Rob began to play with new things. In the evening, a carver came to Rob's church. He stood beside the stone table and said respectfully, "Godfather, I heard that you wanted to see me for something." This man was one who had helped Rob to make a large model of the capital of saints last time. Of course, he had earned a lot of fees and made a small fortune last time. So when he heard Rob call him, he immediately ran over. Rob took out a page of the manhwa and handed it over with a smile. "Look at this picture. I've finished reading it." He was confused and asked, "What is this kind of children's painting? What do you want me to do with it?" Rob said, "I want you to engrave the thing drawn on this paper on a flat board in reverse like a seal." The carver understood at once. After all, the seal had been invented in this world for a long time. The carver was an expert in this field, and of course he understood it at once. "Godfather, you want to make a big board, and then put ink on it. Then, after you put paper on it, the painting will be made, right?" "Bingo!" Rob said with a smile, "You're quite good. You understood immediately." The sculptor chuckled and said, "Thank you for your praise, father. I don't have any other skills. I've been engaged in this field all my life. So of course I understood quickly." "That's good," Rob said. "Do you have other carver friends?" "Of course. We don't have many people in this industry, but there are more than 10 people in Westwind Holy City, and we all know each other." "Very good. I want all these people," Rob said. "I plan to build a Westwind printing factory. You will be the first director. Other carvers will be hired at a high salary to make plates for me. Let's start to do the printing immediately." The carver had thought that it would be a one-time job, but he didn't expect that he would start a factory. As a man from Westwind town, in the past 2 years, he had seen all kinds of factories and industries run by Godfather. Each factory would make a lot of money, and the people who held important positions in these factories had all made a lot of money. To be honest, it was impossible for him not to be jealous. But he also knew that his own technology was relatively unneeded, and it was almost impossible for him to be needed to run those factories. At most, when a factory needed some decorations, he would be asked to carve them. He would settle his salary for each work, and make a living after a meal. Now that he heard from Godfather that he wanted to build a factory and he will be the director of it, he really was pleasantly surprised. He answered without hesitation, "Oh, that's great. What should we do?" "It's very simple," Rob said with a smile. "You and your friends can make a lot of wooden boards. Then, as you just said, apply some ink on the paper and make the paintings/pictures. Then, you can bind them together and turn them into a book." "Huh." The carver said, "But this is a one-time job, isn't it? Are you sure you need to build a factory for this? If we can't take another such job in the future, the factory will collapse, won't it?" "Humph, who told you that you wouldn't be able to do another such job in the future? Let me tell you, you will be soft-hearted in the future." Rob smiled and said, "You can rent an old house to do the printing first. I'll ask the mayor of White Birch Town to build a printing factory for first. Before the factory is built, you can rent a house to do the printing. I want to see my manhwa printed out as soon as possible." "Got it. I'll do it." The carver went to find his friends. After a while, more than a dozen carvers came together. They took over dozens of thick rice paper from Rob and began the vigorous printing plan after punching the content of the first volume of One Punch Man. A few days later, the hottest time in 1346 came, and the whole Westwind holy city once again entered the time of shorts and short sleeves. All the nobles who pursued fashion wore gaudy beach shorts and short-sleeved t-shirts, just like Godfather, making the whole city look like the lair of bad people. However, these people thought they were wearing high-end and elegant clothes unconsciously. The most irritating thing was that this wind spread along the railway to Stone Canyon, Nonley Village, and even Bright Road. When it spread out again, half of the land was filled with this kind of people. Rob was eating a big popsicle stick on his stone stool when he saw the carver. "Oh, no," now the director of the printing factory ran over and bowed to Rob. Then he ordered several subordinates to put a thin book in Rob's hand. This book was large and a circle larger than A4 paper. In modern times, it was about the same as the start of a magazine. It was printed with thick and cool rice paper. The whole book only had more than 40 pages, so it was very thin. The director of the printing factory said, "As you ordered, this book is finally done printing. There are 500 copies of the first episode." Rob looked through it casually. Well, it was not too much to describe it as crude. It was simply a blind trick. However, since the first book could be printed like this, he had nothing to complain about. After all, this was a technical attempt, and they couldn't be asked to print it at the same level as printers immediately. "All right," Rob said with a smile. "Well, you have done a good job. Then we have no work to do," the director of the printing factory said awkwardly. "No, you still have a lot of work to do." Rob took out a stack of paper and said, "This is the second volume of the Fist. Take it to carve. In addition, don't throw away the boards of the first volume. Prepare to print the second batch, or even the third and the fourth batch at any time. The specific amount to print depends on the sales." After the director of the printing factory left, Rob asked Lillian to call Elsie over. The latter had no battle to fight recently and had nothing to do. He took his 500 soldiers to wander around all day long, except for coming to Rob to bootlick every day. It was a good chance for him to help sell his manhwa. Elsie came in a hurry. Recently, he had nothing else to do, so he just came to Rob every day to ask him to show his respect. It was a big crisis for Elsie. For a man like him who would his best to consolidate his position in his boss's heart, he wished that he could take care of his boss every day. Once he had nothing else to do, he was afraid that he would be forgotten by his boss, be alienated, and finally be kicked out of the center of power. Therefore, it was not a bad thing to have something to do now. He flew to the chapel with his 2 subordinates and stood in front of Rob. He said respectfully, "Godfather, I heard that you have something to tell me, so your loyal subordinate Elsie immediately came and will listen to your orders. No matter how dangerous it is, I will try my best to complete it." "Save it," Rob said with a smile. "You know it won't be dangerous to do something for me. Even if you die, you can come back to life." Elsie pretended to laugh awkwardly. Rob said, "I ask you to sell some books for me. Anyway, you have nothing to do, so you must be willing to do it for me." Elsie patted his chest and said, "Of course. I have been idle for several months since the war for the movie was over. I'm a very diligent person. I feel uncomfortable if I don't do anything, especially if it's for Godfather. Please give me the books as soon as possible." Rob was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. He took out the book of One Punch Man and handed it over to Elsie. "This is the book. This is the sample. Go to the printing factory to pick up the goods. There are still 500 copies there. Take them out and sell them to the town. Pay attention to recommending it to young people. Older people may not like this kind of thing, but young people should like it." Elsie took the book and didn't read it immediately. He first glanced at the lower left corner of the cover, where a line of words was printed, "Godfather's work." He knew what it was, but he pretended not to see it at all. After taking a deep breath, he opened the first page with a devout attitude. When he saw the painting for the first time, Elsie gasped in astonishment. "What is this?" However, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, it was digested in his heart. Then his face turned serious. He said seriously, "Oh my God. What an excellent painting it is. Look at the lines, the brushwork, the exquisite feeling, and the deep meaning. I am deeply moved by it. Only the best painter in the world can draw such a painting. Although I don't know who he is, I know he must be the best painter in the world. This is art. I feel that my heart has been purified. I will buy this book and show it to my descendants." Rob was speechless. The 2 men behind Elsie were drenched in sweat and thought, "Commander, you're so ridiculous. We were really convinced by that." Elsie's affectation shocked everyone. Even Rob couldn't speak for a while. However, Elsie didn't blush at all. He closed the book again and said, "I'm here to see who the painter is." He pretended to look for it on the cover and made an expression of, "Finally found it," pointing at the Godfather's work in the lower left corner of the book. He said, "It turns out to be the work of Godfather. No wonder, no wonder. Just now, I was wondering who in the world can draw such beautiful painting. It turns out to have been drawn by Godfather. Alas! I should have thought that besides you, there will never be another excellent painter in the world. Damn it!" Rob kicked him away and said, "You're bootlicking too hard. The book is selling the story, not the drawings." Elsie stood up from the ground with a dirty face. "Of course it's a first-class story. How touching it is. What touching story. It's an invincible story." Rob scolded, "Fuck off. Go and sell the books. Don't exaggerate here." Elsie turned around and ran towards the printing factory as fast as he could. His 2 subordinates were sweating all over. After a while, they caught up with Elsie and said awkwardly, "Sir, you seem to have flattered too much. Even we know that you are bragging. Will it have any effect? Godfather may be angry." Elsie laughed, "What the hell do you know? It's obviously not good to flatter him. As long as Godfather knows that I've tried my best to please him, he will understand that I'm a very obedient subordinate. That's enough. As for whether I'm on point or not, who cares?" The 2 men were rendered speechless. They had to learn it. However, the two men immediately found that they couldn't learn it. They were not as thick-skinned as the commander, and ordinary people really couldn't learn such a crazy licking method. Half an hour later, with a group of armed soldiers, wearing shiny steel armors, Elsie walked up to the street of Westwind Holy City and stopped a young man who looked like a little rich man. The young man was suddenly surrounded by a group of armed soldiers. He was really shocked. Elsie reached out his hand to take something from under his cloak, and the young man thought he was going to pull out his sword to chop him. He shouted in horror, "This is Westwind Holy City. Godfather is kind and loving. The army can't bully the good people at will." As soon as he finished shouting, Elsie pulled out a book from under his cloak. "Brother, do you want to buy a book of One Punch Man? It's from Godfather." The young man was rendered speechless. After a long time, he calmed down and asked, "Is it the work of Godfather?" "Yes." Elsie chuckled and said, "Do you want a book? It's very cheap. Look at the price on the back of the book. It's set by Godfather himself. Ordinary people can afford it. I don't charge a penny more from it." The fact was that the price was different from the factory price, but the young man didn't know how much money he could earn by selling it. The young man looked at the price and asked curiously, "The book is so cheap?" "Elsie, because it's not made of parchment, but the latest Eastern paper with low cost." "Well, since it's the work of Godfather and it's cheap, I'll buy one." The young man took out dozens of copper coins and bought a book. As soon as he opened the first page, he shocked by the aura rushing towards him. On the spot, he grabbed Elsie's arm and said, "You told me that this children painting style was created by Godfather? You are slandering Godfather. Aren't you afraid of death?" Elsie said, "Don't you know who I am? I am the most loyal subordinate of Godfather. How can I slander him?" The young man thought about it carefully and thought, "That's right. Even if the whole world has been sentenced to death, Elsie won't. He is the most famous bootlicking freak in Westwind Town. Well, let's carefully see what the book has drawn." A few minutes later, the young man jumped high and asked, "What about the second volume?" "I want the second volume." Rob's Mahua slowly came into the public view under Elsie's selling. At first, no one wanted to read this damn book. After all, the style of painting was too strange. At this time, the printing quality was not stable and the printing quality was not uniform. Sometimes a book was printed very well, but most of the time, it would become worse because the ink would destroy it. However, it was the work of Godfather. With Rob's golden signboard, the people of Westwind Town were willing to endure the terrible painting style and read the book by force. They didn't know if they could read it or not. But it was really wonderful to see that the story was so interesting. Even modern people who had read countless novels, cartoons, and movies would be thrilled by the story, let alone these less knowledgeable aborigines. It was the first time that the common people of Westwind Holy City would come into contact with this type of story. When they saw the story of this incredibly powerful main character playing cute, they really thought it was beautiful. Soon, the 500 copies of the first batch were sold out. Elsie hurried to the printing factory and ordered the second batch. This time, he didn't want to be stingy with 500 copies. Instead, he directly printed 1,000 copies and continued to sell them. In the end, the books were mostly sold to the young people above 10 years old and under 20 years old in Westwind Holy City. And between the age of 20 and 30, the popularity had reached 80%. However, the popularity of people over 30 years old had declined sharply, but even so, their sales had reached 8,000 in the end. For a city with a population of less than 30,000, it could be said that it was sold to the limit. At noon, Rob finished his lunch and sat on his stone stool lazily. With a brush in her hand, Suafa sat next to him scribbling on a rice paper on the stone table. What she was drawing was the 6th volume of One Punch Man. After making the first 3 volumes, Rob became lazy. However, the interest of the audience had been aroused, and it was impossible for him not to continue the story. Even if he was Godfather, readers who do not see the updates will rebel. Helplessly, Rob had no choice but to take a compromise. He told the stories and would let Suafa draw them. Anyway, she was good at forging documents and model handwriting. It would be great if she could represent Rob. However, even if she was good at falsifying handwriting, it was difficult to perfectly copy the painting style of the first 3 books. This painting style was simply embarrassing. It took her several days to copy it. At this time, while drawing the 6th volume, she said, "The documents I forged before were all beautiful and exquisitely painted parchments. Why do I have to draw such a strange thing here now? I have worked hard since I was a child." Rob laughed, "I have no choice. You are my maid. Who else can help me if you don't?" Suafa angrily made a gesture of contempt to him. When the two of them were quarreling here, Marion came, followed by a housekeeper of the Corton family. The housekeeper used to work on Bright Road with Marion's father. It was rare to see him come to Bright Road, which surprised Rob. "Oh, why is your housekeeper here?" The butler bowed to him, but he didn't say anything. He gave the precious opportunity to speak to Godfather to her miss. Marion took over and said, "I asked him to come here. I want to sell something in Westwind town to Bright Road." "Oh?" Rob asked, "What?" Marion chuckled, "Your manhua." Rob, "Yo." Marion replied, "Although your drawings are really ugly, its story is really good. I think that the young people on Bright Road will also like this story, and there are hundreds of thousands of people over there. I will sell it by train and make a lot of money. As long as the first book is sold well, I can sell it for a long time later. Since cheap paper appeared, there will be many books in the future. Maybe we can open a bookstore." Rob gave a thumbs up to Marion and said, "That's great. Your talent in business always makes me look at you with new eyes. That's good. I think your idea in this bookstore is great and you can do it. Although there are not many books to sell now, as long as you get ahead of them, it won't be long before a large number of books appear. By that time, your shop will become famous and can become the leader of this industry." Marion got his approval and smiled sweetly. She asked the housekeeper to order the goods at the printing factory, but she sat down at the stone table, as if she was going to muddle through the afternoon here. Rob smiled and gave her 2 more math problems, leaving her alone. Time passed slowly in the afternoon. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when the weather was the hottest, a group of people suddenly ran down from the hillside. The leader was the elf elder, who was inexplicably excited and ran very fast. The 2 elf guards were frightened and kept shouting behind him, "Elder, slow down. Don't fall." How could this old man slow down? Instead, he ran faster. In the blink of an eye, he ran to Rob and handed him a piece of paper with a smile. Rob took it in his hand and looked at it. It was amazing that the white paper was thrown out and the back of it was covered with wax. It felt hard to hold it in his hand. He touched the paper and found that it was a little hard. It was not the kind of paper that would spread easily with ink. "What do you think?" The old elf blew his white beard triumphantly and said, "A senior alchemist of our elf clan, coupled with the paper craftsman of Big Tang, worked this out in a short time." "Ha ha ha. You are indeed very smart," Rob said with a smile. "I knew you will succeed sooner or later, but I didn't expect that you would succeed so soon. Now it's very convenient for me to finish my book." "Ha ha ha," the old man said with a smug face, "Your inexplicable manhwa sold so well, which is beyond my expectation. But this also shows how eager people are to read. Here is a desert of literature, and someone must stand out to save the people's withered hearts. I'm going to start writing, to write the best book, to satisfy everyone's pursuit and yearning for literature." Rob said, "Why is mine inexplicable? It's a good story." The old man shook his head and said, "I also read it afterward. The story is too simple. It lacks depth. You have repeatedly used strong strength, but there is no deep meaning at all. This is not real art. Just wait and see. I will use my pen to create real art for you to see." The old man's speech made Rob laugh. "Wow, real art?" "Yes," the old man snorted and said, "profound, touching and thought-provoking literature is real art, of course, the drawing art should be the same. I think these things must have a soul, so that they can really be liked by the public." "Yes, yes, sir, you are right," Rob said, "then go ahead with your creation. I am looking forward to it." The old man was still stubborn. Last time, after he gave a hard review of Rob's children's paintings, he didn't expect that it would be sold out. He always felt that he had to take out something decent, or he would feel a little embarrassed, so he eagerly wanted to produce a manhwa of his own, and took out a goose feather pen on the spot. "I'll write it here. After I finish, I'll go to your printing factory to print it." Rob showed his support with a smile, and then stood behind the elf elder to watch him write it. The book was named Forest Covered in Black Pine Trees. The old man was full of emotions. He wrote word by word, and Rob read it carefully. Not to mention, this old man was really good at literature. The words could be called beautiful, and every word made every scene beautiful, but such a beautiful price was that there was no plot. He wrote thousands of words and was still sketching. It depicted the beauty of the forest over and over again. Rob was speechless. After the scene was written with 5,000 words, the old man finally asked the hero to appear. A melancholy middle-aged spirit, who was more than 400 years old, with the vicissitudes of life and an extremely awkward character, appeared on the stage and watched everything around from the perspective of the middle-aged spirit. He had feelings for a tree leaf, he had feelings for a tree, he had feelings for a bird. He had feelings for everything in the world. Rob was speechless. The old man raised his head and chuckled. "What do you think? My book is profound, isn't it? It deeply analyzed the love, hatred, awe, and sadness of a poet for this forest." Rob covered his face with his hand and asked, "Where is the plot?" "What?" the old man asked, "don't you see the name of my book? Forest Covered in Black Pine Trees. This book is about my comprehension of the forest, and my deep feelings for the forest. What kind of story do you want? You don't need a plot at all." Rob was speechless. This was embarrassing. Rob wanted to retort, but he didn't know whether he should. After thinking it over, he decided not to say anything. Even if he said the truth, some people just couldn't bear it. However, the elf elder was very satisfied with the result. He continued to write madly for a while. Although he was old, he was really fast in writing. On that day, he wrote 20,000 words by hand, which made Rob admire him for no reason. He was awesome. Rob only knew an author before on a novel site. He was very diligent. But he could only write no more than 10,000 words a day, but he typed on a keyboard, not by hand. The speed of the elf elder's writing was too great. A few days later, the elf elder came to Rob with a thick book named Forest Covered in Black Pine Trees. "Huh, my literary work is finally completed. I'm sure it's a book that everyone will read." Rob had no choice but to put it bluntly. "Yes, it's a good book. It will surely be sold out." The elf elder said, "I'm going to your printing factory now. How about 5,000 copies first?" 5,000? Rob was startled. "Hey, old man, you'd better be smarter. Look at my manhwa. There was only 500 copies printed for the first batch. Yet you're starting with 5,000. Won't it be too much? If it won't be sold out, you will suffer a great loss." "Look at what you said," the elf elder said. "Didn't you sell almost 8,000 copies of your manhwa in the end? This book is profound and has a soul. It's better than your manhwa anyway. Since yours sold 8,000, it's a piece of cake for me to sell 10,000 copies of this book. I'm only printing 5,000 copies for the first batch. I'm already very cautious with this." After saying that, the old man turned around and walked towards the printing factory. While walking, he said to the elf guard behind him, "Go and bring all my money to the printing factory to print books." Rob was speechless. Well, this old man is just like a newcomer who has never written an online novel. He doesn't take the quantity seriously. He's the "my books are invincible" type. For this kind of person, persuasion was useless. Rob covered his face with his hand. A few days later, the first engravings for printing on hard paper was successfully made. The words on this type of engraving were very small and thin, because they were written with a goose feather pen. Many lines could be printed on a piece of paper. It was impossible to print such words on rice paper, because the ink on it would easily spread. If the ink spread to the side, the whole word would become ugly. However, the hard paper developed by the elf alchemists and the rabbit craftsmen was different. The ink on this kind of paper wouldn't spread, and it could print very small words and wouldn't spread. The quality of this kind of paper was extremely superior. But of course, the cost was also higher. The elf elder used more expensive paper to print 5,000 copies. Both the paper workshop and the printing factory earned a lot, and the workers were very happy. But the elf elder was not that happy. Forest covered in black pine trees, which he had done his best, was thrown into the street miserably. Although the whole elf clan had come out and tried their best to sell it for him, only a few hundred copies had been sold. His first batch had a total of 5,000 copies, and more than 4,000 copies are currently piled up at home. The loss of blood had cost the coffin that the elf elder had worked so hard to save. In the end, only a few young men from the nobility and literature sector greeted him as well as the mountain of books in their house. What happened? After a deep self-criticism and crazy research, the elf elder concluded that this year's audience was too young. His book could only be read by the older generation. A few days later, in the evening, Rob sat in front of the crystal ball and looked at the queen opposite the crystal ball. The queen, who used to be dignified, had a silly face today. While flipping through the books in her hands, she thumped the table and laughed. This is a weird painting. No, I'll laugh to death, too weird. A hero is a bald man. Ha ha ha. Rob, hey. As soon as he opened his mouth and was about to protest, the queen suddenly stopped smiling and turned back to a serious face. Recently, there have been nothing attacking you, so you began to make such strange things again. How bored are you? Rob shrugged and said, even if something is attacking me, I'll still play with something inexplicable. It was reasonable and convincing, and even the queen had nothing to say. She took out another book from the side. It was Forest Covered in Black Pine Trees, which was well wrapped and had more high-end paper. She opened it gently and said, in fact, I prefer this book more, but I've heard that it can't be sold out at all. The Corton family doesn't dare to sell it too much either. They only brought 200 books along to Bright Road, and only 200 of them haven't been sold out. Yet your manhwa book is not only sold out in Westwind, but also on Bright Road. She concluded, it seems that this elf elder has made the same mistake as I made for my movie. Rob smiled and said, well, do you already know what mistake you made in the movie? I strayed from the public masses. The queen stopped after only saying these words. She didn't like to criticize herself in front of others. If it weren't for Rob, she wouldn't even bother to say these words. Hearing the queen's words, Rob was happy. In fact, being an oasis in a desert or talking about domestic affairs are both art. They are profound, elegant and straightforward. They are also arts, but they are just expressed differently. We just need to know clearly what kind of audience we are facing when we are creating art. I respect the elf elder, who is dedicated to art. The only mistake he made was to make a mistake about his literary and artistic orientation and audience, so he printed a few extra books. The queen said, I thought you were going to mock him, because he once mocked your manhwa. Rob laughed, no. I won't mock him, because I also think my manhwa is a children's painting." The Queen was rendered speechless. "Before the hard paper was invented, I could only do this kind of children's painting," Rob said. "Because I knew very well that at that time, I could only do this kind of thing. But now there is hard paper, I may be able to turn the manhwa that looks like a child's painting into a very exquisite manhwa. Do you want to send a professional painter to me and help me draw an exquisite One-Punch Man?" "No," the Queen said seriously. "My painter needs to serve me. I'm going to start working." "Yo!" Rob said, "You are going to? You need a painter? Are you going to produce a book?" The Queen shook her head. "I found that this kind of cheap paper is very suitable for the promotion of national knowledge, so I plan to make some important production methods into picture books and then send them to every city. In this way, those remote cities can also get knowledge through books. I have even thought of the first batch of picture books to be spread out. I have already figured out the production methods and diagrams of the water wheel, the production methods and diagrams of the railway system, the production methods of sugar and..." In a twinkling of an eye, she said a lot of things. Rob was happy to hear that. "These are all my work." The Queen squinted at him. "What? You don't want me to turn these things into books? Do you still need to charge a patent fee?" Rob shook his head with a smile and said, "No, I'd like to see you put these things into a book, which is much more reliable than word of mouth. To be honest, I really hate the way of mouth-to-mouth technology inheritance, because this method is not very accurate and prone to change. If we're not careful, important technology will be lost to the world. For the major principle of being responsible for the whole world, it's better to keep useful knowledge in books." The Queen nodded and said, "Well, since you agree, my merchant will go through the transmission portal to later and order them from your printing factory. Can't you just take the train? Why do you have to go through the transmission portal?" Rob said, "I'm telling you, it's wrong to rely too much on the transmission portal. I set up this transmission portal between Bright Road and Westwind Town Inn to deal with emergencies, not to let your royal business men go through it easily." Since Rob said so, the Queen had no choice but to give up. They had agreed that they couldn't pass through the transmission portal without Rob's consent. Therefore, as long as he didn't agree, the Queen couldn't send anyone to go through the portal randomly. So she had to take the train. But she couldn't help but ask, "Why do you have to invent something like a train even though you can open such a convenient transmission portal?" Rob smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you this question before? Do you remember the big firebox of the iron furnace?" The Queen suddenly understood. Back then, Rob had used a magic item to provide high temperature for the iron furnace, while the Queen was unwilling to use the expensive magic treasures in this place. She had sent a few fire magicians to refine iron before. She didn't expect that when Mandra attacked Bright Road, she had exhausted all of their magic power, which had caused their furnaces to stop for a while. Later, Rob asked her to study the furnace without magic. It only used the structure of the furnace to provide the high-temperature furnace technology. To put it bluntly, it was to save labor and turn what was originally done by people into technology to solve it. After a series of efforts, the Queen's furnace no longer needed magicians. With the help of the furnace heating technique, she could refine iron ingots with only coal, so that magicians could use their own abilities in a more precious place. Rob smiled and said, "Although it seems that it's very convenient for me to rub magic scrolls with my hands, in fact, one day I will not be able to move, or even if I try my best to rub it, I won't be able to let everyone in the world enjoy it. However, the train can run forever, so everyone in the world can enjoy the convenience it brings. I have to make the world get used to using the train, and slowly forget my transmission portal." The Queen accepted what he said and asked her people to take a train to Westwind Holy City. Then she hung up the phone. Rob finally had some free time, but it was already late. When he was about to go to the hot spring, another person came into the yard, wearing priest's clothes of the new Church of Light. It turned out to be Eddie. This man was originally from the old Church of Light, who worked together with Elsie to assist the Archbishop of the church. After the video of the Church of Light colluding with the demon appeared, he came to Westwind Holy City from Bright Road and joined the new Church of Light. Then he became the right-hand man of Little E and played a very important role in the development and growth of the new Church of Light. Now the new Church of Light had developed very well, which could even cause fear to the Church of Darkness. They had even sent killers to kill Rob, thanks to Eddie. Without him, only Little E and the two little girls could not have scared the Church of Darkness like this. However, his current position was very low. He was just a priest of the new Church of Light. However, he didn't show any dissatisfaction with this low position. Instead, he acted diligently and honestly, trying his best to help Little E develop the new Church of Light. Besides Rob, there were all women in the church. Eddie was smart and sensible. He didn't live in the chapel. Instead, he found a house outside and would go to the chapel every day. Therefore, it was strange that he didn't come until midnight when Rob was about to take a bath. As soon as he saw Rob, he put on a serious attitude and said, "Good evening, Godfather." Rob couldn't help but ask, "It's very rare for you to come to chapel in the middle of the night. What's up?" Eddie said, "I was reading the book named Forest Covered in Black Pine Trees by the elf elder at home just now. When I read it, I suddenly thought of something that is very conducive to the development and growth of the new Church of Light. So I came to talk with the Holy Nun." "Holy Nun?" Rob was stunned for a moment. "Who?" Eddie chuckled, "Of course it's Yisher." Embarrassed, Rob asked, "When did she become a holy nun?" Eddie said seriously, "It was me. In order to distinguish her from other nuns and make the believers feel that she is great, we can stick to the guidance of the Holy Nun and follow the steps of the God of Light to lead a happy future." Well, Rob definitely couldn't get such a shameful nickname. Only these Middle Ages people could be shameless enough to give people such a nickname, and only silly Little E would accept such a nickname. It was absolutely impossible for him to change it. As soon as he thought of this, he heard Eddie say, "Godfather, I think it's a little imposing to have that type of nickname. Look, we'll change your name from now on to call you the Holy Pope. What do you think?" "Go to hell." Rob kicked Eddie in the face and said, "Don't talk nonsense here." At this time, the girls in the chapel had already heard the sound outside. Little E hurried out. It was late. She had just taken a shower and was about to go to bed to read. At this time, she was wearing a tube nightdress, not the nun uniform she had worn in the daytime. As soon as Eddie saw her, he bowed to her and said in a low voice, "Holy Nun, I thought of a way that can make our new Church of Light develop faster, win the support of the people, and make the people believe us more devoutly." "Oh?" Little E was interested in this topic and quickly listened carefully. Eddie said, "Today I saw the forest covered in black pine trees, and I suddenly thought of something. I suddenly thought, why don't we print thousands of copies of the New Light Bible like this? Books made with this new paper and new printing techniques are much cheaper than those handwritten on parchment. Even the elf elder, the poor pedant, can afford to print 5,000 copies, and many believers in the New Light Church have given us countless money. We can use this money to print books, print thousands of beautifully bound New Light Bibles, and distribute them for free to believers so that they can read and recite it at home at any time. Isn't that nice?" Hearing this, Little Ye's eyes lit up. "Ah, this method is really good." However, as soon as she finished her words, she turned to look at Rob, revealing a look of inquiry. It was obvious that she still wanted to hear Rob's opinion on this kind of matter, because everyone knew that Rob was an extremely far-sighted person. He knew what was right and wrong, and the final result, often before he started to do it, Rob could guess. He was as great as a prophet. Rob gave her a gentle smile and said, "Good. I think it's feasible." As soon as he opened his mouth, it was settled. The two of them were overjoyed at the same time. In fact, they could feel that Rob wasn't keen on spreading church stuff at all, and he even had a slight rejection to it. They had thought that Rob wouldn't support them completely, but they didn't expect that he would agree so quickly. However, Rob immediately added, "It's free of charge, so of course it's excellent. The poor can also have books to read." But have you ever thought that most of the poor can't read? Little E and Eddie were rendered speechless. Rob continued, "So, after you give out the Bibles, I'm afraid you have to add an extra obligation, that is, to teach these believers to read. I advise you to hold a reading class for the Bible, and choose 1 or 2 days a week to gather the poor who can't read. Listen to you teach the Bible, and let them each hold a new light Bible. You can read it word by word, and at the same time, they can also learn to read it. In this way, everyone can read the Bible at home." Little E and Eddie too agreed. It was indeed a good plan. Little E hurried back to her room and picked up a book made of parchment, the thick New Light Bible. She went to the printing factory immediately, but Eddie didn't go with her. He stayed and stood quietly for a while. When she went far, he approached Rob and said in a low voice, "Godfather must have a deep meaning in doing things. Now I finally understand." "Oh?" Rob smiled and asked, "What do you mean?" Eddie said respectfully, "The reason why you support us to spread the Bible is that you want us to teach everyone to read and write." Rob laughed and said, "Wow, you know now. I have to kill you to keep your mouth shut then." Eddie also laughed. He was not afraid of being killed to keep his mouth shut. Godfather was not such a person. He bowed respectfully and said, "I think I already know what kind of role Godfather wants the church to play. I will guide the new Church of Light well and let it become what Godfather wants to see." Rob, not bad. I like smart people very much. Good luck then. Rob always did things in style. He would be the first one to take action, like he's making an example. Then he would stop and let others continue to do it. It was the same when it came to issuing books. After finishing a manhwa, Rob didn't do anything else. He even stopped drawing them himself and let Suafa do it. However, his demonstration effect was incomparably great. Soon, the novel, Forbidden Love, by Nolan came out. It was about a noble at the border who fell in love with a beautiful girl and desperately pursued her. However, the ending of the story was very dramatic. After a romantic and sweet night with the protagonist, the girl suddenly married his brother. The story suddenly stopped there. The crazy ending was so ridiculous that no one could understand it. In the end, the novel was only sold 200 times, and the reputation of Nolan was also bad. It was called Expert on Feeding Shit by the people of Westwind Holy City, and they swore that they would never read novels written by him again. However, Nolan didn't care at all. Instead, he looked very proud. A month after the novel was released, Nolan's nephew, Kanti, who was studying at the magic school on Bright Road, suddenly ran back from school. He had a private chat with Nolan in a small dark room for an hour. No one knew what they had talked about. They only knew that when he came out of the room, his eyes were red, as if he had cried and was a little angry. He kicked a big hole in the door of the manor, threw a lot of things in the living room, and then ran back to Bright Road. After hearing about this, Rob left his stone stool and sat down in Nolan's house. He asked him about the result of the matter. The answer was, it was really difficult to deal with a child in their rebellious period. It was just a rebellious episode. Then, a large number of books printed out. These books were immediately collected in the library of the royal family, and more books were sent to the whole West Gran. The governors of every city had to take these books as the imperial edict instructed them to learn. Then, the New Light Bible, which was delicately packaged and printed with the most high-end paper, came on the stage solemnly. It was all printed by the New Church of Light Savings, and it was distributed to the believers free of charge. At the same time, they also organized 2 reading classes every week. In this reading class, Eddie organized many young priests to kindly teach everyone to recognize words, one by one. The New Light Bible contained everything. As long as a believer read it through, he would learn more than half of the common words people use. Those who were quick to learn had the most basic cultural knowledge in a flash. All the townsmen in Westwind Holy City began to improve their cultural level. Of course, education was a century's work, and Rob didn't expect it to be done in a short time. He just took the New Light Bible and would let people learn and grow bit by bit from it. This was not something that could be done by 1 or 2 generations. Rob estimated that he might not be able to see the obvious improvement in of the whole world. However, he couldn't give up just because he couldn't see it. Of course, just as Rob was doing these messy things silently, the world situation did not stop changing. Lost City. In the headquarters of the Church of Darkness. In the dark chapel, the Pope was in a black robe. He looked like a skeleton. He was sitting upright on a chair, and on both sides of him stood an archbishop in a black robe on both sides. There were also several other archbishops and bishops, who were listening outside. This was a very important meeting of the Church of Darkness. Even the Archbishop in Bright Road, who should be far away in Bright Road, attended the meeting through a crystal ball. The Pope sat still and didn't say anything. A cardinal beside him said, "Everyone, it has been several months since the last surprise attack of Norma to Lost City. Our church has suffered a great loss this time. It took us several months to finally clean up the mess. I think you all understand that this matter can't be settled like this. We have to ask the Church of Light for compensation." The rest of the clergy nodded and said, "That's right. Blood must be used to pay for the blood debt. The disciples of the Church of Light must pay for what happened last time." The cardinal, who had spoken earlier, said, "The Pope has ordered to transfer all the warships that are sailing outside. The port of the Lost City has been filled with the army of our church, but our current strength is not strong enough. The Church of Darkness had always been weaker than the Church of Light. The Church of Light and the Kingdom of Norma were born together. To be honest, the Kingdom of Norma was the Church of Darkness, and the Church of Light was the Kingdom of Norma. However, the Church of Darkness was not so lucky. They had always been unable to influence and control a kingdom. Not in the former Kingdom of Gran, and still not in West Gran. What's more, even if they could control West Gran, they couldn't control East Gran. Only half of the strength of the Kingdom of Gran was not enough to compete with the Kingdom of Norma. Everyone present was clear about this. "Our fleet is not that powerful," the Pope finally opened his mouth. "We need more powerful power, so I plan to order that kind of steel warship from Westwind City." He didn't want to call it Westwind Holy City, so he called it Westwind City. The archmages present whispered and discussed, "Order a steel warship? Of course it's excellent. We saw it last time. That warship is so powerful. Yes, one ship defeated 11 ships of the Kingdom of Norma. If we have 2, we can fight with Kingdom of Norma. But that ship is from Westwind City, which is very troublesome. Your Eminence, Westwind City is now making a great promotion of the faith of the new Church of Light, and giving people the New Light Bible for free, completely ignoring our Church of Darkness. The assassination last time happened as well, but we didn't take any action afterwards. Now we suddenly go to buy a warship from them? Won't it seem strange?" There was actually an expression of displeasure on the Pope's skeleton-like face. He said, "Westwind City is indeed a trouble for us. One day, we will have to kill that strange priest, or the new Church of Light will definitely become a threat to us. However, this is not a conflict with ordering a warship. We can order a warship from him while looking for an opportunity to kill him. These are 2 unrelated things, aren't they?" The summer of 1346 was very fast. Of course, time itself was neither fast nor slow. It always maintained a standard speed, moving forward step by step. The reason why it felt so fast was that in this summer, nothing big happened in Westwind Holy City. There was no army or monsters coming, and the whole world seemed to have entered a harmonious state. Only literature, painting, poems and movies were developing at full speed. In the afternoon, Rob lay on his stone stool and happily looked through a manhwa. This was not the one-punch man he made. This manhwa was drawn by a West Grana painter from Bright Road. It is called A Soldier of Bright Road. As its name implied, it was a story about a soldier at the gate of Bright Road. From a soldier's perspective, it was about several battles that had happened on Bright Road in the past few years. Including the battle between the Queen and the White Lion Knights, the battle of recapturing Bright Road, the battle of Mandra attacking Bright Road, and the battle of the Monster Army attacking Bright Road. In fact, this soldier didn't play a big role in any of these battles. He was just a scumbag who ran around following the order of his boss. The manhwa was mainly about the soldier's daily life after the war, laughing with his family and neighbors. Of course, this manhwa wasn't one of the best sellers. Whether it was manhwa, novels, or movies, the most popular theme was always the battle theme of fighting and killing. However, this manhwa was better out early. After seeing Rob's manhwa, the painter immediately began to make it by hand. Just like Rob, he took out all his savings to print 200 copies in the printing factory, and after selling them out, he used the money earned from selling to print a few hundred more copies. After doing this over and over again, he actually sold 4,000 copies, which made him a small amount of money. This also opened up the craze of customized manhwas. Many people in Westwind Holy City were preparing for their own manhwas now. Of course, they all have a little money and can afford to print the first few hundred copies. The really poor people can write stories if they are good at painting, but they cannot afford to enter the industry. Rob laughed ridiculously as he looked through the book, A Soldier on Bright Road. Suafa shook her head and said, I really don't know what's so good about this manhwa. It's all about his trifles at home and next door. I got sleepy when I read it. I didn't expect Godfather to be so happy. Rob smiled and said, that's why young people like you always fight and kill. Why not watch a person's daily life? Hey, you are also a young man. Don't talk in an old and arrogant tone. Lillian walked over and said with a smile, in fact, I also think this manhwa is very beautiful. I'm afraid of fighting and killing. I'm very happy about the little things about life in this manhwa. Rob gave Lillian a thumbs up and said, Lillian and I are the most compatible. At this moment, Elsie ran in from the outside. When he saw Rob, he immediately bowed and said, Godfather, an uninvited guest has come to visit you. Oh? An uninvited guest? Rob said, a person who can be labeled as such by you must be the Church of Darkness. Elsie exclaimed with admiration, Godfather is so wise. Rob, wisdom is a negative word now. It is forbidden to use it on me in the future. Although Elsie didn't understand why it was a negative word, he kept it in mind immediately. He would just do as he said in the future. He didn't have to figure out the reason. He said in a low voice, a cardinal of the Church of Darkness brought a group of followers to Westwind Holy City. Everyone can come in and out of our city at will and don't pay any tax. We won't even investigate their identity when they enter the city. However, these people ran to the gate of the city and insisted on reporting their identity with the guards. They said that he was a cardinal of the Church of Darkness and wanted to see you, as if they wanted you to go out to welcome them. Rob was overjoyed to hear that and said, why do they have to put on airs to enter the city? Elsie also smiled and said, yes, it's too exaggerated. Maybe he thinks that his identity as a cardinal of the Church of Darkness is very great. He is only a level under the Pope. Even archbishops are one level lower than him. Guess what they are doing here, said Rob. Elsie rolled his eyes and said, they're here to ask for benefits. At the same time, they want to find our weakness, which is unfavorable to us. Rob gave him a thumbs up and said, Elsie, I'll leave him to you. It was obvious that he wouldn't welcome them. Back then, the Queen had sent a group of skilled craftsmen to teach skills in Westwind Town. Rob had personally greeted them at the gate of the city, but this time it was a cardinal of the Church of Darkness. Rob wouldn't bother to welcome them. Elsie, of course, understood. He chuckled and said, I see. I will deal with the Church of Darkness. Well, Rob waved his hand and said, be neither humble nor pushy, and treat them with respect. I believe you can control yourself. Elsie bowed and led his men to the gate. A few minutes later, Elsie arrived at the southwest city gate of Westwind Holy City. At this time, Westwind Holy City was already a big city. It covered a very large area, and there was no city wall on some parts of the place. It was impossible to build such a wide city wall to envelop the entire city. Moreover, it was not like it was a core city like Bright Road or the capital of Saints. Westwind Holy City was an open big city, so the so-called Southwest City Gate was actually not a city gate at all. It was just an inspection entrance of a road. A group of people in black cloaks were standing at the entrance of the road. There were about 20 people. The leader was an old man in his 50s. He was wearing an expensive black robe, and there was an embroidered statue of the god of darkness on it. The people behind him were wearing much worse clothes. Obviously, this was the cardinal. Elsie walked up to the cardinal with a smile and learned Rob's usual tone, welcome to Westwind Holy City. Humph, the cardinal snorted coldly. He was a little resistant to the term Holy City, but he didn't lose his temper here. He looked at the armor on Elsie's body and said, you are not godfather of Westwind City, right? If I'm not mistaken, you should be Commander Elsie. Elsie chuckled and said, yes, I'm Elsie, the most loyal subordinate of Godfather. The cardinal was a little dissatisfied. That man didn't come to welcome him in person. He just sent an officer to send me away. He really didn't take him seriously. I'm a cardinal. Even the king of a kingdom wouldn't dare to neglect me. However, a person in a high position like him was not young. He would not easily show his anger on his face. Instead, he did not show any uncomfortable expression on his face. Instead, he revealed a smile. The famous Elsie, your personal guard team, has shown a strong fighting ability in the battle against the monster army. We have heard of it in Lost City. Elsie smiled and said, what fighting power? It's nothing. It's all given to me by Godfather. So, where is this Godfather now? The cardinal asked. I came to Westwind City this time to discuss business with him. Elsie immediately put on a serious face and said, Godfather is currently busy with government affairs and can't get leave yet. You can follow me first. Let's find a place to rest and have a cup of tea. When he finishes his work, he will see you. In fact, Rob was looking at a manhwa on his stone stool, smiling ridiculously. The cardinal smiled and said, since Godfather is busy with government affairs, of course we should wait until he finishes his work. There's no hurry at all. Elsie led the way with a large group of soldiers, followed by 20 people from the Church of Darkness. The two sides talked and laughed as they began to visit the town. A black-cloaked man whispered in the ear of the cardinal, Your Highness, if we stab him from behind when he is off guard, the personal security team of Westwind City will lose their leader and they will be in chaos. The cardinal shook his head and said, Don't be silly. As long as that man doesn't die, Westwind City won't be in chaos. It's useless to kill Elsie. If the man is resurrected, he will be alive again. The black cloak man nodded and left. The two sides continued and looked around Westwind Holy City. The cardinal looked around. He had only heard about the mine, iron factory, technical school, sewers and dwarf factory from intelligence before. After all, Westwind Holy City was an unsuspecting city. Anyone and any spy could easily come in and walk around. Whatever they wanted to see, they could see, except the most important core technology. However, what he heard from the intelligence was still different from what he saw with his own eyes. When he saw iron ore pulled out from the mine one after another and a large tank of iron poured out of the large furnace, he was really shocked. When he saw the train moving more than 1,000 people away, he was shocked again. And when he saw a warship half made in the factory, he was really shocked. Sure enough, This was the kind of ship that had been used to defeat the warships of Norma before. Now, they were actually making a second one. Moreover, the second ship was obviously bigger and more powerful than the first one. It seemed that after accumulating the experience of the first ship, Westwind City had the ability to build a larger warship. The Cardinal was stunned. This was a game Elsie learned from Rob. In a word, it was to show the enemy how strong they were. They should let the enemy see how powerful their weapons are, so that the enemy did not dare to look down upon them, then the enemy would not dare to bully them casually. It had to be said that the effect was excellent. The subordinates behind him had thought that he would make a scene at any time, but after circling in Westwind Holy City, they had no intention of making a move. They randomly pulled out a few strong weapons such as the steel warships and steam tanks here, and if they made a scene in the city, they would definitely be in trouble. If they really wanted to be an enemy of Westwind Holy City, they had to use the power of Thor's roar. If they don't beat the city in one hit and they manage to retaliate, then Lost City would definitely not win. Of course, he had to suppress her intention of making trouble. Of course, they were also very careful to observe the development of the new Church of Light in Westwind Holy City. Without this city, it was impossible to really understand the new Church of Light. When they arrived here, they found that the new Church of Light had almost occupied the whole city. It seemed that everyone here could say a few words of the New Light Bible. They could even give out a Bible to every household. Many people could read it. Although they didn't seem to know much, such a degree of reading shocked the Cardinal. These were civilians. They could even read to such a level. How could it be so unreasonable? After they toured the whole Westwind City, it was getting dark. It was not until then that Elsie finally brought the group of people to the chapel. The first thing they saw was the Chapel of Darkness. As soon as the night fell, a group of cat folk were moving at the entrance of the Chapel of Darkness. The cat folk were a race that had reversed day and night. They liked darkness. They were born to be loyal to the Church of Darkness. As soon as he saw the cat folk, he felt happy. He quickly walked over and saw number 8 and 2 little dark nuns who were talking about the Dark Bible with the people of the Cat Clan in the courtyard outside the chapel. The Cardinal stood aside with a smile on his face, expressing his relief for this holy preaching scene. However, something unpleasant was about to happen. After listening to number 8, the members of the cat folk race stood up and said goodbye. Then they ran to the new Chapel of Light next door and began to talk with little E and the 2 little light nuns. Why? He quickly jumped to number 8 and whispered, "How did you teach them? Why are the members of the cat folk going to the new Church of Light? Only the cat folk would not go to the new Church of Light. They are a race that loves darkness." Number 8 glanced at him. He didn't want to talk to him, but since the Queen hadn't broken up with the Church of Darkness yet, he still had to pretend. He pretended to be respectful and said, "Your Excellency, it's not my fault. In Westwind City, the churches are not allowed to interfere in the free spread and faith of other churches. They are not allowed to maliciously slander other churches, and they are not allowed to interfere in the government affairs of Westwind City. In a word, they are not allowed to interfere with others. These cat folk want to learn reading and writing, so they went to learn the new Bible of Light from the people of the new Church of Light, but I can't do anything about it. If I pull the cat folk and try to stop them, the Church of Darkness will be driven out of Westwind City." The Cardinal froze and then his head swelled up 2 times. He had heard of the rules of Westwind City. There was no rejection between the churches here, and those who didn't accept it had to get out. The Church of Darkness didn't want to lose the heavily populated Westwind City, so they had to accept the rules set by Rob and teach others without affecting other faith. He frowned and thought for a while. Then he said in a low voice, "Hire more people. We also need to have classes to teach people to read the Dark Bible. We can also do what the new Church of Light can do. We can't let the cat folk be taken away like this." Number 8 thought to himself, "If we do this, I'm afraid you'll fall into the trap of Godfather. He wants more people to teach people to read for free. Anyway, he doesn't care if the believers of the new Church of Light will be taken away. In his opinion, he has no interest in managing the affairs of the new Church of Light at all. What he cares about is only the spirit and soul of the people, and whether they can develop healthily. At this time, the cardinal finally saw the legendary man. He had blonde hair. He was very handsome, and had a very good figure. He was as beautiful as a piece of art, and his perfect body was flawless. He couldn't even see an extra mole on his body. He didn't know how God had made such a perfect person. However, he was wearing very casual clothes. His priest clothes were a mess, and he sat very casually. He was reading a manhwa in his hand, laughing ridiculously. Is this the legendary Godfather? I really can't see it. But he was not a fool. He was in his 50s and had climbed to such a position. He had already known that one should not judge a person by his appearance. It was not easy to judge a person's strength by his appearance. Only children with poor experience would make such a mistake. With a very serious attitude, he walked up to Rob and said with a smile, "The actual leader of Westwind City, Godfather, nice to meet you. I'm from Lost City, and I'm a cardinal of the Church of Darkness." His position was so high that it was completely appropriate for him to talk to another leader on equal footing. Some of the small leaders even had to talk to him as if they're lower. So he said it confidently. Rob put down the manhwa in his hand and smiled, "Oh, welcome to Westwind Town. I just heard from Elsie that you are here, but I was busy with government affairs, so I had to ask Elsie to show you around the city. Do you mind?" "Of course I don't mind. I have gained a lot from this visit. I didn't expect that Westwind City is so powerful, which has broadened my perspectives." Rob glanced at Elsie, who was standing next to him, and thought, sure enough, he knows what I meant by asking him to receive the cardinal. I want to show our strength to the enemy and nip the enemy's thoughts of making trouble in the bud. He said to the cardinal, "I don't like to beat around the bush. Be straightforward. Why did you come to Westwind Town to see me at this time?" The cardinal said, "Here is the thing. Not long ago, the kingdom of Norma launched a plot against the Church of Darkness. You have also heard some news about it. The Church of Darkness suffered a great loss from this attack. Fortunately, the Queen's new warship was parked in her ship factory at Lost City at that time. In a hurry to accept the challenge, with its powerful strength, it drove away Norma's fleet. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Rob said, "Oh, I know a little about it. Of course we can't just take a big loss without paying back, so we are going to declare war on Norma. Although the strength of our Church of Darkness is far inferior to that of the Kingdom of Norma and the Church of Light, we can't be weak in momentum. So, we want to order a warship here, which is the same kind of steel warship as last time." Rob, wow, so you came to buy a warship? Yes, to put it simply, we need to buy a ship. We also know that this kind of ship costs a lot of money. In addition, we have to use a strategic teleportation portal to transport it to the seaside after it is built. It must cost a lot of money. Even an ordinary priest doesn't have the authority to deal with such a big matter, so His Excellency specially sent me to deal with it. Are you considering how much it will cost? Rob smiled and said, "You haven't asked me if I would like to sell it. I heard that you are a greedy man. You like to find work for your craftsmen the most. How could you not sell it?" Of course, what he said on the surface was, "We are willing to pay more, 20% more than the one ordered by the Queen." The price was really high. And to add 20%. The poor Queen asked Rob through the crystal ball, pounding the table with Rob to lower the price. However, the Church of Darkness was rich, raising the price by 20% from the very beginning. Of course, it didn't mean that the Church of Darkness was richer than the Queen. It was just that the Queen had to manage the whole kingdom, which required a lot of money. She couldn't recklessly use the money to buy warships, but the Church of Darkness didn't need to care about people's livelihood, kingdom development, education and culture. They just needed to spend money to make themselves stronger. Rob looked up at the sky. At this time, it was already dark, and the moon had slowly lit up in the sky. After looking at it for a few seconds, Rob lowered his head and smiled. "I'm sorry. I can't sell this ship to you." "What?" The cardinal was stunned. "Why?" Rob smiled and said, "If you want the train and TV panels, I'll sell them to you right away, but not the warships and tanks." "You don't sell weapons?" "Exactly." Rob smiled and said, "Weapons are good things to protect our kingdom when they are in the hands of a good person, but if they are in the hands of a bad person, they are great killing weapons, which will cause disaster to our lives. I have to be responsible for every weapon I make. We are good people." Rob looked at him and didn't say anything. He didn't need to argue with him and let him think about it. The cardinal looked at him for a few seconds and then he realized that he was not a good person. Well, in fact, he also knew that he was not a good person. He knew what kind of person the senior leaders of the Church of Darkness were, didn't he? However, he didn't care about the so-called good man. In his opinion, Rob was also a ruler and a senior leader. It was impossible for him to care so much about the business object as he said, whether good or bad, or the exchange of benefits. "You once sold a warship to the Queen," said the cardinal. "Our Church of Darkness and the Queen are partners. Of course you can sell it to us." Rob smiled without saying a word. How could selling it to the Queen be the same as selling it to the Church of Darkness? By comparison, the Queen represented a serious kingdom. Officially, it was a dignified business for the Queen to buy Rob's warships. The Church of Darkness was just a small organization in this kingdom. Selling a warship to the Church of Darkness was like providing weapons to an organization. He shook his head with a smile, and then continued to look at the cardinal with the same eyes as before. After a few seconds, Rob suddenly said, "Sell you weapons, so that you can kill me with it?" The cardinal was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately came to his senses. He shook his head and said, "How is that possible? Our Church of Darkness has always been friendly to Godfather, and has no intention to harm you at all." Rob squinted at him and said, "Really? Even if I made the new Church of Light? The Church of Darkness and the Church of Light are different. Look, we get along well with the people of the forest and the people of the desert. We have never tried to harm them. We are a kind and friendly church. Shouldn't you at least hesitate?" In fact, Rob really wanted to spit it out directly, but he didn't like to make trouble by force. Since the other party didn't intend to break up with him, he didn't want to force the other party to break up with him either. That was not the lazy way. He just continued to smile and shook his head. "Anyway, I won't sell it." He wanted to say more, but at this time, a cat at the door of the chapel suddenly poked its head and saw many people sitting in the yard, including a cardinal. He was frightened and quickly shrank his head, trying to retreat. However, at this time, Rob was in a state of, "I don't want to talk," he needed to find something else to distract him. When he saw the man show up, he immediately said, "Elsie, call that man over." Elsie replied and soon brought the man over. Rob looked at the cat up and down carefully. It's a spotted cat with a pair of sharp ears and a pair of very ordinary cotton clothes. His clothes were not very new or old, not like the kind for poor people, but not the kind for rich or average cat folk either. When he stood in front of Rob, he bowed and said in a low voice, "Good evening, Godfather," then he quickly bowed to the other man beside him. He was so humble that he couldn't even recognize that the man in front of him was a cardinal. He only knew that he was a big shot, so he said, "Hello, sir." This call made the cardinal feel like he was in a lower position. The cardinal was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh, but he also smiled at the cat folk. "Hello." Rob smiled and said, "You seem to have something you want to tell me. Why were you leaving right after you poked your head?" The cat folk said awkwardly, "I saw that you seemed to be very busy." "It's okay. I'm not very busy," Rob turned to the cardinal and said, "Right? The cardinal had no choice but to say, yes. What do you want to say first? The cat finally plucked up the courage to pull out a thick stack of paper from his arms and placed it on the table in front of Rob. Godfather, I drew a manhwa, but I don't have money to print it into a book, and only the original draft is here. I want you to sponsor this manhwa for me. You can take half of the money. What do you think? Rob was happy to hear that. I see. The cat man, I promise that this manhwa is very interesting. Hearing this, the cardinal beside him couldn't help feeling bitter. Oh, my God. I'm here to talk about warship business. Why did you come here to hand him a painting? He was so angry that he wanted to jump up and beat the cat. But he had to pretend to be kind and gentle, unable to lose his temper. Rob said, well, let me have a look at this manhwa first. If it looks good, I can consider throwing some money to help you out. He picked up the stack of paper on the table and saw the cover, which read, The Cat Priest. The name of the book was interesting, which cheered Rob up. He opened the book and found it was a story about a cat man. His variety was of a leopard cat, the strongest of the cat race. His parents died when he was a child, and he had a very difficult life. Fortunately, he was taken care of by a dark nun. As he grew up, he had learned a lot from the dark Bible. When the cat grew up, it became a priest of the Church of Darkness. He usually wore the priest robe to do good deeds, spread the teachings and help the poor. But when bad guys bullied the innocent, he would exert the fighting power of the leopard cat race to severely punish the bad guy. Every time a bad person was knocked down, when others asked his name, he would say coolly, I'm a dark priest. Darkness only needs to stand at the back of the world, and no name is needed. Then he would leave smartly and hide in the darkness. Wow, this manhwa is awesome, Rob said with a smile. It's great. Well, do you like it? The cat was overjoyed. Can you offer me money to print it? Rob was about to say yes, but the cardinal beside him suddenly said, how can you bother Godfather to do this? Our Church of Darkness will invest in this manhwa. I'll print 10,000, no, 50,000 copies for you. We should sell it all over every city and village in the kingdom. The cat was overjoyed. Rob couldn't help laughing. Well, are you going to send this manhwa as a publicity stunt of the Church of Darkness? Interesting. It's up to you. Anyway, I think it's interesting. After a while, the two of them reached an agreement and headed for the printing factory. The cardinal didn't want to talk about the warship anymore. It seemed that he also knew that he couldn't talk with Rob right now, so he simply gave up and went to give the Church of Darkness more publicity. Someone in a high position like him was very smart. He had already seen that if he wanted to develop followers in Westwind City, he had to follow the rules here. Rob heard him say to the cat from a distance, can you add some words to this so that the cat priest can recite a few words of our dark Bible? The cat man whispered, of course you can. After watching them disappear in the distance, Rob turned around and said to Elsie, oh, I almost forget one thing. Now only the rich can afford our books. The poor can't afford them at all. It's time to set up a publishing house. Elsie, what do you mean? Rob smiled and said, it's a company that makes books affordable to the poor. The dark sect started to madly publish books ahead of Rob, while he was preparing for the publishing house. The first thing he did after returning was to hire several people to draw manhwa, and then he printed them hard and sold them at a low price in every city. Rob flipped through the manhwas they had drawn. They were all stories from the perspective of the people of the Church of Darkness. In the story, the Church of Light was a complete villain, who did all kinds of bad things. They even changed the time, place and city name of the Church of Light and wrote them down in the story. Then everyone read it and understood. They were just messing around. Rob thought it was very interesting, so he didn't interfere. You can play however you like. When this industry was born, Rob knew that there would definitely be these things mixed up. In the end, they would even become the swallows of all the forces and become their own publicity tools. This was a very normal phenomenon. Me, stop it? No way. Even if Rob's printing factory didn't accept these things, they would still make their own printing factory to print them. The only way to solve the problem was to use a formal publishing house that only served ordinary manhwa, to produce some real storytelling books, and to publicize those books. Let the rich forces play them by themselves. Then autumn came. The trees on the Black Pine Mountain were covered in a layer of gold. Along the hillside, the layers of trees showed the state of aging. The craftsman Rob sent to build a new harbor for the Queen sent back the first batch of letters to him. They wrote that the Queen gave them a high salary, and they were respected. They were very happy to work there. Of course, some people said that they would go home as soon as they finished their work, while others told their wives and children that they would take them to live in the new city when they had a firm foothold in the place. Rob knew all these things, but he did not care about them. Westwind Town had reached the stage of not being afraid of losing some talents. In any case, the number of people had been increasing, and Westwind Town had become a wondrous place. Every morning, a large number of people ran out of cheap rental houses in the old city area and ran to the factories opened by the nobles. In the evening, they rushed out of the factories and went to the gate of the technical school. They would go to the most bustling commercial street to buy vegetables, and then drag their tired bodies home. At that time, smoke would rise from the cheap and shabby houses in the old area of the city. The living conditions of the people living there were very poor, and even 4 or 5 people lived in a room with flat rent. However, even if they lived a hard life, they were still full of hope, because in the vigorous Westwind Holy City, they would never worry about not having a chance to climb the ladder. Not long ago, a celebrity appeared in Westwind City. This was a super poor man, who was not successful all his life. He didn't expect that he would be chosen by the elf elder to shoot a movie and become the main character. Then he climbed up. Now, everyone in the Holy City knew his name. In addition, there is a painter who, after Rob started his publishing house, drew an ugly manhwa by virtue of his kindergarten-level painting skills. No one expected that his book would become a hit and make a lot of money. Now he has moved out of the old town and bought a house in the best area next to West Wind Canal. Another sculptor sneaked into the printing factory. With his strength of high-speed engraving, he became a senior technical worker. Now his salary was high, and he had escaped from poverty. In Westwind Holy City, people with skills always had a chance to advance. Therefore, they just needed to patiently wait for their own opportunity to live a full and happy life. At that time, they would reach the peak of their lives, gain a firm foothold in this city, and then take their wives and children to live together. Such people far exceeded the number of people that would leave Westwind Holy City. In the afternoon, when Rob was watching the live stream of a football match on a stone stool, a large group of dark-skinned men came down from the hillside. They were dressed in shabby clothes and looked very old, pale after washing. They were from the Desert Kingdom. In other words, they were the last group of prisoners who were caught when the Desert Kingdom attacked Westwind Town. Their sentence was supposed to be 3 years, but because Rob intended to let them go, all kinds of sentences were commuted. The prisoners of the Desert Kingdom in the prison had already been released. At first, there were 3,000 prisoners, but recently, there were only no more than 200. On the contrary, there were many messy criminals in the prison, such as thieves, robbery and so on from Westwind Town. This group of people in front of him was the last group of people from the Desert Kingdom who would be released from prison. Their clothes were worn out and were white from the prison, but they were in good spirits. They were free. The group of people walked down the hill, singing along the way. When they arrived at the town, they immediately dispersed. Some of them had obtained a pass from Elsie and planned to go back to the Desert Kingdom to see their wives and children. Some of them scattered in the town, planning to find a job and stay in Westwind Holy City. A small group of people strode towards Rob's chapel. Rob was watching a live football match, so he had no time to talk to these guys. These people didn't make any noise. They stood behind Rob and watched the football match with him. Of course, watching alone was not as good as watching with others. Since someone was watching with him, Rob was very happy. He roared crazily at the TV with this group of uninvited guests for a while. After the football match finally ended, Rob turned around and looked at them carefully. He was happy to see that the one who stood in front was the leader of the assassins. "Oh." Rob laughed and said, "You haven't been released until now. It seems that you didn't behave well in prison." The leader of the assassins said with a sad face, "When we first came here, we were thoughtless. We tried to break out of prison several times, and said harsh words to the prison guards, fighting, stirring up trouble among the prison friends and so on. We have made a lot of mistakes, but we have finally been released." Behind him stood a dozen people, all of whom were from the assassin team. Rob laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you are really thoughtless. If you cooperated well, you would have already been released. Why waste your time? Well, after you are released from prison, why did you come straight to me? What do you want to tell me?" The leader of the assassins said respectfully, "We don't want to go back to the desert kingdom. We want to work for you." "You want to stay here?" Rob said, "Don't you miss your home? You must be a big shot, right? You should be different from ordinary soldiers. You will have a better life if you return." With a bitter expression on his face, the assassin leader said, "What are you talking about? We were caught by you and put into prison for rehabilitation. Soon some people came and paid for Matra but not me. Isn't that enough to prove that that's not the case?" Rob couldn't help laughing. What he said was true. The real noble was bought back with money in a flash, but the poor assassin leader wasn't, because he was not a noble at all. After all, no noble would like to be an assassin. He was just a pawn in the hands of the nobles of the desert kingdom, and he could be abandoned at any time. That was why he desperately wanted to break out of prison after he was put into it, because he knew that if he didn't break out, no one would save him. "Well, if you want to stay, you can stay," Rob said. "I also know that there are often prisoners who have been released from prison that would come back and talk to you, so you can learn stuff that happen outside. I have never rejected your stay though. You can do whatever you want." The assassin leader hurriedly said, "Godfather, you misunderstood. We don't want to stay for ordinary work. I just want to say that. We want to work for you." Rob suddenly understood and said, "Wow. Are you going work as my assassins?" The assassin leader nodded and said, "If you have anything inconvenient to do, let us do it." Rob sighed and shook his head, "It's good that you want to help me, but unfortunately, I don't like assassination. I'm a person who always follows the principle of being direct, or better not at all. It's best that we are harmonious and don't fight or kill each other. Even if we fight and kill each other, we shouldn't stealthily do it." Hearing what he said, the assassin leader was a little embarrassed. He had been in Westwind prison for so long, and of course he had heard of what kind of person Godfather was. He was indeed not a person who liked to play such tricks and make trouble. It seemed that he didn't have any big ambitions. There was really no assassination department. Fortunately, the assassin leader had already thought about this instance. He said in a low voice, "Even if you don't kill people, you still need external information, such as, about the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness. These people who always have bad ideas in their minds about you are everyone. If you can know their schemes in advance, it will be convenient for you to draw up a countermeasure. We are a group of masters of intelligence, and we are willing to serve you wholeheartedly." Rob thought for a while and said, "That's right. You can't do harm to others, but you can guard against others. Rich information won't do any harm. Well, I'll leave you to be intelligence officers then." The assassin leader was overjoyed. Rob shouted, "Lillian, can you do me a favor and call Elsie here?" Lillian answered. She was making tea in the kitchen just now. When she heard Rob's call, she handed over the job to Suafa and went to find Elsie with a smile. Therefore, she came out with a teapot and a teacup. When she saw the assassin leader and his companions, both sides were slightly stunned, and then their faces revealed a complicated and confused expression. "Ah, you are finally released from prison." The assassin leader nodded and said, "We're finally out. We've heard about you. Godfather said that you're a woman, so it's not convenient for you to be locked up in prison with men, so he asked you to work in the chapel. Now that the last batch of prisoners are out of prison, why are you still working? I thought you've already been set free." With an embarrassed look on her face, she said in a low voice, "I haven't been commuted. I have more than a year left." Hearing her words, the eyes of the assassin leader showed sympathy. In their eyes, Suafa had already been possessed by Rob. Now that the group of people who have made a lot of trouble in prison have been released from prison and that Suafa, who obediently works as a maid for Rob, has not had her sentence commuted and has more than a year left makes it clear that Rob just wants to keep her around to play with her all the time. I'm afraid he would find some excuse to increase her sentence after her sentence ends until he's tired of playing with her. A young assassin was a little angry and wanted to jump up to argue with Rob, but the assassin leader pressed his shoulder and pressed his words back to his stomach, shaking his head, indicating for him not to speak. The man had to hold back. The assassin leader turned to Suafa, deliberately blocking Rob's sight with his body. Then he made a gesture to Suafa, which was the unique sign of the assassins. He asked, "Suafa, do you need our help? We can find an opportunity to take you away." Suafa was stunned for a while. Then she replied in sign language, "It wasn't easy for you to get out of prison. Don't make trouble. But you are too bitter. We can't sit by and watch." "Bitter?" Suafa said, "I'm living a good life." The assassin leader made a gesture and said, "It's unfair that you are still in prison. It's obvious that this man doesn't want to let you go. He wants to play with you for a lifetime. Even if we have to risk our lives, we have to save you." Hearing what he said, she was a little moved. Her assassin friends are really willing to help her at all costs. The more they do so, the more you have to make it clear to them, lest you hurt them. She seriously gestured to the assassin leader and said, "It doesn't matter. He is very good to me. In fact, I don't care about the sentence at all. Or it can be said that I'm happy to have it longer, and I'm very happy here." "What? You just need to take care of your new life," said Suafa with a little pride. "You really don't need to worry about me. I have never been any happier. If you work for him, you will also feel the same happiness." The assassins. The assassin leader could tell that she was really happy and did not pretend to be happy. He saw an unprecedented sense of satisfaction on her face. She was really satisfied with her current life. On second thought, she used to live a life of an assassin who drifts from place to place and might lose her life at any time. What kind of life could be worse than that? Thinking of this, he felt relieved. After a while, Elsie came. When he saw the assassins from a distance, he recognized them and laughed loudly. "Ah, isn't this the most famous assassin in Westwind prison? You've been in the prison for a long time. I didn't expect you to come out, ha ha ha." When the assassin leader saw Elsie, he was embarrassed and a little angry. Back in the prison, he had been tortured a lot by Elsie. Every time he broke the prison and made trouble, he would be taken back by him to be put on the ceiling fan. It was really miserable. But there was no deep hatred. They were just doing things in their own positions. Rob said to Elsie, "The assassin leader wants to help me with his friends." Elsie understood at once. "Oh. Westwind Holy City will have an assassination force?" "I don't need an assassination force," Rob said. "I just need an intelligence department, but even an intelligence department is too troublesome. I don't want to do it, so I'll leave it to you." From now on, these assassins belong to Westwind Guard team and are under your command. You should be very experienced in this respect. Elsie used to be in charge of the Templar Knights, so he knew very well about this matter. He quickly bowed and replied, I will do it well. Rob added, detection intelligence is okay. Don't go to other kingdoms to make trouble and kill people. Remember, Westwind Town, don't do those schemes. The intelligence department will only be used to prevent others from entrapping us, but it doesn't mean that we are going to entrap others. Elsie hurried to say, of course. I have always kept in mind the teachings of Godfather and the general direction of kindness and righteousness. After expressing his loyalty to Rob, he turned to the assassin leader and chuckled, buddy, we're going to be together again. The assassin leader was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. I don't like being with you. Don't worry. This time we are superior and subordinate, not police and criminal. Else put his hand on the shoulder of the assassin leader and said, I can't treat you as before now. We don't need to use the ceiling fan on our own people. I can also give you a ceiling fan, so that you can use it on the enemy's spies. What do you think? The assassin leader's eyes lit up. I've long wanted to us it with my own hands. Rob laughed and cursed, two perverts. Elsie then led the assassin leader far away and said, now there are many enemies in Westwind Holy City. There are spies from West Gran, East Gran, the Desert Kingdom, the Church of Light, and Church of Darkness. A few days ago, the shipbuilding warship caught a spy suspected of being sent by the Church of Darkness who tried to steal our shipbuilding technology. I'm not very good at this, so I'm getting headaches from this. It's like a tiger's wings to have you. Together, we'll catch all the spies except West Grand spies and hang them on the ceiling fan. The assassin leader chuckled and said, I'm really good at it. Elsie continued, besides, I don't know what kind of secret agreement the Desert Kingdom and the Kingdom of Norma have. I always feel uneasy about it. Can you think of a way to investigate it? The assassin leader said, I'm good at dealing with the Desert Kingdom. The two seem to have become bosom friends. The more they talked, the happier they became. However, Rob had no time to talk to them. He turned around and looked at Suafa. Sensing the strange look in his eyes, Suafa could not help but ask, why are you looking at me like this? Rob smiled and said, the assassin leader just gesticulated with you for a while. Don't think that I didn't see it. How did you see it with your back to this side? Rob pointed at the crystal board in front of him and said, the TV program has just finished, and this thing has become like a mirror. I saw it from this. You taught me this. Last time, Rob took Suafa and Lillian to go shopping on Bright Road. Suafa used the mirror on the street to observe the people observing them. She didn't expect that he would use it now. Well, now that you've seen it, I have nothing to say. The leader just asked me why I'm still working when they have already been released. He said that if I wanted to escape, he was willing to help me with all his might. This man is quite ambitious, Rob praised, he deserves to be put in an important position. After saying that, Rob changed the topic and said, well, it's all my fault. We've been living like this all the time and I've already forgotten why you were here. I've even forgotten the sentence. It's my fault. After a pause, Rob continued, I now declare that your sentence is over. You can go wherever you want and you don't have to be a maid here anymore. Then Suafa turned around and walked into the kitchen. After a while, she took out a newly baked bread from the kitchen, dipped some cream on it and handed it to Rob. Rob took it and began to eat. Suafa sat on the stone stool next to him and watched him finish eating expressionlessly, forcing him to eat up the last piece of bread crumbs on the plate. Then she put away the plate and took it back to the kitchen. Soon, the sound of running water washing on the plate came from the kitchen. After washing the dishes, she went back to the stone table. She put paper on the table and picked up a pen. Well, it's time to continue drawing manhwa. What story should we tell in the next volume? Rob said, in the next volume, we'll tell the story of a C-rank hero riding a bike save the world. Time flew and year 1346 came to an end. In the last few months of this year, the Queen had sent out her troops to attack the capital of Saints several times, but she had to give up every time because she was afraid that Norma and the Desert Kingdom would attack suddenly. She didn't even dare to transfer Madeleine away from Crystal Canyon. The world layout was a complicated game of chess. The neighboring kingdoms couldn't sit by and watch the Queen unify the Kingdom of Gran out of their own interests, so if the Queen wanted to unify the kingdom, she had to restrain for the time being. However, she was not a weak person who could be bullied just by anyone. She will resist in order to warn the Church of Light and the Kingdom of Norma not to meddle in the matters of the Kingdom of Gran. Christmas in 1346 was just over, and as soon as 1347 arrived, the Queen sent the only steel warship that Rob had sold to her, leading a large group of wooden sailboats from the Church of Darkness to intercept the Church of Light at sea. A naval battle initiated immediately. The Queen's steel warship swept across the coastline, messing up the fleet of Norma. The Queen had bombarded many of the port areas, and the port facilities had been smashed into a rotten state. Almost all the commercial ships of Norma had fled to the capital city of Norma in the northeast corner of the continent. They didn't dare to do business on the sea anymore. The Kingdom of Norma felt helpless and exhausted about this. That annoying strange ship had actually made all their ships run away in a sorry state. How could they win this battle? Now, there was only one such ship in West Gran. If 2, 3, or even 4 formed a troop, the Kingdom of Norma could hardly imagine it. Of course, only one warship was not enough to attract the attention of the enemies. West Gran did not have enough forces to carry out the landing operation on Norma. No matter how powerful the warship was at sea, it could not go ashore or cause a real heavy blow to the Kingdom of Norma. It only made them feel a little uncomfortable. The information was sent back to Rob by the newly established intelligence department of Westwind Holy City. Along with the information, Rob also received a spy tied up with a rope and the corpse of a dwarf craftsman. Elsie and the assassin leader escorted the spy here, followed by the dwarf leader and a large group of angry craftsmen. The assassin leader introduced, "Godfather, we have already interrogated this spy with the hanging fan. He is from East Gran and his purpose is to steal our steam engine making technique." He killed a dwarf craftsman and grabbed the drawing in his hand. When he was about to take the drawing away, he was caught on the spot by our intelligence officers. It's clear and can't be denied. Rob pursed his lips and threw a resurrection technique on the dwarf craftsman first. The poor dwarf craftsman quickly sat up from the ground and then screamed, "Ah, I was dead." The dwarf craftsman beside him rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "Bro, you have really died once." Fortunately, the master blacksmith knows the resurrection technique. The dwarf craftsman touched his heart and found that there was a big hole poked out by a dagger on his thick leather jacket. He could not help but sweat. It was dangerous. "Fortunately, I'm in Westwind Holy City. If I was in another place, I would have really died." The dwarf leader stood out and said, "It's all because of that damn spy. We'll chop him into pieces later." The dwarves then turned his attention to the spy. Rob looked at the spy carefully. It was not long after Christmas, and the temperature was still very low. He was thrown on the snow, and his hair and beard were stained white. His face looked gray as he was tortured by the fan. This man killed the dwarf craftsman, and he deserved it. He asked, "I heard that you came from the East Gran?" The spy nodded weakly, "Yes." "Is it really true that you came from East Gran?" Rob said with a smile. "The whole East Gran is pretty much only the capital of Saints now," fearing that the Queen would beat him. "Yet he is still in the mood to steal my steam engine making technique? Even if I have taught him, does he have enough industrial power to produce it?" The spy's eyes flashed a little, but it immediately returned to normal. "I'm really from East Gran. Although our king is at a disadvantage now, as long as we steal the technology of the steam engine, we can immediately create weapons to fight back against West Gran. Nonsense. Rob said, this man is not telling the truth. Give him another round of the ceiling fan in fifth gear. The assassin leader immediately smiled and said, well, I like to put people on the ceiling fan the most anyway. I'll let them taste the bitterness I experienced in the past. The dwarves also came to help. A few minutes later, a fan was hung on the tree. This fan was deliberately made into a very horrible shape by the craftsman. There were many spikes on it, which made people scared. Obviously, the technology tree in this world had gone astray. The hanging fan, which was usually used for drying, had completely become an instrument of torture. Not only in terms of functions, but also in terms of appearance. As soon as the spy saw the ceiling fan, he was frightened and shouted, no. Don't hang me up. No. What I said is true. His struggle didn't work. In the end, the spy was hung up. Then the assassin looter shook the rod in person. It was not Gear 4 or Gear 5 at all. Its speed had exceeded the speed of an ordinary household fan, which was at least 6. The spy was spun crazily. After a while, the assassin leader got tired. The angry craftsman came over and took over. I admit, the spy screamed, I'm not from East Gran. I'm from the Church of Darkness. I'm here to steal the technology of the steam engine and want to copy the steel warship. Sure enough, it's not East Gran. Rob had been in Westwind town for more than 2 years, and he had taken out a lot of strange things. However, East Gran had never thought of imitating or plagiarizing them. It could be seen that Mondra was short-sighted. He was not keen on improving technology, but only knew to play some outdated schemes. Rob didn't believe that he would come here to steal the steam engine. What's more, with the power of the Queen now, even if he had a steam engine, he couldn't do anything. His industrial ability didn't allow him to do anything. However, it was not impossible for the Church of Darkness to do such a thing. Rob shook his head and said, in fact, I'm not really hiding it. It's not bad to spread it to the whole world. But, you guys really are bad people. Killing and robbing just for the design drawing makes me feel uncomfortable. You have to pay for what you've done. Kill him, the dwarf shouted beside him, life for murder. Rob nodded in agreement. Although the dwarf craftsman had been resurrected by him, his resurrection was not normal, and it was not a normal phenomenon in the world. He should respect the common law that murder should receive death. We'll set up a good day to have him hanged, so that everyone will see the end of this man. As soon as Rob finished his words, a dwarf craftsman suddenly ran over in a hurry and shouted, bad news. Bad news. What's wrong? The dwarf leader turned around and asked. The dwarf craftsman roared anxiously, the 2 senior craftsmen who know the most about the steam engine technology and design and production of the water wheel in our factory are missing. We found traces of fighting in their house. The furniture in the room is askew, and the table was smashed by an axe head. It seems that someone forcefully grabbed them. We don't know how long they have been taken away. The spy, who had been sentenced to death, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I did not come alone. We want the drawing, we want the craftsman. God of Darkness, your faithful believers are willing to sacrifice their lives for you. After saying that, he gritted his teeth hard. The poison hidden in his teeth took effect, and he spat out black blood and dropped down to the ground. Everyone was speechless. The assassin leader said anxiously, I'll lead my men to chase them. As long as we find some clues, we can get the 2 captured craftsmen back and keep the technology. Elsie also said, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. I'll send 5 tanks to chase after you. The dwarf leader was also anxious. Dwarves were the ones caught. How could he not be in a hurry? He had to follow them. The 3 of them turned around and were about to leave. At this time, Rob said, wait a minute. Don't chase them randomly. If you chase, you will go in the wrong direction and you will not be able to catch up with anything in the end. What? The three of them stopped and looked at Rob curiously. Rob said, I'm 99.99% sure. This spy is not a member of the Church of Darkness, so it's not them who took away the craftsman. What? Seeing the puzzled look on their faces, Rob smiled and said, Elsie, you are usually so smart. Give me a little more intelligence. Think about it carefully. Elsie was a little shocked by his words. He thought quickly and then understood, well, I see. This spy is not even afraid of death. He is a fanatic. But after we spun him on the fan, he behaved himself. That's right, Rob said with a smile. He confessed as soon as he was spun. In other words, all the confessions he made were false, in order to guide us to chase in the wrong direction. The assassin leader said, in other words, the Church of Darkness can't be the manipulator. Rob said, it's not difficult for the Church of Darkness to order a steam engine. They just need to order a train from Westwind town, and then they can get the steam engine. Then they just need to take out the steam engine from the train to copy it, or even just take it down and put it into a ship to make a steel warship. However, they didn't do that. Instead, they went to Westwind town to order a warship from me. Think about it carefully. Elsie suddenly understood, it means that although the Church of Darkness has learned a lot of technology from us, they still don't have enough industrial power. Without the help of Westwind Holy City, even if they have a steam engine, they can't make a steel warship. Correct, Rob said with a smile, building a warship is a comprehensive reflection of the strength of science and technology and industrial strength. The Church of Darkness has put too much effort in playing tricks and manipulating information, so they don't have industrial cultivation. Although they have mining caves and furnace refining techniques, their industrial system is not systematic enough, and they don't have enough advanced craftsmen. If they don't rely on us or the Queen, they can't make a ship at all, so they won't be interested in stealing the steam engine even if they took 2 senior craftsmen. Can 2 craftsmen make a ship? All the people now understood, so, to steal the technology of the steam engine, you must have enough industrial strength and a large number of advanced craftsmen. Then there is only one place that fits the bill, Rob said. Which direction do you think we should go? Everyone turned their eyes to the north. There was only one place who could meet the requirements mentioned by Rob, namely the Kingdom of Knights, Norma. Damn it! Even Norma attacked us, Elsie cursed. I'll lead my team to chase north and make sure to save the 2 craftsmen. Me too, the assassin and dwarf leader also jumped up. Rob said, our opponent is an incomparably huge kingdom, stronger than any of our enemies before. Of course, it's no difference to me. But it's very difficult for you to deal with. You all take your mobile phones and transmission scrolls with you. If you encounter danger on the way, contact me immediately and open the transmission portal. Everyone nodded. They all understood what Rob had said. If the 2 craftsmen were captured by Norma, there would definitely be a support force lurking outside the city. Of course, since this was the territory of the Kingdom of Gran, there wouldn't be too many lurking troops of Norma, but they must be all the elites of the elites, and it would be difficult to deal with them. Without Rob's support, the 3 of them, Elsie, the assassin and dwarf leader, were not sure that they could win. But with Rob, the 3 of them were full of confidence. They had seen too many miracles from him and had no doubt of his strength. The 3 of them set out in a hurry and headed north. However, Rob shook his head and sighed slightly. In the evening, the Queen called. I heard that your craftsmen were kidnapped by the spies of Norma. Your information-gathering skill is still so fast, Rob said. Maybe I should search for your spies in the city and take them out to put on ceiling fans. The Queen snorted. She knew Rob wouldn't do that. As a matter of fact, the spies she sent to Westwind town were never hiding in the first place. They even visited the chapel several times to identify themselves to Rob. Because this was the territory of West Gran, of course, the Queen was not under any psychological pressure to do such a thing. She also knew that Rob was a reasonable person. As long as he still admitted that this place was the territory of West Gran, he would not attack her information gatherers. She said with a straight face, "Don't stray from the topic. Let's get to the point. At present, the fleet of Norma is suppressed by the steel warship you sold to me, which makes their army unable to move. If they steal the technology of the steam engine and make the same steel warship, the sea power will be balanced. Their army may join hands with the Desert Kingdom to attack and also join hands with Mandra. I will be in a passive position here. On this matter, I will cooperate with you to intercept the other party's people." Rob nodded. The Queen continued, "I've informed Madeleine in Crystal Canyon that she will seal off the pass and prevent the people of Norma from passing it. But I'm afraid that the people of Norma will directly climb over the mountains near Crystal Canyon. This kind of thing is not possible for ordinary travelers, but it's easy for a person who is well prepared to sneak into an enemy kingdom." Rob said, "Well, thank you for your help." The Queen said, "It's kind of helping myself. There's no need to say something like that." Speaking of this, the Queen went temporarily quiet. She looked at Rob carefully through the crystal ball. Seeing that Rob was still sitting on the stone stool without any expression, she suddenly became a little curious. "You don't seem to be nervous at all. Aren't you afraid that one day a steel warship will hit you in the face? You are like lifting a stone and smashing your own feet." Rob smiled and said, "Miss Queen, you don't need to worry about that." The Queen, "Oh? Is it unnecessary?" Rob said, "The other party's trick of stealing technology is really not good. It's disgusting. Of course I'm not happy with it. But it's really unnecessary to say that I'm afraid that my face will be attacked by the warship. Believe it or not, I can catch the cannonball with my hands and throw it back to them." The Queen was rendered speechless. "Well, that's not reasonable at all." The Queen gave up the question and turned to ask, "Although you are so powerful, others aren't. It's not good for you to lose your technology. I want to ask you if there is any way to prevent such a thing from happening. Of course there are thousands of ways to guard against it, but it's impossible to completely guard against it." Rob shook his head with a smile and said, "The development of human beings is always in a balance. No matter how hard you try to guard against it, others will be able to do it in a few years. You still have to teach them eventually. Then hundreds of years later, that kingdom will be independent from your rule again. Then, his technology will be comparable to yours." Speaking of this, Rob laughed. Who can really get rid of whom forever? The Queen was lost in thought. She had never thought about this question before, but now when she thought carefully about what Rob had said, she felt that it was reasonable. "Human beings, it's better to work together," Rob said. "Anyway, after thousands of years, we will eventually be a family. I don't doubt that all the kind-hearted and righteous races will eventually form a great union." The Queen couldn't help but grumble, "Since you think so, why did you still send someone to get the two dwarf craftsmen back?" Rob said, "Because I still have to pay attention to my current happiness. If I am not happy while I am alive, what happens in the future has nothing to do with me." The Queen said angrily, "It turns out that you were just wasting my time talking nonsense." She slapped the phone and hung up. Rob had no choice but to shrug his shoulders. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Elsie's number. "How is it going?" Elsie's voice sounded a little flattering on the phone. "Godfather, an old hunter found some clues. The lives of the two senior dwarf craftsmen are safe for now. They deliberately stamped several deep footprints on the ground when they were being carried moving, leaving us some clues. We are following these clues." "Well, what's their direction of escape?" Rob asked. "They didn't dare to take the train. They walked north for a short while by the railway, and then entered the mountains in the west. The clues start getting difficult to find after they entered the mountains. At present, we led the army to search in the mountains in the west, but we haven't gotten any useful information." "The mountains in the west?" The mountain range to the west of Westwind town was a mountain range that spanned the south and north. It was high and had deep forests and was more inaccessible than the Black Pine Mountains. It seems that they plan to dive in the mountains until they enter the Desert Kingdom, Rob said. It's obvious that they won't pass through the Crystal Canyon. Elsie, I will definitely stop them before they enter the Desert Kingdom. At the same time, the enemy group was climbing mountains and forests at a fast speed, heading for the Desert Kingdom in the north. This group was the Special Operation Troop sent by Norma to take the technology of the steam engine from Westwind Holy City. There were a total of 50 people in the team. One of them had been captured accidentally, and now he had died in Westwind Holy City, so there were still 49 people left. 9 of them were assassins with very good stealth, and the other 40 were purely battle-oriented. When this team was established, it was built with the strength of enough to fight against heroes, and its combat effectiveness was simply an explosive table. Of course, there was only one purpose for this team to be established, which was to let them have the power to fight when they met the famous Godfather in Westwind Holy City. The Kingdom of Norma was very confident in its own special group. Because the most ferocious monster in the world, the Black Dragon, and the Demon King City were all located in the territory of Norma. Because of this, the people of Norma had rich experience in fighting against powerful monsters. The best adventurers in the world were always from the Kingdom of Norma. Since the history of the Fengma continent was first recorded, heroes from the Kingdom of Norma were the most prominent. There were only a few heroes in the Kingdom of Gran and the Desert Kingdom. In the history of Fengma continent that has spanned thousands of years, the Kingdom of Norma had countless heroes. Of course, Big Tang was too mysterious and didn't have much communication with the West, so they didn't offer any statistics. The team of 50 people from Norma was arranged in addition to the 10 assassins who were responsible for stealing and kidnapping the craftsmen. The team of the other 40 people was so powerful that they even dared to go to the Demon King City. At this time, the team of 40 people, with 9 assassins and the 2 craftsmen tied up, were rapidly returning north. The man in the lead, wearing large armor, looked majestic and confident. Beside him, a man dressed in priest clothes whispered, "Sir, as long as we walk north out of this mountain range, we will get out of the border of the Kingdom of Gran. The army of the Desert Kingdom has promised to protect us. At that time, the pursuers will have to go back obediently." "Yes, of course I know what you mean." The commander turned around. He snorted, "The people above really ordered people like us to steal things and escort such people home. In my opinion, with the fighting capacity of our team, we don't have to be so careful. Westwind City doesn't even have a city wall. It's loosely guarded and there are many flaws. We just need to attack the chapel when no one notices. Before the army of Westwind City reacts, we can kill that guy called Godfather, no?" The man in priest clothes didn't know whether to cry or to laugh. He said in a low voice, "Mr. Commander, it's a little arrogant of you to think so. That guy called Godfather once defeated army of the Desert Kingdom alone." The commander snorted, "It's just fake news." "It's not fake news," the man in priest clothes said in a low voice. "Our spies have confirmed it again and again, and it's true. In this battle, the new magic item of the Desert Kingdom, Thor's Roar, fell into the hands of the Kingdom of Gran. The main cannon of the new warship of the Kingdom of Gran a few days ago was the Thor's Roar of the Desert Kingdom." The commander didn't take the news seriously. The team of 40 people he led was really powerful. They had fought against a powerful giant beast before and even the skeleton dragon of the Church of Darkness. To put it bluntly, except for the Black Dragon, who were they afraid of? Was the guy who called himself Godfather stronger than the Black Dragon? The commander snorted, "It's not that he's strong. It's just that the black people of Desert Kingdom are too incompetent. If we meet him, we'll just treat him as a monster." The man in priest clothes was embarrassed. He thought, "Forget it. I won't persuade him anymore. Although he is arrogant, he is capable. He is not the kind of stupid person who is incompetent, simple and stupid." Since he was so confident, it was also a good thing. It was better than a person who trembles in fear when facing a strong enemy. Just as he thought of this, he heard a cold snort from behind a big tree beside him. Black people. This word is very interesting. Then, a middle-aged man with dark skin came out from behind the tree. This was the assassin leader. The man in the priest's clothes thought, "It's over." The people of the desert kingdom heard it. But fortunately, this person is now from Westwind City, not from the desert kingdom. It won't cause a problem between us and the desert kingdom. The assassin leader pointed at the two dwarf craftsmen who were tied up and said, "Give them back. Maybe Westwind Holy City can give you a lighter sentence." "Humph," the commander snorted, "you are so arrogant, black boy. I also advise you to get out of here obediently. I, from the kingdom of Norma, can also give leniency to the stupid things you have done before. So there is no need to talk, right?" The assassin leader quickly pulled out his dagger. At the same time, the commander waved his hand, and dozens of members of his team also drew out their weapons. The 9 assassins, who were not in their team, retreated to the side with the 2 dwarf craftsmen. The 2 dwarf craftsmen were overjoyed to see the rescuers, but they didn't say anything like, "Help" or "Help me," because they also knew that the pursuers came to save them. Shouting and screaming would only annoy the rescuers. The assassin leader looked at the elite group in front of him. He could tell that this group's combat effectiveness was not ordinary, but an incomparably powerful elite group, and every member of it had strong combat effectiveness. He couldn't fight with them alone. In fact, he did catch up with them alone, because the pursuing people were now scattered in the woods like a carpet, and everyone was scattered. With rich experience, he found some traces, and then was the first one to find these people. But if he really wanted to fight, he couldn't fight alone. The assassin leader touched the transmission portal scroll in his arms and thought, "I can use the transmission portal scroll out and ask Godfather to help me. Then I can save them easily. But if I do so, I feel that I will be too dependent on him. As his subordinate, I should try my best to share his troubles and tell him the result after solving the problem." If he couldn't deal with anything by himself and called Godfather as soon as he met the enemy, he would only be looked down upon by Godfather. At the thought of this, he had no intention of using the scroll. Of course, he had no intention of going all out. He put on a very ferocious expression, as if he was about to use on the transmission portal scroll at any time. However, his body suddenly leaped back and disappeared without a trace with a whoosh sound. "Huh!" He stealthed. The commander on the other side was stunned. He seemed to want to fight with us to the death, but he suddenly jumped back, got out of the battle ring, and then stealthed. "What's this?" The man in the priest clothes said, "Assassins should operate as usual. Nowadays, there are very few assassins who can jump into the enemy's army and have unparalleled skills. The world is getting weaker." The commander also nodded, "Yes, now the assassins are really becoming weaker and weaking." "Illuminating flares, true sight," shouted the commander. 4 of his elite subordinates immediately stepped out and threw several illuminating flares into the nearby mountain forest. Although the name of this thing was illuminating flares, it was actually not a modern weapon like bombs or flashlights. It was a skill of a hunter and scouts. What they threw out was a magic light ball, which would light up the nearby dozens of yards and illuminate all the enemies who were nearby. However, though these illuminating flares were thrown at the place where the assassin leader disappeared just now, they did not show him. Several other experts in the team also used this spell. With this magic, they could usually see enemies in stealth, but they saw nothing. "Sir," the assassin ran away after stealth. "He didn't want to attack us." The commander snorted, "Bitch." The man in priest clothes came over and said, "Sir, although he doesn't dare to attack us, since he has found us, he will definitely follow us from far away. At the same time, he will gather more pursuers to surround us. We have to hurry up." "Well, hurry up." The commander ordered, "Rangers, hunters, use detection to keep a good command of the situation within a few thousand yards around. Scouts, keep using true sight and don't let people sneak close casually. Soldiers and knights, go to the top of the outer circle, and don't let the assassins easily touch our back line. Priests, get ready to treat on command. He gave orderly commands. A team of 40 people was like an arm. The other 9 assassins pushed the 2 dwarf craftsmen behind them. The assassin leader didn't follow them closely because it was too easy to be found that way. Anyway, it was impossible for such a large group of people to disappear in an instant. The assassin leader only needed to watch them from afar. He stepped back and met Elsie. Seeing the expression on the assassin leader's face, Elsie knew that he had learned something. He quickly asked, "Have you found anything?" "Yes," the assassin leader nodded. "I have found the troops of Norma. There are not many of them. The main fighting capacity is 40, and there are 9 assassins. There are only 49 in total." Elsie was overjoyed. "Then what are you waiting for? Let's catch up." They had 100 soldiers, and their combat effectiveness was very strong. After all, the soldiers coming out of Westwind Holy City were armed to the teeth. Unfortunately, as they went into the mountain, the tanks could not be brought here, so they were left back at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, as soon as the tank came out, who could fight against them? The assassin leader shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate the enemy. Our 100 people may not be able to defeat the enemy's 49 people." "What?" Elsie was slightly stunned. "Are the enemy's soldiers so strong?" "Those are not soldiers at all," the assassin leader said in a low voice. "They are all elites. When they were in the army, they were all commanders on their own. I looked around, and at least 4 of them threw flares to the surrounding. Several of them looked around for me." Elsie couldn't help but be stunned. These are all very high-level people." The assassin leader nodded and said, "It seems that the Kingdom of Norma is really willing to spend a lot of money for our steam engine. They sent a very strong force. Although the 500 soldiers in Westwind Holy City were professional soldiers brought by the recruitment system, much more powerful than ordinary soldiers and armed to teeth, they could only be regarded as ordinary soldiers, not elite soldiers. They didn't have high classes and lacked advanced ones. There were something like hunters and paladins, but not like the enemy." Elsie thought for a while and looked back at the 100 soldiers behind him. He felt that he really couldn't defeat them. At this time, the dwarf leader also led 20 soldiers to follow up from behind. Hearing the conversation between the two, the dwarf leader said, "Then what are you waiting for? Open the transmission portal and let all the troops guarding in the city come over." As soon as he finished speaking, the Elsie and the assassin leader shook their heads together. "No, no, no." "Why not?" The dwarf leader was confused. "Isn't it normal to call for reinforcements if we can't defeat them? Elsie, do you dare to summon all the 800 dwarf soldiers to fight now?" The dwarf leader thought for a while and said, "I don't think so. We are all busy with the orders for the trains and warships, so we don't have time to go out to fight. Let's go carefully together then." Elsie shrugged. The elves are almost the same. They have all become senior technical experts. How can they be transferred to fight now? The only thing that can really be used is my 500 professional soldiers. However, these soldiers are heavily armored and would get tired from the mountains. I really don't know what the situation will be when they arrive." The dwarf leader thought for a while and said, "Let's call the Grandmaster Blacksmith. He can fight against an entire army alone." "That's even worse," Elsie said. "He is not a diligent person. What he likes most is to be lazy on his stone stool, eating snacks, watching TV and reading manhwa. If we call him out for something like this, he will definitely be unhappy." Speaking of this, Elsie's expression became serious. "Let me tell you, the most hateful subordinate for the top is an incompetent subordinate. They throw everything to the leader. Such a subordinate has no reason to exist. Sooner or later, he will be kicked away by the leader. The dwarf leader was stunned for a moment, feeling that what he said was reasonable. Elsie said, "We have to try to beat the strong enemy first. If we can solve it, Godfather will praise us. If we can't solve it, we should just try our best. But if there is really such a gap in strength between us, he will forgive us." The dwarf leader understood now. But what can we do if we can't defeat him? The assassin leader grinned mischievously and said, "Don't forget that I used to be a member of the Desert Kingdom. This mountain range is to the south of the desert. I know very well about the information here. There are very powerful monsters living in this mountain. I'll introduce some monsters to them and make sure they will have a good time." The dwarf leader asked, "What's here?" The assassin leader made a face at him and said, "It's the thing you hate the most, giants." The dwarf leader said, F***K. Those things also hate dwarves. They won't care whether our 2 craftsmen are hostages or not. They'll just attack. Elsie patted him on the shoulder and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as we can save the corpse, we can bring it back to the holy city. What's more, the people of Norma will try their best to protect them. The 2 craftsmen represent the steam engine. Do they dare to let the 2 dwarves die?" The dwarf leader was speechless. They snuck into the mountain and walked for another day. At dusk, they were all tired and dared not continue on their journey at night. It would not be wonderful if they fell off a cliff by accident. They encamped beside a mountain stream, lit up a campfire, and took turns to guard. Although the 2 dwarf craftsmen were tied up, their food and water were not lacking at all. One of them represented the steam engine technique, and the other represented the water wheel technique. That was what the King of Norma and the Pope of the Church of Light were eager to get now, so they didn't dare to make any mistake. When the commander was handing a piece of bread to the dwarf craftsman, a guard on the periphery suddenly shouted, "Be careful. Giant. Mountain giant." As soon as that was said, there was the sound of something heavy scratching the air. An incomparably huge stone flew over from afar and smashed at the 2 dwarf craftsmen who were holding bread and gnawing it with tied hands. The 2 dwarf craftsmen reacted very slowly. Their years of being craftsmen had already caused their combat effectiveness to decline, and they could not react in time. However, the commander suddenly jumped up, pulled out a shield from his back, and blocked the 2 dwarf craftsmen. With a loud bang, the commander, together with his shield, was thrown away by the huge stone. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you enjoyed it, please remember to like, subscribe, and share to support the channel.